Tuesday, the 2nd of June. I'm still here. I could not bring myself to write anything yesterday. I was too utterly depressed and mentally exhausted. My only remaining hope is that I may manage to hang out somehow till Uncle Paul arrives on Thursday. On Sunday night everything went according to plan, but my luck was too good to last. Taffy came for me, dressed me, took me along to the bathroom, waited there with me for nearly 3 hours, then got me out of the house with no more noise than a first-class burglar would have made getting in. The moon was still up, and for the first time in many weeks I was glad to see it, as it lit the way for us through the grounds and for the first mile or more down the road. We reached the station by 5:15, and had to wait outside it for 3/4 of an hour, as it was not open. But soon after 5:30 the staff of 3 made their appearance, and began the day's routine. Taffy is a bit suspicious of the post office, and he keeps his savings in an old cigarette tin concealed somewhere in his room, so we were able to buy 2 tickets to London, and went onto the platform. At 5:55 a milk train came through. Why, oh why didn't we take it? I must have been crazy not to. But everything was going so perfectly that it seemed much more sensible to wait for the 6:20 that does not dither round the loop line but goes direct to the junction. We were the only people on the platform, and the whistling of the solitary porter was the only sound that broke the stillness of the post-dawn hour. Suddenly I caught the hum of a car engine driven all out. Next moment it roared up to the station entrance. There was a brief commotion and the noise of running footsteps. Then Helmut and Nurse Cardew shot out of the booking office and came dashing towards us. At the sight of them I knew the game was up. The train was nearly due, but even if it had come in at that moment, I could not have got Taffy to heave me into it. From fear of Helmut, he had already taken to his heels. All the same, I meant to make a fight for it, and anyway it seemed a bit hard that his panic should cost him the compensation I had promised him for the loss of his job. So I shouted after him, "Come back, Taffy! Come back, you fool! Don't go without your cheque!" That halted him, and he came ambling back with a hang-dog look on his face, just as Helmut and Nurse Cardew reached me. She was in her nurse's uniform, but had evidently dressed in a hurry, as her fluffy brown hair was sticking out untidily from under her cap, and she had odd stockings on her long legs. Probably it was knowing about that which made her young face so flushed and angry. Without a word, she grasped the back rail of my chair, and, swivelling it round, made to wheel me off the station. But I was too quick for her. Stretching out a hand, I grabbed the iron railing at the back of the platform and brought her up with a jerk. "Now, Toby," said Helmut a bit breathlessly, "please don't make a scene. You've already given us an awful fright. Don't add to our distress by making an exhibition of yourself." "If there is any scene, it will be your fault," I retorted. "I am about to take the train to London, and you have no right to stop me." Although the platform had been empty a few minutes earlier, a little crowd began to gather with mysterious suddenness. The porter, 2 soldiers, a land girl, a leading aircraftsman, and a little group of children had all appeared from nowhere and were eyeing us with speculative interest. "You are in no fit state to travel," Helmut said sharply. Striving to keep as calm as I could, I denied that, and a wordy battle ensued in which both of us rapidly became more heated. We were still arguing when the train came clanking in. The little crowd had increased to over a dozen people, and it was now further swollen by others getting out of the train. Seeing it there, actually in the station, made me desperate. If I could have only covered those few yards and heaved myself into a carriage, it meant safety, freedom, and sanity, whereas to let Helmut take me back to Llanfedrach threatened imprisonment, terror, and madness. He caught the gleam in my eye and endeavoured to bring matters to a swift conclusion. Grabbing my wrist, he strove to break my grasp of the railing, while Nurse Cardew pushed on my chair from behind with all her weight. "Help! Help!" I shouted to the crowd. "I want to get on the train to London, and these people have no right to stop me." An elderly major who had arrived on the train stepped forward and said rather hesitantly to Helmut, "Look here, this is none of my business, but I really don't think you ought to use violence towards a cripple." Helmut let go of my wrist and turned to him, but I got in first. "I appeal to you, sir," I cried. "I am an ex-officer wounded in the war, but I am perfectly fit to travel, and these people are endeavouring to detain me against my will." "That is only partially true," Helmut said quickly. "This poor young man was shot down nearly a year ago, but the injury to his spine has affected his brain. I am a doctor, and—" "A doctor of philosophy," I cut in, but he ignored the sneer and went on. "He is in my care, and escaped from Llanfredrak Castle last night. I assure you that he is not fit to travel, and that I am only doing my duty in restraining him from doing so. It would be dangerous both for himself and others, as he is subject to fits of insanity." "That's a lie," I declared, and Taffy came unexpectedly to my assistance by adding, "Right you, the young gentleman's as sane as myself, is it? And it is a good master he is, too." As the Major looked from one to another of us doubtfully, Helmut brought up his reserves. With a gesture towards Nurse Cardew, he said, "This lady is a professional nurse. Since you appear to doubt me, she will tell you that she has seen the patient in such a violent state that she had to threaten to have him put into a straitjacket." She confirmed his statement at once, and added, "2 nights ago he was screaming obscenities and attacked the doctor." All these exchanges had taken place in less than a couple of minutes, but the train was overdue to leave, and the guard, who was standing on the fringe of the crowd, blew his whistle. The Major gave me a pitying look, and said, "I'm very sorry, but I really don't think I can interfere." Then he saluted politely and turned away. I thrust my hand in my pocket, pulled out the cheque and the letter for my bank manager, held them out to Taffy and cried, "Here you are! Quick, man! Jump on the train!" As Taffy snatched them, Helmut grasped him by the arm and snapped, "Give that to me!" I don't know if he realized that it was a cheque, or thought that it was a letter that I was trying to get off to somebody without his knowing its contents, but his act was the last straw that made me lose my temper completely. "Damn you!" I yelled. "Let him go! That's my money to do as I like with. He's earned it by doing his best to get me out of your filthy clutches. If you take that cheque from him, I'll call the police in and have you arrested for theft." But Taffy had already wrenched himself away and jumped on the moving train. To give him the papers, I had had to let go the railing, and Nurse Cardew seized the opportunity to start pushing me along the platform. Further resistance, now that the train had gone, was pointless, but having finally lost my temper, I continued to shout abuse at Helmut all the way to the car. Only when they had got me into it and were tying my wheelchair onto the grid behind did it suddenly dawn upon me that by my outburst I had provided Helmut with invaluable fresh evidence that he could use in seeking to prove me insane, as a score of people must have heard me raving at him. That thought, coming on top of my bitter disappointment, was more than I could bear. I broke down and wept. Later. I had to stop writing a quarter of an hour ago, as the memory of the ignominious manner in which I was brought back here after my attempted flight made me start crying again. Really, it is too absurd that a grown man like myself should give way to tears, but I suppose it is because my nerves have been reduced to shreds, and the appalling strain of knowing that my situation is going from bad to worse. The worst factor is the way in which Helmut is steadily gaining ground towards his secret objective of collecting enough evidence about my disturbed mental state to get me certified as a lunatic. But in addition, there are various changes that have resulted in the past week from my 2 attempts to escape. Taffy was a great stupid oaf with a streak of low cunning and greed in his make-up, but on the whole he wasn't a bad sort, and normally he was willing, cheerful and friendly. His departure was admittedly my own fault, but I am paying for it now pretty heavily, as his place has been taken by Helmut's man Conrad. There has never been any love lost between us at the best of times, and quite apart from the fact that I dislike him touching me anyhow, whenever Nurse Cardew is not with us, he takes an obvious delight in handling me roughly. Deb, too, was very far from being a gay and lovable companion, and my new nurse is no better. I'm sure she could be, but the trouble is that I set off on the wrong foot with her the very night she arrived, by taking that overdose of sleeping tablets. And since then she has seen little but the worst side of me. Unfortunately, I find it practically impossible to conceal any longer my hatred for Helmut, and she has already developed a strong admiration for him. So she regards me as an ungrateful young brute, and whenever his name crops up we snap at one another. She obviously does not like it here, which is quite understandable, seeing that she expected a quiet life looking after a simple spinal case, and now finds that she is in charge of someone whom she believes to be a dangerous lunatic. In addition, my latest escapade has made her work much more exacting, as she now has to come upstairs to me a dozen or more times every day. When they got me back here, Helmut again played the role of Uriah Heep and pretended to be greatly distressed about me. But his concern took the form of actually and officially making me a prisoner. Hating him as I do, I could not help feeling a sneaking admiration for the way he did it, as in achieving his secret object he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. On the drive back he declared that some means must be devised to prevent me from escaping again, in case I did myself an injury, and devilishly led Nurse Cardew into discussing with him how best this might be done. As I have twice succeeded in securing aid for an intended getaway, and might perhaps corrupt another of the servants to help me in a 3rd attempt, their problem really amounted to what arrangements could be made so that I would need more than one person's assistance to get me out of the house without their knowing. Helmut was driving, and Nurse Cardew sitting in the back with me. By that time I had more or less recovered from my weeping fit, and I cut in sarcastically, "Why don't you take me down to one of the dungeons and chain me to the wall? That's what they used to do to the poor wretches in Bedlam, isn't it?" That brought a shocked protest from them both, and assurances that they were only trying to protect me from the possibility of something awful happening to me as a result of my own folly. Then Nurse Cardew said a piece of her own which left me undecided if I ought to curse or kiss her. The gist of the remarks were, 1. She thought the best thing would be for her to take away my chair at nights, as 2 people would be needed to carry me, and even then it would be difficult for them to get me very far without it. 2. That was, unless the doctor would agree to moving me to an upstairs room, as in that case, even in my chair, no one person would be able to get me down the stairs. 3. In any case, it was clear that I had a phobia about my present room, and she had always understood that in mental cases the cause of the phobia should never be referred to and eliminated as far as possible. Therefore she felt most strongly that I ought to be moved. For the moment Helmut did not reply, as he was just driving up to the front of the house. While they got me out of the car and into my chair, my brain was working furiously. The previous afternoon I had considered the possibility of hypnotizing Nurse Cardew if Taffy failed me, and now, quite unconsciously, She was suggesting measures which would render any success in that direction futile, as well as actively cooperating with Helmut in seeking means to make certain that I should not get away again. On the other hand, if she managed to persuade him to move me to another room, it seemed that she would be rendering me an inestimable service. I felt sure that he would refuse, and that if he did it would cost him a lot in her estimation, even perhaps convince her that he was deliberately persecuting me by keeping me there, in which case I might soon be able to win her over completely. So it looked as if whichever way things went, I stood in to gain on the outcome. But Helmut wriggled out of the spot she had unconsciously put him on very neatly. When we were inside the hall, he said, "For your own protection, Toby, I shall adopt Nurse Cardew's suggestion. There is a room in the old part of the castle on the first floor, abutting onto the chapel. It has a little terrace of its own, so if we put you in there, it will be unnecessary to carry you down to the garden for your airings. And tucked away in the east wing of the castle, you won't even see any of the servants except my man Conrad, so you will not be under the temptation to try to bribe one of them." As he spoke, I caught just the suggestion of a malicious gleam in his tawny eyes, and I knew then that to make me a real prisoner had been his aim the whole time. If he had bluntly suggested doing so, that might have shocked and estranged Nurse Cardew, but he had skilfully led her into practically suggesting it herself, and had then made capital out of his willingness to pander to my phobia about being moved from my old room. So, here I am. After breakfast yesterday, several of the staff were mobilized to move furniture, and by midday I was installed with all my belongings in my new quarters. It is a big square room with a vaulted ceiling, a large open fireplace, and two arched doorways framing stout oak doors that have iron scrollwork and huge bolts on them. One of them leads to a spiral stone staircase, up which I was carried in my chair with considerable difficulty. The other leads to the terrace, which is about 25 feet across and shaped like the quarter segment of a circle. It lies in an angle of the castle, its two straight sides being formed by the outer wall of this room and the wall of another to which there is no entrance. The curved side is castellated, and this part of the battlements has a fine view over the lake, which lies about 15 feet below it. The room is not in bad condition. A little plaster has flaked off the ceiling, and here and there the wainscoting that lines the walls has been stained by patches of damp, but the fire, which is being lit daily to air it, will soon dry them out, and now that it has been furnished with such pieces as they could get up the narrow spiral stairs, it is quite comfortable. All the same, it gives one a somewhat eerie feeling to have been lifted out of a late Victorian setting and dumped down in another overnight that is still redolent of the Middle Ages. The thing about my old room that I miss most is the big south window. Here there is no window at all, at least not in the modern sense. Instead, a large iron grating about 6 feet long and 3 deep, let into the east wall, serves to provide the room with plenty of daylight and an ample supply of fresh air. As the grille is not fitted with glass, a blind, or even curtains, the wind whistling through it must make the place an ice-house in winter. But fortunately we are now in high summer, so that does not worry me at the moment. No blackout is needed, as the grille is not in an outer wall, but in that beyond which lies the partially ruined chapel. If I were able to stand, I could look through it down into the chapel, but as its lower ledge is about 5 feet 6 from the floor, I can see only on an upward angle some of the groined rafters of the decaying roof, and the tops of the upright balks of timber which have been wedged under them to prevent it falling in. Since I have been here, I have been wondering a lot what Helmut's motive can be in agreeing to my removal from the library. At first I was tremendously elated at the thought that at last I had escaped from the vicinity of the courtyard and that damnable band of moonlight. But somehow I cannot bring myself to feel any permanent sense of security on account of my move. The courtyard is on the far side of the chapel from the lake, but that is no great distance, and the idea has begun to prey upon my mind that the thing, having some horrible form of intelligence, may know of my move and follow me here, or Helmut may have some way of telling it where I am. If it does seek me out here, and climb up the chapel wall to the grating, I shall be forced to look on it for the first time face to face, that is, if there is moonlight filtering through the broken roof of the chapel. When Nurse Cardew and Conrad left me last night, I had a bad half-hour fearing that might happen, but to my great relief, the weather changed. It began to rain gently, and the moon could not get through the clouds. There is another thing that has been worrying me all day. Just as I was dropping off to sleep last night at about 11 o'clock, I heard footsteps. They were light and clear, and sounded as if someone was descending a stone staircase behind the head of my bed. At the time I thought nothing of it, but this morning I suddenly realized that the wall behind my bedhead is an outer wall of the castle, and I am certain that there is no staircase there. Can those footsteps be the first indication of some fresh manifestation of evil to which Helmut is about to subject me? Is that why he put me in this room? They cannot have been made by any human agency unless they are some curious echo. Perhaps that is the explanation. Pray God it is, for my nerves are strained to breaking point already. Wednesday, the 3rd of June. I slept badly last night, but thank God had no actual trouble. It was stormy again, and the moonlight only showed fitfully now and then through the grating. This morning I managed to get a look through it down into the chapel, but in doing so I got myself into a bit of a mess, which ended with surprising and terrifically exciting results. As I have mentioned before, my shoulders and arms are very strong. After I had had my airing on the battlements, I wheeled myself up to the grating sideways on, and stretched up my right hand as high as it would go. I was just able to get a firm grip on the ledge, and, exerting all my strength, pulled myself up until I could grasp the iron grille with my left hand. Then I shifted the right to a firmer hold, and, hanging there, peered through. The chapel is both long and lofty. In fact, it is as big as the average country church. Its floor is a good 25 feet below me, as to give it additional height, the old builders sank it about 12 feet into the ground. Actually, I suppose they excavated the whole site for the castle to that depth, or more, and instead of making cellars and dungeons out of this bit, carried the walls and pillars of the chapel straight up from the foundations. It must have been a damp and cheerless place to worship in, as its floor is well below the level of the lake, which runs parallel to its south wall, and only about 40 feet away. But our ancestors don't seem to have minded damp and cold as much as we do. The roof is about 15 feet above my head, and is not as badly damaged as I expected. There are a few big rents in it, but they are all this end. Looking down from the grille, I was directly facing the altar, and the whole of the far half of the roof over the chancel, and a good part of the nave, is intact. There are now no pews in the chapel, as it has not been used for many years, but there are a number of large stone box-like graves with effigies of chaps in armour and their ladies on them, as the lords of Llanfadrach were always buried here. Parts of 4 out of the 6 pillars, which were the main support of the roof, have crumbled away, and it has been shored up in places with wooden scaffolding. It looks, too, as if its disintegration has been arrested, as there is no debris littering the stone floor. In fact, the whole place is as clean as if it had been swept out yesterday, which seems rather surprising. I was just wondering why anyone should bother to keep it in such good order when my chair slipped from under my feet, and I found myself stranded like a fly on the wall, clinging to the grating. It was a quarter of an hour before Nurse Cardew came in and found me like that. She promptly pushed my chair back and got me down into it, while scolding me for taking such a risk of injuring myself. I simply laughed at her and said that I could have hung on there for an hour or more without serious discomfort, had I wished. She looked me straight in the eye and said, "I don't believe it, unless you were taking some of the weight on your feet." I said I didn't think that I had been, not perceptibly anyhow, upon which she told me to put my hands on her shoulders and try to stand up. I tried, and I couldn't manage it, but she is amazingly strong for a girl, and she practically lifted me into an upright position. With one hand grasping the grating and the other round her neck, we found that I could just remain erect for a moment or two. Nurse Cardew says that is a sure sign that my back is mending, and that although we must go very carefully, if I practice standing like that for a short time every day, until I can take the whole of my own weight, there is a real chance that I may eventually be able to walk again. I gather that I should be doing well if I could walk from one room to another, unaided by this time next year, but to me, even such a modest prospect is wildly exciting. Besides, once I can manage a dozen steps, they would let me have crutches. They daren't as things are, for if a crutch slipped I should go flat on my face, or on my back, and if my head struck something hard I might kill myself. But if I was strong enough to recover my balance, there would be no danger of that, and with the aid of crutches I could get about all over the place. This really is terrific, and Nurse Cardew seemed as pleased as I was. She has a nice smile that lights up her freckled face and really makes her quite pretty while it lasts. But like a fool I spoilt the whole thing by asking her if she managed to keep Helmut in his place last night, and got the tart answer to mind your own business. I knew that she had had dinner with him because she told me she was going to yesterday afternoon. She asked me if I minded having my evening massage a little earlier than usual, so that she would have longer to change out of uniform. Naturally, I agreed. I could hardly have done otherwise, and I forbore to make any comment. However, a few minutes after having snapped me up this morning, she resumed the subject of her own accord. She said, "I do wish you would try to get these horrid ideas about Dr. Lazikia out of your head. It was kind of him to ask me to have dinner with him, and I hope he does again. He couldn't have been more charming, and the pre-war atmosphere of candlelight and wine made a nice change for me from the routine of having my meals served on a tray in the small library." There was nothing much I could say to that which would not have led to another row, so I let it pass. I wish, though, that she had been here as a fly on the wall when Helmut was discussing the replacement of Deb, and had heard him say that it would be fun to have someone fresh to sleep with, as I am quite sure that he would never bother to ask her to dine with him unless he had designs on her. As she is so young, Helmut may have decided that the best policy is not to rush his fences. On the other hand, it may be a case of still waters run deep. No girl can be a nurse and remain ignorant of sex, and this one looks healthy enough to have the usual urges of her age. If she had been educated at Wayland's, she would be a veteran by this time. Still, I don't believe somehow that she is that kind. Those queer footsteps came again last night, and I heard them twice. First at 11 o'clock as before, and, as I was wakeful, again about 1 o'clock. The second time they were going back up the stairs. Yet there cannot be a staircase there. It hardly seems possible that the thing could make that sort of noise, yet it gave me a slight fit of the jitters. Thank God that tomorrow is Thursday. Unless fate plays me some scurvy trick to prevent Uncle Paul turning up, within 24 hours now, I'll be a free man again. Thursday, the 4th of June. Last night it was calm with a clear sky, so for the first time I saw the full effect of a bright moon in this room. Praises be, there is no thick bar of it on the floor, as there was downstairs, for it does not shine in direct through the grating. It comes through the holes in the chapel roof, then filters through here, filling the room with a soft radiance, but it was not strong enough to throw a shadow of the criss-cross bars of the grille. As the appearance of the horror is so tied up in my mind with moonlight, I was naturally in a pretty nervy state, and when the footsteps came again at 11 o'clock I broke out into a sweat. But nothing happened, and after a bit I managed to get off to sleep. This morning, while I was sitting in the sunshine on my terrace, I went over in my mind what I mean to say to Uncle Paul. As he has always been very decent to me, I dislike the idea of being tough with him. But I am afraid that is the only way I can make certain of getting him to stand up to Helmut. I have always been rather sorry for my uncle, as in the natural course of events he should have come in for his share of the Jugg millions, and be a rich man in his own right. But that he did not, and will be almost entirely dependent on me after I attain my majority, is largely his own fault. His early life before he married Julia was really rather a shocking record of weakness and stupidity. When he came down from Cambridge in 1917, my grandfather secured him a commission in the Welsh Guards. But early in 1919 he got tight one night at the Berkeley and struck a waiter who was trying to persuade him to go home. Naturally, that led to a pretty nasty stink, and I gather that he narrowly escaped being cashiered. But they let him off with sending in his papers. The old man sent him to South Africa for a couple of years to be out of the way while he sowed the rest of his wild oats, then brought him home in 1921 and put him into the offices of our Newcastle shipyards. There he got involved with a typist, and his father had to pay a tidy sum to prevent an action for breach of promise being brought. He was transferred to London after that so that an eye could be kept on him, but that didn't do much good. He was always at the races instead of the office, and in the next few years my grandfather had to pay up his racing debts on 3 occasions. Then he got into the hands of a real top-line card sharper, one of the chaps who do things on the grand scale, with a nice little house in Mayfair, run a perfectly straight game for a whole season, and take just 1 mug for a ride in a big way at the end of it. In the season of 1925, Uncle Paul was the mug selected, and in an all-night session he was stung for £7,000. It all appeared perfectly above board, as there were scores of other gamblers who were prepared to swear to the honesty of the crook. My grandfather paid again, but that was the end. Uncle Paul was sent abroad with 1,000 a year, payable monthly, and told that in the future he could go bankrupt or go to prison, but he would not get another cent. In 1928 he married Julia. I have no doubt that he was in love with her on account of her bewitching beauty, but in addition she is connected with the noble Roman house of Colonna, and I think he thought that a respectable marriage would put him right with his father. But it didn't. Albert Abel I would not even receive them, and Julia has no money of her own, so they took the Willows and settled down there in the hope that the old man would relent. That is where Uncle Paul was unlucky. Before sufficient time had elapsed for his father really to appreciate that he had turned over a new leaf, the air crash put an end to his chances. So poor Uncle Paul's own income is still no more than it was when he had the little house at Kew. Later. Uncle Paul has been and is now on his way back to London. He arrived in time to lunch with Helmut, and immediately afterwards Helmut brought him up here. Perhaps it is the result of having lived for 3 years in an area constantly subject to air raids, but I thought Uncle Paul was looking a lot older. He can't be much more than 43, but his red hair has got a lot of grey in it now, and the pouches under his eyes are heavier than ever, so he might easily be taken for 50. All the same, his ruddy face does not look unhealthy, and he greeted me with his usual hearty manner.
"Hello, old boy, it's grand to see you again. Wish I could have come down before, but this cussed war keeps me so fearfully busy. Never realized in the old days that serious farming took up so much time. Still, we must all do what we can, eh?"
Helmut was standing in the doorway, looking like a benevolent bishop. I had feared that I might have considerable trouble getting rid of him, but not a bit of it. With a smile he said, "I'm sure you would like to have a talk with your uncle alone, so I will leave you now." And off he went. I heard his footsteps echoing on the stone stairs, so I am quite sure that he did not linger to listen through the keyhole to what I had to say about him. Meanwhile, Uncle Paul was saying how Julia had sent me her fondest love, and that when he had shown her my letter she had wanted to come too, but that he hadn't let her because last week she was in bed for several days with a nasty go of summer flu, and although she is up again now, he didn't think she was really fit enough to make such a tiring journey. In view of the way I meant to deal with my uncle, I was by no means sorry that she had not come, but I was a bit perturbed by the apparent indifference with which Helmut had left us on our own, and debarred himself from the possibility of butting in on us at a critical juncture. It argued enormous self-confidence on his part, or else that he had already anticipated me and fixed Uncle Paul over lunch. So, after we had exchanged platitudes for a bit, I sought to test the situation by saying, "I don't know if Helmut has mentioned it to you, Uncle, but he and I haven't been on awfully good terms lately."
"I say, old boy, I'm fearfully sorry to hear that."
Uncle Paul looked a shade uncomfortable, but he had not answered my question, so I persisted. "He and I hold distinctly different views as to the state of my health, and I was wondering if by any chance he had suggested to you that the injury to my spine might now be having an unfortunate effect on my brain." Uncle Paul looked really uncomfortable at that, and began to shuffle his large feet about, as he replied,
"To tell you the truth, old man, he did say something to that effect. Nothing definite, you know, but just that recently you seem to be getting some rather potty ideas into your head. If I'd taken what he said seriously, I'd have been damned worried, fearfully upset. But I didn't, and anyone with half an eye can see that you're as fit as a 2-year-old.
"Thanks, Uncle," I said quietly. "I'm glad you feel that, because one of the reasons why I asked you to come down was to make a request which you may think rather unreasonable. I know it will sound to you like an invalid's whim, and one that is going to cause quite a lot of needless trouble, but I have given the matter very careful consideration, and I am absolutely set on it. I don't like being here at Llanfadrak, and I want you to make immediate arrangements for my removal." Evidently Helmut had briefed him on that one, as he produced all the arguments against it that Helmut had used to me. I let him ramble on for a couple of minutes. Then I said, "All right, let's leave that for a minute while I put up to you another idea. You will consider this one much more startling, but I have excellent reasons for making my request. I want you to sack Helmut." His pale blue eyes fairly popped out of his head.
"Sack Helmut?" he repeated. "My dear old boy, you can't be serious. I mean, what's he done?"
"What he's done," I said, "is to make himself a sort of Himmler so far as I'm concerned. He has got this bee in his bonnet that I'm going nuts, so he's now treating me as though I were an escaped Borstal boy of 15, and I won't bloody well have it. Do you know that during the past month or more he has had the impertinence to stop all my letters to Julia?" He nodded.
"Yes, he told me that. He was afraid it would upset us if we all knew that— well, you know what I mean. Got the idea that you were going gaga or something."
"Look, Uncle," I caught his glance and held it. "I am as sane as I ever was. But if I were going gaga, who are the first people who ought to be informed of that?"
"Myself and Julia," he admitted a bit sheepishly.
"Right then," I cracked in. "Helmut has exceeded his duties and abused his position. I am now making a formal request to you, as my guardian, that you should sack him."
But I can't, old man. It just isn't on, you know. With the best will in the world, I couldn't do that. You seem to forget that he is a trustee."
"What about it?" I retorted. "In just over a fortnight I shall attain my majority. On June the 20th, the Board of Trustees will cease to have any further function. The whole outfit has to cash in to me, then it goes up in smoke. It is you, Uncle, who seem to have forgotten that." He gave me an unhappy glance from beneath his red eyebrows.
"Of course, Toby, old boy, I quite see what you mean. But all the same, after all these years, we can't just kick Helmut out. It wouldn't be playing the game."
My tone was acid as I remarked, "After nearly a year as a helpless cripple, I am no longer interested in games. Helmut is endeavouring to keep me here against my will, and I am not going to stand for it. I want to leave Llanfair Drac, and leave at the earliest possible moment."
"But hang it, old chap, we've just been into that, and you couldn't be better situated than you are here as long as there is a war on."
Feeling that I had now got to make him face up to the issue, I said firmly, "That is beside the point. I want to get out, and I'm going to get out. If you're afraid to sack Helmut, leave it to me, and I'll do it myself in a fortnight's time. But either he goes, or you take me with you when you leave. Now, what about it?" For a moment he sat in miserable silence. Then he muttered,
"Toby, this isn't like you. I'm really beginning to be afraid that there is something in what Helmut said, and that you're no longer quite all right in the upper story."
I hadn't wanted to discuss the implications of that idea with him, as if Helmut does succeed in getting me into a loopy bin, I may never get out. But Helmut may have already put that possibility into his head. So on second thoughts I decided that it would be best to put all the cards on the table, and bluff for all I was worth that I was completely confident that even if I was certified, I would manage to regain my freedom later. I gave him a calm, steady smile, and threw the cat among the pigeons. "You know perfectly well, Uncle, that you have never talked to a saner man than I am at this moment. Since Helmut has given you the idea that I am going nuts, there is something else I've got to tell you. It is my considered opinion that for criminal ends he has been deliberately trying to create that impression."
"Oh, come, old man, that's a frightful thing to say about a chap. After all, he is one of us, even if he is a Czech. And why in the world should he?"
"Because he wants to keep his hold over me. You know as well as I do that he and Isaac are virtually running the Board of Trustees at the moment. If it could be shown that I am unfitted to take over, they would go on running it, and that's what they want. That might benefit certain innocent parties too, Uncle, such as yourself, but only for a time."
"What the hell are you driving at?" he protested.
I shrugged and put up my big bluff. "Simply this. If Helmut could get me certified, you, as well as he, would continue to enjoy the director's fees and other perks that you get from being a trustee. But, clever as Helmut is, he could not succeed in stalling me out of my inheritance indefinitely. Sooner or later the doctors are going to agree that I am fit to handle my affairs. Once that happens, the balloon goes up." I'll be Jugg of Juggernauts and all the rest of the caboodle. For those who have stood by me, nothing will be too good. But God help anyone who has lent Helmut a hand, either actively or passively, to play his dirty game." I felt the time had come to be really tough, so after a moment's pause I went on. "One way and another, you've been jolly decent to me, Uncle Paul, and I'm very grateful to you. But you haven't been ill-rewarded for giving me a home. The trustees agreed that I should be brought up in the sort of surroundings I should have enjoyed if my father had still been alive. Queensclear and Kensington Palace Gardens were kept on, and you were allowed 20,000 a year to maintain them as a suitable background for me. I couldn't have cost you more than 1/20th of that, and the rest was yours to play around with as you liked. For 13 years you have lived like a prince on my money. You have had your hunters, your racing stable, your shooting and trips to Deauville and the south of France whenever you felt that way inclined. I don't grudge you one moment of the fun you've had. All I want to know this afternoon is if you wish it to go on." He stared at me, his mouth under his brushed-up guard's moustache a little agape. Then he stammered, Is this what you meant when you asked me to come down to see you about future financial arrangements?" "That's it, Uncle," I said. "Until quite recently, I have always had it in mind that when I come of age, I would make a settlement to ensure that you and Julia should have everything in reason that you wanted for the rest of your lives. I'd still like to do that, but I'm in a spot. You may think some of my present views a little eccentric, but you know darned well that I am not insane. If anyone has gone a bit haywire, it is Helmut, but you have got to side with either him or me. I am appealing to you now as my legal guardian, and if you do as I wish, you are going to be in clover, not for a few months only, but for good and all. If you prefer to shelve your responsibility and leave me in his hands, one fine morning you are going to wake up to find yourself stark naked in the breeze, because from the moment I do get control of the Jugg millions, you are going to be right back where you were 13 years ago, and as God is my witness, you shall never see another penny of them." I suppose it was pretty brutal, and I could never have put it so bluntly if Julia had been with him. Afterwards I felt an awful cad about it, but not at the time, and it had a most curious effect on him. He hunched his shoulders and almost cowered away from me, as though he was a dog that I had been giving a beating. Then, when I'd done, he gave a slight shudder and sighed. "You mean that, Toby, don't you? Perhaps old Albert Abel was right to leave you the Jugg Empire lock, stock and barrel, although you were only a kid. Perhaps even then he sensed that you had something of himself in you and would make a go of it. I believe you will too, if you're ever able to get about again. Anyway, he was right about me. There was too much money for me to have gambled it all away, but cads like Isaac would have had the breeches off me within a couple of years. They won't off you, though. When you were speaking just now, it might have been your grandfather browbeating some wretched competitor into selling out. I had no idea you could be so hard." "I'm not being hard," I countered. "I'm only being logical. I'm up against it, and I'm simply using such weapons as I possess, that's all. I know you're frightened of Helmut. Everybody is. That's why I have to go to the limit to get you on my side. Otherwise, I would never have put it the way I did." He nodded. "I see your point, old man. Lot in it, too. Mind, I don't believe for a minute that you're right about Helmut. He honestly thinks you've gone a bit queer, and that the fewer people who get to know about it, the better. As he has been stopping your letters, and you couldn't let us know how you felt about wanting to leave Llanfedrach, I suppose there's quite a case for your having tried to escape on your own. But that nice young nurse of yours tells me that you've created merry hell here more than once, and used the most fearful language." "True enough," I admitted,
And wouldn't you, if you were treated like a prisoner? I'm not even allowed in the garden now. And look at this room. Can you possibly imagine anything more like a cell in the Bastille? I could get Helmut to alter all that, he offered a little more cheerfully. But as you say yourself, he's a tough proposition. I'm afraid it would take a greater nerve than I've got to sack him, even if that were justified, which I don't think it is. And as the trustees placed you in his care, I don't at all like the idea of telling him that I've made other plans for you. You are going to, though, aren't you? I insisted, striving to keep the anxiety out of my voice. Getting him to ease up the prison routine is not enough. I am relying on you to get me out of his clutches at once, and for good. Yes, old man, I quite see that. He stood up, and thrusting his hands into his trouser pockets, began to pace agitatedly back and forth, evidently wondering how best he could set about the unpleasant task I had forced upon him. After a few turns, he stopped in his tracks and faced me. "Look here, Toby, I can't tackle Helmut alone. He's too fast for me. In any argument over you, he'd win in a canter, you know that. You must give me a day or two to get a bit of help for the job." "What sort of help?" I asked suspiciously. "Well, if I called a meeting of the trustees, exclusive of Helmut, and they—" "No good," I cut him short. "It would take at least a week to get them together. I can't wait that long." "All right, old man, all right. But I could have a word with one or two of them and get their backing. Isaac and Roberts are both still in London. Besides, I simply must talk to Julia about it. She'll be fearfully upset, as she has always taken such a good view of Helmut. But she's much cleverer than I am, and once she realizes that you're dead set on being moved, she'll think of some way of doing the trick neatly." I saw that if I forced him to act there and then, he would only make a mess of things. So, with considerable reluctance, I said, "Very well, then. But the best I can do is to give you 48 hours. I hate to put it this way, Uncle, but I really did mean all I said a little while back. So, for your own sake as well as mine, don't let Isaac or anyone argue you round into doing nothing. I'm pretty well at the end of my tether, and if you haven't got me away from here by the weekend, I shall consider that you have deliberately let me down. Is that clear?" "Yes, old man." Uncle Paul nodded vigorously. "You've made it as plain as a pikestaff. Not giving me much time to work in, though, are you? I'd meant to stay here the night, but since you're in such a desperate hurry, perhaps I'd better travel back to London this evening." "I think that would be an excellent idea," I agreed. "As a matter of fact, I meant to suggest it, because as things are, I think it would be a very bad thing for you to spend the evening with Helmut. Seeing that it's a fine afternoon, he is almost certain to be out at this hour, so if you telephone for a car at once, you may be able to get away without even seeing him. Anyway, I'm sure you'd be well advised to avoid a long session with him tonight. He's a persuasive devil, and drinking a couple of bottles of Coburn's 12 with him after dinner might cost you a 5-figure income." He laughed a little weakly. "By gad, Toby, you've got a darned unpleasant sense of humour, but it's just like your grandfather's." "I wasn't being funny," I said quietly. After that we said goodbye, and he hurried off to order a car and get his things repacked while waiting for it. An hour and a half later, Helmut came in. He gave me a searching look and said, "What's happened to your uncle? Why did he rush off like that?" "How would I know?" I replied with a bland smile. "He said something about not being able to stay the night because he had urgent business in London." A cat-like grin spread over Helmut's face, and he gave a sudden sardonic laugh. "If you think that your Uncle Paul is capable of removing you from my care, you are making a big mistake. Kill or cure, I mean to see this matter through, and you still have a lot to learn about my powers for asserting my will." Then he turned on his heel and marched out of the room.
In spite of what he said, there was something in his manner which told me that he was both annoyed and a little rattled at Uncle Paul having sidestepped him, and I am pretty confident that I have really scared my uncle into taking action. So although I'm very far from being out of the wood, I feel tonight that I can at least see a ray of daylight. Friday, the 5th of June. I have solved the mystery of the footsteps. Doing so shook me to the core. I break out in a muck-sweat when I recall the terror that engulfed me as a result of my curiosity overcoming my fears. It was the knowledge that the odds are now on my being out of here before the weekend is over that had restored my nerve and tempted me into opening this Pandora's box. When I heard those steps on the stairs again last night at the usual hour, I plucked up all my courage and rapped with my knuckles sharply on the wainscoting behind the head of my bed. The steps halted for a moment, then went on. I rapped again. They halted again. Then there came a weird creaking sound. It is now 7 nights since the moon was full, so tomorrow she will be passing into her last quarter. The light she gives is already nowhere near as bright as it was. It does no more than make the grating stand out as a luminous patch in the middle of the wall, and dilute the darkness with a faint greyness. I could barely discern the outline of my bedside table, and the wall beyond it was a solid patch of blackness, until, as the creaking sounded, it was split by a long, thin ribbon of light. I held my breath, and my heart began to thump. I wished to God that I had let sleeping dogs lie, but by then it was too late to do anything except curse myself for a fool. A bony hand suddenly emerged from the strip of light. I saw it plainly. I cowered back. My teeth clenched in an instinctive effort to check the scream that rose to my throat. It was a small hand, but the fingers were very long, and the knuckles very pronounced. It seemed to claw at the nearest edge of the lighted strip. The creaking recommenced. The strip of light widened. I realized then that a panel in the wainscoting was being forced back. I wondered frantically what frightful thing I had so wantonly summoned to me. Something I knew was about to emerge from behind the panel into the room. Was the hand human, or the limb of some ghastly satanic entity that had its origin in the pit? I was so overcome with fear as to what I might see next that I shut my eyes. The creaking ceased, and was followed by a rustling sound. Then there was a faint clatter and a shuffling on the floor only a yard from my bed. My eyes started open, and I saw a vague grey figure leaning forward to peer at me. I shrunk away, thrusting out my hands to protect myself, and moaning with terror. Suddenly the figure laughed, a high-pitched, unnatural, eerie cackle. The sound seemed to turn my blood to water. Then its voice came, brittle but human, with a childlike treble note.
"Why, it's Toby Jugg. What are you doing up here?"
With a gasp of ineffable relief, I realized that this midnight visitor was only my poor, old, half-witted great-aunt Sarah, and that the outer wall of the castle must contain a secret stairway that she uses for some purpose of her own each night. "God, what a fright you gave me!" I exclaimed, with a semi-hysterical laugh. Then I levered myself up in the bed with my hands, till I was sitting propped against the pillows to get a better look at her. She had left her candle on the steps behind the opening of the panel through which she had come. By its light I could see now that she was wrapped in a long pale blue dressing gown, the skirts of which trailed on the floor. Her scant hair hung in grey wisps about her thin face, and her eyes gleamed with a bright, feverish light.
As I took in the macabre figure that she cut, I felt that I had no reason to be ashamed of the panic with which I had been seized at the first glimpse of her. Despite the fact that she entirely lacked the aura of evil that had made my flesh creep with the coming of the shadow, she was infinitely nearer to the ghost of tradition, and I am sure that on coming face to face with such an apparition at dead of night, plenty of people far braver than I am would have lost their nerve. Picking up her candlestick and holding the light aloft so that she could see me better, she repeated in her shrill treble,
"What are you doing up here, Toby Jugg?"
Since my arrival at Llanfydrach, I had seen her only about half a dozen times with her companion in the garden, and although I had exchanged a few words with the latter, she had never spoken to me herself, so I was surprised that she even knew who I was. Evidently the old girl was not entirely gaga, and as I wanted to find out what she was up to, I said, as gently as I could, "Dr. Lizicki had me moved up here a few days ago, Aunt Sarah. I'm living here now. You don't mind that, do you? But what are you doing? Why do you go down those stairs every night at 11 o'clock?
"To dig my tunnel,"
she replied at once. Then a sudden look of fear came into her eyes, and she clapped a skinny hand over her mouth, like a child who realizes that it has inadvertently let out a secret. "Why are you digging a tunnel?" I asked quietly.
"You won't tell? You won't tell? Please, Toby Jugg, please. Nettie must never know. She would stop me. He's waiting for me there. I am his only hope. You won't tell, Nettie? Please, please."
Her words came tumbling out in a spate of apprehension. By Nettie I guessed she meant her old sourpuss of a companion, Miss Nettlefold. "I wouldn't dream of telling anyone," I assured her, "but now you've told me about the tunnel, there is no reason why you shouldn't share the rest of your secret with me, is there? Where does your tunnel go to? And who is he?"
"Why, he is Lancelot, of course."
Her eyes widened with surprise at my ignorance.
"Surely you know that she is keeping him a prisoner there, at the bottom of the lake."
Bit by bit, I got the whole story of the strange fancies that for many years have obsessed the poor old madwoman's brain. The bare facts I already knew. When she was a girl of 20, she fell in love with the last Lord Llanfydrach, and he with her. She was many years younger than her only brother, my grandfather, so although he was not then the multi-millionaire that he afterwards became, he had already amassed a considerable fortune. Nevertheless, the Llanfydrachs were a proud old feudal family, and the young lord's mother was most averse to his marrying the sister of a jumped-up Yorkshire industrialist, so there was considerable opposition to the match. All this happened well over 40 years ago, and in Queen Victoria's time young people were kept on a pretty tight rein. So for a while the lovers had great difficulty in even meeting in secret, and every possible pressure was put on young Lancelot Llanfydrach to make him give great Aunt Sarah up. Probably it was that opposition which made them madder than ever about one another. Anyhow, they wouldn't give in, and eventually Albert Abel took matters in hand. He came down here to see old Lady Llanfydrach, and somehow succeeded in fixing matters for his sister. The engagement was formally announced, and little Sarah Jugg was asked down to meet her fiancé's family in the ancestral home. She had been here only a few days when the most appalling tragedy occurred. They were out in a punt on the lake, and Lancelot was fishing. He missed his footing and went in head down. It seems that he must have got caught in the weeds at the bottom of that first plunge, for he never came up. He simply disappeared before her eyes. The lake is very deep in parts, and they never recovered his body. The shock turned her brain. Against all reason, she insisted that he would come up sooner or later, and that she must remain near the lake until he did. All efforts to persuade her to leave the district were in vain, and eventually Albert Abel bought the castle from Lady Llanfordrak so that poor great-aunt Sarah could have her wish and live by the lake for the rest of her days. That is where fact ends and the strange weaving of her own imagination begins. Perhaps her fiancé's name, having been Lancelot, is the basis of the fancies that years of brooding over her tragedy have built up in her mind. Or it may be that local tradition has it that this lake in the Welsh mountains is the original one of the Arthurian legend. In any case, she believes that the Lady of the Lake lives in it, and, being jealous of her, snatched Lancelot from her arms. She is convinced that he is still alive, but a prisoner at the bottom of the lake, and that her mission is to rescue him. This apparently can be done only by digging a tunnel over 1/2 a mile long through the foundations of the castle and right out to beneath the dead centre of the lake. Then Lancelot will do a little digging on his own account, and, having made a hole in its bottom over her tunnel, will escape through it to live with her happily ever after. I asked her how far she still had to go, what the tunnel was like, and various other questions. It seems that it is only large enough to crawl through, and that she shores it up as she goes along with odd bits of floorboard and roofing that she collects from some of the rooms in the castle that have been allowed to fall into ruin. But progress is slow, and she does not get far enough to need a new roof prop more than about once in 6 weeks. It was the wizard Merlin who put her onto this idea for rescuing her lover, and he told her that the whole thing would prove a flop if she used a tool of any kind, or even a bit of stick to dig with, and that each night she must take every scrap of dirt she removes out under her clothes. So it is a kind of labour of Hercules, and the poor old thing is doing the whole job with her bare hands. Merlin also put another snag in it. He said that she must not arouse the Lady of the Lake's suspicions by digging straight towards the centre of the lake. Instead, the tunnel must go the whole length of the chapel, then out as far as the bridge, and only there turn in towards its final objective. On 4 occasions, too, while burrowing alongside the chapel, she came up against impenetrable walls of stone in the foundations, and, after years of wasted work, had to start again practically from the beginning. That has worried her a lot, as she is a bit uncertain now in which direction she really is going. But she thinks it is all right, as she can hear Lancelot's voice calling to her and encouraging her more clearly than she could a few years ago. He is being very good and patient about the long delay in getting him out, and he must certainly be a knight sans peur et sans reproche, as he still refuses even to kiss the hand of the black-haired Circe, who has made him her captive, in spite of the fact that she comes and waggles herself at him nightly. At least that's what he tells great-aunt Sarah, and who am I to disbelieve him? I should have thought that after the Dark Enchantress had put in her first 20 years, attempting every evening to vamp Lancelot without success, she would have gone a bit stale on the type, and started looking around for a more responsive beau. But evidently she and my great-aunt are running about neck to neck in this terrific endurance contest. After talking to the old girl for about half an hour, I had got the whole pathetic business out of her. By then she was obviously anxious to get along down to her digging, so I once more promised that I wouldn't give her secret away, and closing the secret panel carefully behind her, she left me. So far, today has been one of the pleasantest that I have had for a long time. My quadrant of private terrace faces south-south-east, so it gets full sunshine till well past midday, and all the morning I sat out there with Sally. I call Nurse Cardew Sally now, as she says she prefers it. After we had been out there a little while, she asked me if I thought it would be terribly unprofessional if she sunbathed, and I said of course not. So she went in and changed into a frightfully fetching bathing dress, white satin with no back and darned little front, which she said she had bought at Antibes the summer before the war. She is a Juno-esque wench, and it would take a man of my size to pick her up and spank her, but she has one hell of a good figure. Before I had a chance to take in this eyeful properly, she started in to get my upper things off, and she stripped me to the waist so that I could sunbathe too. Then she lay down on a rug near my chair, and we spent the next 2 hours talking all sorts of nonsense. But of course the thing that has really made such a difference to my outlook is my talk with Uncle Paul yesterday. I am certain that I scared the pants off him, and convinced him that he will practically be selling matches in the gutter unless he gets me out of this before I am a couple of days older. Saturday, the 6th of June. Another lovely morning, and more sunbathing with Sally on the terrace. After we had been chatting for a while, I asked her if she really and truly believed that I was nuts, and would be prepared to take her oath to that effect in a court of law. She looked up at me from where she was lying on her rug, and her nice, freckled face was intensely serious, as she replied, "I'd hate to do that, but I'm afraid I'd have to, Toby. Of course, you're not out of your mind at all frequently, but very few mental people are all the time. I wouldn't have believed that you were mental at all if I hadn't seen you as you were last week, and known about your quite unreasoned hatred of Dr. Lissicki." "Surely," I said, controlling my voice as carefully as I could, "the riots you saw me create downstairs in the library, and after my escape, could easily be accounted for as outbursts of temper, due to the frustration felt by an invalid who believes that an undue restraint is being put upon him." She pulled hard on her cigarette. "But that's just the trouble, Toby. You imagine that an undue restraint is being put upon you, but it isn't really so. Are you absolutely convinced of that?" "Absolutely. There is nothing whatever about the arrangements here, or Dr. Lissicki's treatment of you, to suggest that you are being persecuted, yet you think you are. So I'm afraid there is no escaping the fact that you are suffering from a form of persecution mania." "All right, then," I said after a moment. "Naturally, I don't agree about that, but we'll let it pass. Do you think that my state would justify putting me in an asylum?" "Oh, please, let's not talk about it," she begged. "Tell me about some of the exciting times you had when you were in the RAF." "No, Sally. I want you to answer my question," I insisted. "Well, then," she said in a rather small voice, "if you must know, I think it might. That is, if these bouts of yours continue. You see, nearly all lunacy is periodic, and yours seems to take the classic form in which the subject is affected by the moon. Dr. Lissicki says that you are perfectly normal during the rest of the month, but suffer from these outbreaks whenever the moon is near full. This last time you raved, used the most filthy language, which I'm sure you would never do in front of me when you are your real self, wept and became violent. And that," I cut in bitterly, "is just what mad people do, isn't it?" She nodded. "I'm afraid it is. So, you see, if you go on getting these attacks every month, it may become necessary to put you under restraint while they last. But that would be only for a few days each time, of course. And please don't worry yourself about it, because that sort of mental trouble is perfectly curable, and I'm sure that you'll be quite all right again in a few months." "Thanks, Sally," I said. "I'm very grateful to you for being honest with me.
Now we'll talk of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, or of anything else that you like. And we did, for the rest of the morning. All the same, I am damnably disturbed by what she said. She may admire Helmut, but I am positive that she is not under his thumb to the extent of deliberately deceiving me on his instructions. She was speaking from her own convictions, and with considerable reluctance. I am certain of that, and it has given me furiously to think. Of course, she knows nothing of the huge financial interests that are involved in this question of my sanity or madness, and she knows nothing about the horror which is the prime cause of my outbursts. But did I really see that shadow? Or did I only think I did, owing to my mind having become subject to the malefic influence of the moon? I can't help wishing now that I had never raised the matter with Sally, and forced her to answer my questions. Monday, the 8th of June. This journal has served an admirable purpose. Keeping it has helped to distract my thoughts from my anxieties for many hours during the past 5 weeks. But to continue it further is now pointless, so I am making this last entry simply to round it off neatly. Some day, when I am quite well again, mentally I mean, I may read it through with interest and I think astonishment at the extraordinary thoughts that have recently agitated my poor mind. So it is worth the trouble of giving it a proper ending. During the past 48 hours a lot has happened. Just before tea-time on Saturday, Uncle Paul returned as he had promised, and he brought Julia with him. They had tea with me. Over it they told me that they had already had a talk with Helmut, and that he had said that he would not raise the slightest objection to their taking me away with them. He was sorry that I wished to remove myself from his care, and considered that I should be very ill-advised to do so, but if I were decided to take that course, I was perfectly free to go when and where I liked. Naturally, at the time, I thought he was putting on a hypocritical act, to cover as best he could his inability to defy the trustees openly. But I was greatly relieved to think that the matter was already settled, and that I had, in the end, achieved my victory with so little trouble. After tea, Uncle Paul left Julia and I together, and we settled down to a real heart-to-heart. She was looking as lovely as ever, and it seems impossible to believe that she is 33. She has hardly changed at all since she reached the height of her beauty, and I don't think a stranger would take her for more than 26 or 7. When I was a little boy, I never understood why the angels in the scripture books that Nanny Trotter used to read to me were invariably portrayed as fair, and after I first saw Julia, I always used to think of her as my dark angel. Her big eyes and her hair, which she has always worn in her own style, smoothly curling to her shoulders, are as black as night, and her flawless skin has the matte whiteness of magnolia petals. She might well have sat as a model for a Madonna by one of the old masters, and perhaps one of her Colonna ancestresses did when the Italian school of painting was at its height. The only unsaintly thing about her is the exceptional fullness of her red lips. That makes her beauty rather startling, but even more subtly devastating, as it gives her a warm, human touch. She began by reproaching me very gently for the way I had treated Uncle Paul. She said that I should have known that he would at once take all possible steps to safeguard my happiness, without my threatening to reduce him to penury, and that I must have known that would mean poverty for her too. So, after all we had been to one another, how could I even contemplate such a mean and ruthless act against two people who had given me their love? I felt terribly guilty and embarrassed, but I tried to explain the dire necessity I had been under to get myself removed from Llanfradrach at all costs,
and I began to tell her about the horror. After a bit, she said, "Please, darling, don't harass yourself further by reviving these horrid memories. I know all about it already. Helmut gave me your letters, the ones he stopped because he didn't want me to have fits about you, before I came upstairs. I read them all, and I have them here." Upon which she produced them from her bag. "Then, if you know that part of the story," I said quickly, "you must understand how imperative I felt it to get away." She nodded, but a sad look came into her eyes. "I do understand, darling. You must have been through a terrible time. But the thing that worries us all so much is that there has never been any suggestion before that this place is haunted. And we are afraid that you would have seen or thought you saw this terrifying apparition during the periods of the full moon if you had been with us at Queensclear or anywhere else." "Then you don't believe that I really saw anything at all?" I challenged her. "I wouldn't say that," she replied thoughtfully. "Helmut does not believe in the supernatural, but I do. I've never seen an apparition myself, but I am certain that the burglar that you saw when we were down at Kew was one. Perhaps you are more psychic than I am, and so more receptive to such influences." "I've never regarded myself as a psychic type," I admitted. "But you remember that business of the abbot's grave at Wayland's? After that horrible experience, I described my sensations to you, and I had exactly the same feelings of cold, repulsion, and stark terror down in the library here. That could have been caused by a recurrence in your memory of the Wayland's affair." She took out a cigarette. I lit it for her, and she went on. "I'll tell you what makes me doubt if you really did see anything. When Helmut and your nurse were telling us all about it before I came up, they described the night just a week ago when you started bawling barrack-room choruses at the top of your voice, and they ran into your room. You pointed wildly to the bottom of the blackout curtain and yelled, 'Look, look, do you call that an hallucination?' But neither of them saw anything, and I should have thought one or other of them would have, had there been anything to see." "Perhaps neither of them is psychic," I argued a little weakly. "That might be the explanation," she shrugged. "But I don't think so. I have been at séances where trumpets and tambourines have floated in the air, and others where the medium has emitted large quantities of ectoplasm. And it is not just one or two people who see such manifestations, but the whole audience, and sometimes some of them are convinced skeptics before the séance starts." For quite a time we argued round the matter. She pointed out that although Great-Aunt Sarah and Miss Nettlefold had lived here for a lifetime, no complaint had ever been made by them to the trustees that Llanfadrach had a family horror which periodically gave trouble, and that although servants were usually the first to get the wind up about such things, none of the staff here had ever given notice on the grounds that the place had a bad atmosphere. So, eventually, I was forced to agree that such evidence as we had to go on all pointed to the shadow having no existence outside my imagination. About 7 o'clock, Julia left me to go and change, but she said that she would have her dinner sent up on a tray with mine, so that we could dine together. I think most beautiful women look their best in evening dress, and although Julia is a sight to gladden the heart in anything, she is certainly of the type whose proper setting is satin and pearls rather than tweeds. She looked absolutely ravishing. We had a couple of cocktails apiece, split a bottle of Burgundy, and rounded things off with some Kümmel. By the time we had finished, I was feeling so good that I was almost resigned to the thought that I had gone a bit mental, provided I could get away from Llanfadrach, and there was a decent hope of my being cured pretty quickly. But I was still of the opinion that Helmut's conduct needed a lot of explaining, and when Conrad had carried away our dinner trays, I started in on the subject. We went into the whole business piece by piece: the letters, the blackout curtains, my telephone extension, the refusal to leave me my lamp or get me a torch, or move my radio, or let me have more than one sleeping tablet, Helmut's arbitrary treatment of Taffy, his stopping me from getting into the train, and, finally, his virtually making me a prisoner in this old part of the castle. Looked at, in retrospect, I must honestly confess that there was really very little to it all, if one once accepts the following premise. 1. That shortly after my arrival here, Helmut began to suspect that my injury and 8 months in hospital had to some degree affected the balance of my mind. 2. That he at once began to keep me under observation and opened my mail as part of the process. 3. That on finding his fears confirmed, he considered it his duty to my relations to save them from worry, and his duty to myself to take all possible steps to prevent the knowledge leaking out and prejudicing my future. 4. That he hoped the rest and a regular routine would put me right, and decided that nothing must be done which would encourage me to believe that I was suffering from anything worse than nightmares. The above is the gist of how he had put it to Julia, and as she passed it on to me. After thrashing the matter out, we fell silent for a bit. Then she suddenly said, "Besides, what possible motive could he have for adopting such an extraordinary attitude towards you? I mean, trying to make things worse for you instead of better, as you still seem to half suspect." I was surprised that Uncle Paul had said nothing to her about my theory that there was a conspiracy to drive me insane, but perhaps he had thought it too far-fetched to mention. I told her my ideas on that, and her eyes widened in amazement as she listened. "But, Toby," she exclaimed at last, "how could you think such base thoughts of a man who has given some of the best years of his life to developing your mind and character? This is the first time that I have ever been ashamed of you." "Oh, come," I protested a bit uncomfortably. "After all, he was damn well paid for what he did." She shook her head. "One can't pay for care and affection with money, darling. Perhaps, though, I am being a little hard on you. To talk to you are so perfectly normal that I forget about your not being quite well in your mind. It is only when you produce ideas like that of turning Paul and myself out into the street, or this one, that Helmut wants to lock you up and rob you, that I suddenly realize how right he is about your no longer being your real self." "All the same," I argued, "you must admit that the trustees would stand to gain if a board of lunacy ruled that I was unfit to inherit." "Not sufficiently to provide a motive for them to enter into a criminal conspiracy," she countered. "You seem to forget that most of them are immensely rich already. Paul, of course, is an exception, but he knows as well as I do that if you come into your money, you will make a most generous provision for him. And Smith and Roberts don't stand to lose anything because they are professional advisers and would go on drawing their fees just the same, whatever happens." "That still leaves Isaac and Helmut." She laughed. "Really, Toby, darling, you're being too silly. We may all look on Harry Isaac as an awful little bounder, but he is as clever as a cartload of monkeys. In the past 10 years he has made a fortune on his own account, and his interest in the Jugg combine is only a sideline with him now. I know that for a fact. As for Helmut, surely you see that he has much more to lose than to gain from your being put in a home. Big business isn't really his line of country, so it is unlikely that he would be able to improve his position much by continuing as a trustee, whereas with you in possession of your millions, he would have every right to expect you to find a suitable use for his abilities at a handsome remuneration in recognition of all he has done for you in the past. I give you my word, sweet, that this conspiracy idea is absolutely fantastic." There seemed no answer to her arguments, and reviewing them again, now that I no longer have her glowing presence before me, I still don't think there is. But accepting them brought me face to face with the question of Helmut, and I asked her what she thought I ought to do about him. "Sleep on it, darling," she advised me, "and see how you feel about it in the morning. If you find that you really cannot rid yourself of this awful prejudice that you have built up in your mind against him, I think it would be better to let sleeping dogs lie. Later, perhaps, you will feel differently. Then you can let him know how sorry you are that you suspected him so unjustly. But he is terribly fond of you, and must be feeling very hurt at the moment. So if all that I have said has convinced you that you are in the wrong, the generous thing would be for you to let me bring him up to you tomorrow. You needn't eat humble pie or be embarrassed about it, but just say that you realize now that you have not been quite yourself lately, and have given him a lot of unnecessary trouble. That's quite enough. He'll understand. And I am sure it would please him a lot to know that you bear him no ill will before you leave here." It was late when she left me, but I lay awake thinking about it a long time after she had gone. I came to the conclusion that in many respects Helmut had shown very poor psychology in his treatment of me, and that the arbitrary way in which he had handled matters was enough to make anyone who was slightly mental develop a persecution complex, but that my conspiracy idea was the wildest nonsense, and that there was not one atom of proof to show that he had not acted throughout in what he believed to be my best interests. In consequence, on Sunday morning, I told Julia that I would like to see Helmut, and later we had a grand reconciliation on my sunny terrace. For such entertaining as my grandfather had to do, he bought anything that was going cheap in the city, in big parcels of 40 or 50 cases at a time. So the cellar he left was not distinguished for either its variety or quality. But in the past 13 years, Uncle Paul has spared no pains to make up for those deficiencies, and soon after the war broke out, he had a large part of the Queensclear and London cellars moved down here as a precaution against their being blitzed. So, for us to celebrate, he was able to order up a magnum of Krug Private Cuvée 26, and I don't think I have ever tasted better champagne in my life. Everything went off remarkably easily. I said my piece, and Helmut met me more than halfway. He admitted that many of his acts must have seemed high-handed and even tyrannical, but he had been dominated by the one thought of preventing it from leaking out that I had become mental. As he explained it, it is just like a man going bankrupt. However unlucky he may have been, and even if he pays up £1 in the pound afterwards and gets an honourable discharge, it always prejudices his future commercial undertakings. So, with mental trouble, the effect would be little short of disastrous to me as the head of the Jugg enterprises if it ever became known that I had once suffered from hallucinations. He went on to say that he had moved me from downstairs only with the greatest reluctance, because he was most loath to give the servants grounds for talk, but that after my attempts to get away, he had felt that to do so was the lesser evil, and that when he had decided to move me, he had chosen this room because it was one of those furthest removed from the servants' quarters, so they were less likely to hear me if further attacks led to a renewal of my singing and shouting. He added, too, that he found it a considerable inconvenience to be deprived of Conrad's services, but he knew that the fellow could be trusted not to blab, so he had willingly given him up to me, rather than risk letting a new man, who might later prove untrustworthy, into our secret. We went on then to discuss what should be done with me. Julia said that she would willingly have me at Queensclear, but the difficulty about that is that the house is occupied by the army, and she and Uncle Paul have been allowed to retain only what amounts to a flat of 6 rooms on the first floor. So, apart from the question of air raids and the business of getting me down to a shelter, which they insisted would have to be done if I went there, in the event of my having further attacks, it would be practically impossible to prevent the officers who are billeted in the house from learning about my condition. Kensington Palace Gardens is out because it has now been taken over to provide additional accommodation for the Soviet embassy. So, of my own properties, that left only the little house on Mull, and if I were put into a nursing home, it is a certainty that the secret of my affliction would get out. I suggested that a small house should be bought for me in Devonshire or Cornwall, but they all seemed to think that it would be practically impossible to find anything suitable at the present time, as every available property in the safe areas had been taken over to house evacuees, and even if we could find one, it raises the problem of who is going to run it and look after me. Of course, the same thing applies to Mull, but eventually Helmut offered to throw up his work here and take me up there. That was very decent of him, and it seemed a possible solution for the next few months. But it would be far from attractive as a permanency, as to have winter there would be incredibly depressing and grim, and even during the summer we would have none of the good things such as the garden produce that we enjoy down here. Still, it seemed the best thing we could think of when lunchtime came, so they left me to think it over. When they joined me again about 3 o'clock, Julia put it to me that, since I was now reconciled to Helmut, did I really still feel so strongly about leaving Llanfadrach? She pointed out that so far I had been subject to attacks only while down in the library, and that now I had been moved, I might not be afflicted with them any more. The advantages of Llanfadrach over Mull needed no stressing, and my acceptance of Helmut's offer would mean sabotaging much of the fine war effort that he has built up here during the past 2.5 years. Therefore, didn't I think that I could bring myself to stay on here for a time at least, anyhow until the next full moon period, and, if it transpired that the attacks did recur, then I could always be removed at once. Actually, while I had been eating my lunch, I had been thinking on much the same lines myself. So I agreed. We then went into the question of my birthday, and it was decided that in present circumstances it would not be a good thing to have the trustees down here on the 20th. If Isaac, Roberts, and the rest got the least suspicion that I was not quite normal, they might consider it their duty to have me examined by a committee of brain specialists before agreeing to hand over. In consequence, Uncle Paul is going to inform the others that I hope to be fit enough to make a short visit to London in the latter part of July. So I have suggested that the whole business, presents and everything, shall be put off for a month, as it will be much more convenient for them to meet me there. It was agreed, too, that I should remain in this room, partly for the original reason that Helmut put me here, and partly because there is no other, except the library downstairs, which is at all suitable. Actually, this big chamber with its vaulted roof is not without its attractions. Even in summer it would ordinarily be a bit chilly, but every afternoon a fire is lit for me in the great open fireplace, and in the evening its glow on the wainscoting and old stone makes the place rather cosy. and I have come to love my little private terrace with its view over the lake. The only real snag is that it would require too much effort to get me to the nearest bathroom every evening, so I have to have my tub in an old-fashioned hip bath, for which Conrad has to boil up large kettles of water on the open fire. But after all, the types who occupied this room for hundreds of years managed quite well that way, and lots of our chaps in the Western Desert and elsewhere are not lucky enough to get a bath at all. Julia and Uncle Paul returned to London this morning, and Helmut went with them just for the night, as he has to attend a board meeting of one of the companies tomorrow. Before they left, we had a final chat, and Helmut promised that as soon as the moon begins to wax again, he will come in to me every night round about midnight to see that I am all right. If I am not, he will make arrangements to take me up to Mull as soon as possible, and in the meantime he will help me to fight my trouble. He is a tower of strength, and I have been terribly unjust to him. He was absolutely right to keep me here, and showed his true fondness for me in doing so. Only here am I really safe from prying eyes and whispering tongues. Here we can keep the secret of my miserable affliction safely concealed until I am well again. We all feel now, though, that the change of room may do the trick. Regaining confidence in Helmut has helped me enormously to regain it in myself, and I do not believe that there is the least danger of my becoming a mental case permanently. Therefore, I am able to end this journal on an optimistic note. And now that I really do know where I stand, there is no point in continuing it further. Wednesday, the 10th of June. Here I am again. The fact is that I have become so used to setting down my private thoughts that yesterday, during the time I usually devote to these jottings, I felt quite at a loose end. I felt the same way this morning, until it occurred to me that it was the height of stupidity to stop doing anything that helped me to while away my time pleasantly, merely because the occupation in itself had ceased to have any serious purpose. Moreover, having got that far, I realized that I have something of considerable interest to record. Helmut did not get back from his trip to London until just before dinner last night. Soon afterwards, he came in to see me. He is usually rather restless when making casual conversation, but on this occasion he settled himself down in a way that showed he had something serious to say. Then, after a bit, he started off more or less as follows. "Now that we are friends again, Toby, we can talk freely together, just as we used to in the past. I have been wanting to have a heart-to-heart with you ever since you arrived here, but at first I didn't want to rush matters, and later I was afraid you might not feel like discussing your future plans with me. I am naturally deeply interested to know what they are. When you come into your inheritance, do you intend to assume control of the companies as far as your health permits, or will you continue to let other people handle matters for you?" "I shall assume control," I replied with a smile. "At least I hope so. After all the time and trouble you have given to educating me for the job, I'd be a pretty poor specimen if I let you down to the extent of not even attempting to tackle it." He nodded. "I'm glad you feel like that. I was afraid that your time in the Air Force might have altered your outlook. Since you are still prepared to take on this enormous responsibility, it is doubly tragic that your health is likely to prove such a heavy handicap." "This new trouble may," I agreed. But before that started, I saw no reason why the injury to my spine should prevent me using my brain. So I had been toying with the idea of having a special motor ambulance caravan fitted out, in which to tour the factories. It would probably take me the best part of a year to get a real grip of things, and I had no intention of throwing my weight about to start with. But after a tour like that, I should have picked up enough of the practical side to argue the pros and cons of the broader issues with my co-directors.
Helmut nodded his white head again. "That sounds an admirable scheme. You will have to continue to observe your rest hours, and be careful not to overdo it until your back is a bit stronger. But if all goes well in the other matter, I see no reason why you should not start on a tour of that kind in the autumn. It would certainly prove a most popular move with all your employees, and, as you say, give much more weight to your opinions when you do decide to give vent to them at board meetings. Yes, I congratulate you on that idea, Toby." "Thanks," I said, and after a moment he went on. "All the same, I wonder if you fully realized what you will be up against. However tactfully you set to work, most of these middle-aged and elderly industrialists who are running your companies at the present time are not going to take at all kindly to a young man of 21 walking in and insisting on changes in old established policies. I hope that in most cases that will not be necessary." "My dear Toby, if it is not, you will have put yourself to a great deal of trouble for nothing. The whole object of a new broom is to sweep clean. With your intelligence, you are bound to spot all sorts of effort-wasting, obsolete practices, incompetent executives, and unnecessary wastages to which the others have become blind through seeing them go on for years. If you do not initiate reforms to abolish these weaknesses, you will be letting yourself down as well as your shareholders, and never become a great leader of industry." "I suppose you are right," I said thoughtfully. "If that does prove the case, I shall certainly introduce reforms and endeavour to overcome any opposition that I may meet with." "It will take a lot of overcoming. Most of these men have had to fight hard to attain their present positions, and they will have an instinctive prejudice against your youth and inexperience. Those who are uncertain of themselves will combine against you from fear that you may think them not up to their jobs and get rid of them, while others who are of stronger mettle will do their utmost to dominate you and climb on your back to greater power." "You paint a gloomy picture," I remarked. "It looks as if instead of being able to devote most of my time to making my companies more prosperous, I shall have to spend it defending myself from the jealousy and intrigues of my co-directors." "I think you will. Anyhow, to start with," he said frankly. "But if you will let me, I can help you to overcome a great deal of such opposition." Naturally, I thought he was suggesting that I should make him my private adviser, and evidently he guessed what I was thinking, as he waved aside my murmur of thanks and said quietly, "If, later on, you find any use for my personal services, I will give them gladly. But that was not what I had in mind. I expect you remember hearing about the Brotherhood when you were at Wayland's." At that, my ears fairly pricked with interest. "Rather. It was the great mystery of the place, and we all used to speculate on what went on at those meetings in the crypt of the old abbey. It was a Masonic lodge of the Grand Orient, wasn't it?" "No. A number of its members are also Freemasons who had been initiated on the continent, so we use that Grand Orient story as cover. Ours is a much older fellowship. The main reason why I tried to prevent you joining the RAF was because I did not want you to miss initiation. But by running away, you stymied me over that. However, it is not too late, and membership of the Brotherhood could be of immense value to you in your business life. So, if you are agreeable, I propose to start preparing you for initiation now." "How thrilling!" I exclaimed. "Do tell me about it. What is the object of the association, and what should I have to do?" "It is a brotherhood based on the old principle that union is strength. Each member contributes to it according to his means, and receives from it according to his needs." I laughed. "That sounds rather like socialism to me. As I am exceptionally rich, it looks as if I should be expected to make a contribution out of all proportion to anything I was likely to get back. It is socialism, but on the highest plane. You need have no fears that your millions will be scattered to the masses." "My millions?" I echoed, raising an eyebrow at his joke. He shrugged. "Even if it cost you your whole fortune, you would still be the gainer on balance. That may sound a tall statement, Toby, but in due course I believe you'll agree with me." "I'll be better able to form an opinion when I know more about it," I said with a grin. "If the rumours which used to circulate at Wayland's had any truth in them, the Brotherhood consists of a considerable number of people, all of whom possess wealth, influence, or brains, and are pledged to help one another. Is that a fact?" As he nodded assent, I went on. "I can fully appreciate that membership of such a fraternity must be extremely valuable, and I see now why you think it would prove a big asset to me in dealing with my fellow industrialists. But obviously there is a limit to what such secret assistance in one's dealings would be worth." "Why should there be?" he asked quite seriously. "You are an immensely rich man. Your grandfather left in trust for you assets to the value of over 14 million sterling. If that had happened half a century ago, by the reinvestment of the bulk of the income at cumulative interest during your minority, by now you would be worth something like 30 millions. But time marches on. Owing to your grandfather's death not having occurred till 1929, income and supertax had already risen to such heights that in the past 13 years the trustees have been able to add only a beggarly 1.75 million to your original capital. Since the war, the situation of people in the top income groups has deteriorated still further. By the time it ends, you will be lucky if you are allowed to keep 6pence in the pound of what your money earns. So, what will your fortune be worth to you then?" I did a quick calculation. In government stocks it would bring me in only about 10,000 a year, but in my own companies it should produce at least double that, and you forget the directors' fees that I should draw. They would easily amount to a further 20,000. It was Helmut's turn to grin. "My dear Toby, directors' fees are taxable, and 20,000 sixpences comes to only £500. On your own showing, your net income would barely exceed 20,000 a year, all told. You already allow your uncle that figure to keep up Queensclear and the London house. And I gather you have now promised that he shall lose nothing by your assuming control of your money. Actually, of course, your tax-free allowances for business expenses will save you from having to give up cocktails and cigarettes. But the sooner you disabuse yourself of the idea that the possession of millions still endows their owner with almost limitless spending power, the better." "You have shaken me quite a bit," I confessed. "I have been out of touch with all this sort of thing for so long that I had no idea that the picture had become so black for the working rich. Still, however high they raise income and supertax, a fortune is always a fortune, and although Grandpa Jugg might turn in his grave, I could sell out capital to ante up my income. Even if I lived to be 100 and spent 20,000 a year from capital for the next 80 years, that would consume less than the 1.75 million that has piled up during my minority. So I should still be able to leave my heirs the original 14 million. Helmut threw back his massive head and roared with laughter. "Toby, Toby, did you think of nothing but hurricanes and Heinkels while you were in the RAF and in hospital? Time marches on, I tell you. If you do live to be 100, it is most unlikely that you will have 14,000, let alone million, left to leave anybody. And if you have, your heirs will be lucky if the government of the day permits them to keep more than 1,000 of it." I smiled a little ruefully.
Of course, I know that death duties have been going up for years, and that even now they would cut the Jugg millions in half, but do you really think that in another 50 years or so there will be practically nothing left of them?
Indeed I do. By that time, all public services and every form of industry will be state-owned, and it is highly probable that private ownership of land, houses, and investments will have been abolished. But you won't have to wait that long before the bulk of your fortune is taken from you.
I said that I thought myself all the odds were on the Socialists coming to power soon after the war, but that most of their leaders were sensible enough to realize the danger of throwing the nation's economy out of gear by doing anything too drastic. Helmut shrugged and replied,
"They will be moderate to start with, but as is always the case when the left gets into the saddle, the masses expect a silver age, if not a golden one, to dawn before very long. That gives the extremists a rod with which to beat the moderates. They will never be able to raise enough money by ordinary means to propitiate the Labour electorate by carrying out all the socialist conceptions. But it can be taken from those who have it. The wiser men will realize that it is suicidal to seize a large part of the wealth which for generations has financed the nation's commerce and industry and fritter it away in unproductive channels. But they will be forced to it. They will introduce some form of capital levy. And then, my dear Toby, what of your fine fortune?"
"Well, that would be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs," I said, "because if they do, it is inevitable that they will skim the top off the cream. Say they introduced legislation to collect 100 million. The great bulk of that would come from people like myself, who might be paying anything up to 19 and sixpence in the pound in taxes already. That means that the following year there would be the equivalent number of 19 and sixpences less to go into the exchequer. And not for 1 year only, but for good. It is far worse than anticipating taxes. It is destroying the source from which they come. We couldn't continue to pay on what we no longer had, so they would have to introduce new taxation affecting the lower income groups to make up the deficit. It would be a crazy policy, even from their own point of view, because sooner or later the masses themselves would be left holding the baby."
"Of course," Helmut agreed. "But political extremists are never statesmen, otherwise they would not be extremist. Such people allow their hatred of the rich to dominate every other consideration, and it would be done in gradual stages. That is the insidious part about it. As you say, they will go for the big fish first. And if you are forced to realize only half your holdings to pay up, very few people are going to think that you have been hardly done by. No one will squeal until some of their own savings are seized to pay the dole. You are right, too, about the drop in income and surtax receipts having to be made up from somewhere, but there is a limit to what can be got by normal means. So, with each successive budget, the level at which the thrifty will be robbed of their savings will go down and down, until even the little man with his few hundreds tucked away in the post office will find himself caught." He paused for a moment, then went on, "As for yourself, having paid the first time will not exonerate you from having to pay up the second, third, and fourth. So, my poor friend, I fear you will find your rosy dream of being able to spend 20,000 a year of your capital turning out to be moonshine long before you are my age. It won't be there any longer for you to realize." It was a black future that he conjured up, but I had to admit myself that his grim prognostications were based on a perfectly possible and logical sequence of events. For a bit we remained silent. Then I said, "Well, if you're right, I'll be in a pretty mess, but I suppose the state will take care of cripples." "Oh, yes," he smiled cynically. "You'll get your keep in an institution and £1 a week. You might do quite a lot better, though, if you are prepared to follow my advice. All I have been endeavoring to show you is that if you decide to play a lone hand, your millions may be reduced to hundreds by the time you are 40.
Do you think, then, that by becoming one of the Brotherhood I could save them?
No, Toby, I don't think that. But I am confident that whatever loss of fortune may overtake anyone else, and even themselves individually as far as the possession of shares, property, and bank balances go, the members of the Brotherhood will continue to enjoy comparative affluence, and even luxury to such a degree as it is obtainable in a world where all but a very few will live on a miserable pittance as little cogs in the machinery of a vast slave state.
How would they manage to do that? I inquired.
There must always be rulers, he said quietly, and we shall be the rulers of Britain tomorrow. The bulk of the upper classes are bound to be submerged because they have no unity. But we shall survive because we are bound together by an indissoluble bond, pledged to help one another to the limit and holding all our assets in common. We already have men in all sorts of key positions, both here and abroad. Our level of intelligence is far higher than that of any ordinary group of professional politicians, and we have resources that such people do not possess. The attainment of power in all its forms is the object of our association, and that having been our special study ever since our foundation, you may rest assured that you will be shown how to attain it too, if you decide to join us.
I don't quite understand, I said. One can study all sorts of subjects, a knowledge of which is valuable for attaining one's ends, but I shouldn't have thought that there could be any royal road to attaining power as such.
Oh, yes, there is. He smiled as he stood up. And at our next chat, I will tell you something about it. But I must go now, as I have some letters to write. In the meantime, you might think over what I have said.
I did think it over, and the whole thing's extremely intriguing. But I am far from certain that I would care to become involved in this secret society of his. Of course, when he said that about my whole fortune not being too big a price to pay for membership, he could not have been speaking seriously. All the same, it sounds as if from anyone as rich as myself they would expect the hell of a big cheque. If Helmut is right in his contention that when the socialists do get in, after a time the extremists will dominate the moderates and introduce a series of capital levies, which will eventually swallow up all private investments, great and small, it would certainly be worth my while to go into this thing as a form of insurance, even if they did stick me for £100,000. Plenty of people used to pay that much in my grandfather's day for a title, and I shouldn't miss it. But the thing that I don't like about it is this pooling of interests business. That is all very well in its way, but they might want me to do all sorts of things that I should not care about. Helmut more or less inferred that in exchange for their help one became subject to some form of control by them. If that is the case, I would rather stand on my own feet and keep my freedom. As I have decided to continue this journal, I may as well record a rather revealing conversation that I had with Sally this morning. Some reference had been made to my weekend visitors, and I asked her if she did not think Julia one of the loveliest people she had ever seen. "I didn't think her all that," she replied. "I suppose when she was young she must have been rather a poppet, but that's the worst of these Mediterranean types. They always age early." "Oh, come," I protested. "You talk as though she was middle-aged already." She shrugged. "Well, it all depends on what you call middle-aged. I bet she'll never see 30 again." "She won't," I agreed. "But that's just the point. She doesn't look it. Not to a man, perhaps. Any woman who has enough money to dress a shade eccentrically and go to a first-class beauty specialist for regular treatments can pull the wool over a man's eyes about her age." but she can't deceive her own sex. I resisted the temptation to tell Sally that however much money she had, no beauty specialist would ever succeed in turning her into a real lovely, and that I very much doubted if she would ever acquire the clothes sense to become even tolerably smart. But as I was thinking on those lines, she added with a laugh, "Anyone could see that you think your aunt is tops. I suppose she sold you the idea that she is in the Mona Lisa class when you were in your cradle, and you have never got over it." I feel sure that normally Sally is not given to making catty remarks, so it was easy to guess which way the wind is blowing. Julia and Helmut are such very old friends that the gallantry with which he always treats her is accepted as a habit by all who know them. But Sally would not realize that, and seeing them together has made her jealous. I knew she admired Helmut, but evidently the handsome doctor has made a deeper impression on her than I realized. She was probably hoping that he would ask her to dine with him again over the weekend, and Julia being here put her nose completely out of joint. Actually, it is over a week now since the only occasion on which Helmut asked her to dine. As he has not repeated the invitation, it looks as if he found her too unsophisticated for his taste, and is not going to bother with her further. On the other hand, his having turned the battery of his charm on her for just one evening, and since treated her only with friendly politeness, is well calculated to keep her guessing, and so predispose her to go halfway to meet him, should he choose to make another move. He is up to all those tricks, and that may be the game he is playing. I hope not, for if he does make a real set at her, it is a sure thing that she will get the raw end of the deal. Of course, now that Helmut and I are good friends again, I have nothing to lose if they do have an affair, and she falls completely under his spell. But I can't help having a sort of protective feeling about her. God knows I couldn't protect anyone from anything as things are, but Helmut has never made any secret to me of his attitude towards women, and I would hate to think of Sally becoming the plaything of a cynical roue. Thursday, the 11th of June. I am profoundly disturbed. That is putting it mildly. I had another long talk with Helmut yesterday evening, and he told me a lot more about the Wayland's Brotherhood. In view of the importance of this conversation, I shall strive for the utmost accuracy in recording it. As soon as he had settled himself comfortably in front of the fire, I said, "Last night you were saying that there is a royal road to acquiring power. I'd be terribly interested to hear about it." "So you've thought things over, and are inclined to regard my proposition favourably, eh?" As I was curious to learn more, I saw no point in denying that, so I let it pass, and he went on, "I'm glad for both our sakes. And if what I said last night intrigued you, I am sure that what I have to say now will intrigue you to an infinitely greater degree. Power is the thing that men have craved more than any other all through the ages. Now tell me, what would you say were the 4 most powerful forces in the world?" I thought for a moment, then said, "Faith, love, hunger, and money." "Wrong," he declared. "They are the elements, air, earth, fire, and water. If you can control those, you can do anything." I nodded. "I suppose science is gradually succeeding in that. Gas and electricity are forms of fire. We harness rivers and the tides, and the backroom boys of the RAF are tackling the problem of dispersing fog." "Oh, science plods along." His tone was faintly contemptuous. "But all those types of control require elaborate machinery to operate them. I was referring to the control of the elements by the human will." He saw my puzzled look, and added, "For example, Jesus Christ walked upon the water." Never before had I heard him mention Christ's name, except in connection with some sneer, and I said in surprise, "But I thought you didn't believe in him." "As a god, I don't," came the quick reply. "But there is no reason to doubt that he was an historic personage, and that he had power. However, there are innumerable other examples of the sort of thing I mean. There are well-authenticated accounts of Indian fakirs who have mastered the art of levitation, that is, defeating gravity by remaining suspended in mid-air. The witch-doctors of the North American Indians could walk on red-hot embers without burning the soles of their feet. The juju men of Africa can bring rain when it suits their purpose." "Do you seriously mean that the members of the Brotherhood can perform such extraordinary feats?" "Some of us can, but each feat requires long and exhausting training. And after all, what point is there in devoting years to learning such tricks? They are really rather childish and have no practical value except to impress the vulgar. And we are not interested in attempting to attract the multitude. Most of us prefer to devote our energies to more subtle tasks and use the special powers that we acquire in support of our worldly activities. If you think for a moment what that means in conjunction with brains, wealth, and influence, you will be able to appreciate far better than you could yesterday that not only will the Brotherhood survive the general destruction of the upper classes in this country, but eventually dominate it." "All this is so staggering," I murmured, "that you must forgive me if I haven't quite gripped it yet. Accepting what you say about the Brotherhood's powers to perform miracles, I still don't see how they can be applied to further your ends in modern political and commercial life." "Don't you?" he laughed. "Then I'll give you a few examples. You have already stumbled on the fringe of the matter yourself, by using hypnotism to impose your will on people. You didn't get far with Taffy, but for an amateur you were amazingly successful with Deb. Properly trained, you could use it with considerable effect on many of your future business associates. The trained will can also read thoughts and confer good or bad health on the operator's friends or enemies. It can— "Could both my mental state and the injury to my spine be cured?" I interrupted. "That is, if I become a member of the Brotherhood." He nodded. "The first would be simple. That was what I meant when I promised that if the attacks occurred again, I would help you to fight them. You need have no further worries on that score. Your spine presents a more difficult problem because it is a physical injury. If a man has a limb shot off, no power, however great, can enable him to grow another in its place. But the will can perform incredible feats of healing, and I am reasonably confident that within a few months we could enable you to walk again." "I would give a lot to be able to do that," I sighed. "I have often wondered if anything could be done for me by faith healing." "There is much more than that," he smiled, "and far more potent, as it brings into play certain ancient laws which are entirely unknown to the ordinary faith healer. But I was telling you of some of the feats that the human will can perform when properly directed. Quite apart from the use of hypnotism, it can put thoughts and impulses into other people's heads. It can attract women and dissipate their moral scruples so that they surrender without even realizing that they are acting entirely contrary to their original intentions. Given certain aids and great concentration of will, one can foresee glimpses of the future. By similar means one can also see what is going on through walls or at a distance. That is how I found out that you were preparing to escape with Deb's help, and was able to come down to the hall just as you were leaving. I should have found out that you were about to escape with Taffy, too, if I had had my mental eye on you, but that night I was occupied with other matters. By projecting the will, one can influence people through their dreams, and one can also ill-wish them.
As a last resort, one can even cause them to decline and die. Those are only some of the weapons possessed by the members of the Brotherhood, and it is prepared to use them all in order to overcome such opposition as it encounters."
I was silent for a moment, my brain whirling with the appalling thoughts he had conjured up. At length I said, "Hypnotism, faith healing, thought reading, and other mental processes where the operator imposes his will face to face with the subject are recognized by the medical world and explainable by the direct human contact that takes place. But to see what is happening at a distance, to influence people's dreams, to be able to ill-wish them and send them death are surely powers which can be acquired only through God or the devil."
He shrugged. "That is an old-fashioned way of putting it."
"Well, perhaps it is," I muttered. "But you don't deny it, although you have always told me that you do not believe in either."
"One may reject the teaching of the Bible, yet accept the fact that forces outside this world govern everything in it."
Suddenly Helmut stood up. His tawny eyes gleamed with a strange light, and his foreign accent became more marked as he went on.
"The secret of willing down power, or, if you prefer it, setting great supernatural forces in motion on one's own behalf, has been known to the initiate from time immemorial. Generation by generation it has been handed down, and today this priceless knowledge is the greatest asset of the Brotherhood. To become an initiate, one must take the oath of obedience, subscribe to certain tenets of faith, and master various complicated rituals. Those rituals are the jealously guarded secret of the chosen few. But once you have become adept at them, you can operate the forces which we term supernatural because they are beyond all normal experience, and through them achieve your ambitions and desires. Such power is infinitely greater than any that wealth alone can bring, and in the name of the Brotherhood, I offer it to you."
I collected my wits as quickly as I could and said, "To become one of such a gifted company would be a great honor. Anybody could see that. But the whole thing is so astonishing, so extraordinary, so utterly fantastic by all ordinary standards, that I am still very much at sea." He grinned at me.
"Yes, it is hardly surprising that you should feel a bit bowled over on first learning the magnitude of the powers that the Brotherhood possesses. But now that you know the truth about it, if there are any questions you want to ask, fire away."
Controlling my voice with an effort, I replied, "You have already answered the one that interests me most, that about the possibilities of getting back my health. But there is one other thing I would like to know. To put it bluntly, what is it going to cost for me to become a member?"
"I thought I told you yesterday."
He raised the well-marked dark eyebrows that contrast so strangely with his mane of white hair.
"In that way it is the same as joining a religious order. You would make over to the Brotherhood everything you possess. But there the resemblance ends, because the fact that you had done so would always be kept secret, and you would not be required to take a vow of poverty. So, for all practical purposes, you would continue in the full enjoyment of your fortune."
"Isn't that a bit too much to ask?" I protested rather meekly. "I mean, there can't be many new initiates who have more than a few thousand to make over, so why should the Brotherhood require the whole of the Jugg millions to accept me?" With a wave of his hand, he brushed the question aside.
"My dear Toby, the amount that an initiate can contribute in worldly wealth does not enter into the matter. Some who have practically nothing of a cash value to offer are accepted on account of their intelligence or the promise they show in some other direction. You cannot expect an exception to be made for you in the rules of a foundation that has existed unchanged for countless centuries. It could not be considered even if you were the King of England."
"I see," I said, still very humbly. I only inquired because of my grandfather."
"What has he to do with it?" Helmut frowned.
I endeavoured to look as worried as I could. "He made all this money, and he went to extraordinary lengths to leave his fortune to me intact, even to spending a considerable portion of his income during the latter part of his life in insuring against death duties. In view of that, I am wondering if I really have the right to part with the control of it." Helmut took the scruple I had raised quite seriously.
"I see your point," he said, "but I am sure that on consideration you will feel that he would approve your surrendering the lesser power that his wealth can give you for the greater power that has now been placed within your grasp. Anyhow, the last thing I would wish is to influence you into doing anything against your conscience. There is no immediate hurry. Think it over, and we'll talk about it again tomorrow."
So I succeeded in stalling him without arousing his suspicions. To fight for a little time seemed the only possible line that I could take. Had I refused point blank, I would not even have gained these few hours to prepare myself to face a renewal of his hostility. But at last, the naked truth is out. Helmut is a Satanist. Friday, the 12th of June. Yesterday was, I think, the blackest of the many black days that have fallen to my wretched lot since I arrived at Llanfadrach. After I had written out the conversation I had with Helmut the previous night, as near word for word as I could remember it, I spent practically the whole of the rest of the day turning over in my mind the terrible implications of his admissions about the Brotherhood. Actually, except for what little sleep I got, I had been doing that ever since he left me. But as the day wore on, my speculations plumbed even grimmer depths. However, to record them would be pointless, as I have since seen Helmut again, and he has come out into the open. He came up here soon after tea, and Sally was still with me, so for about 10 minutes the conversation was general. She remarked that although there must be thousands of books in the library, she could not find a thing worth reading there. Upon which he laughed, told her about how old Albert Abel I had bought them for so much the yard, then added, "But I have plenty of good modern books in my study. You had better dine with me again one evening. We'll go through them afterwards, and you can see which you would like to borrow. My evenings are rather fully occupied at present, as I am getting out some special figures in connection with the estate. But how about Sunday?" Sally accepted with obvious pleasure. Shortly afterwards she left us, and while her high heels were still echoing on the stone stairs, Helmut grinned across at me. "What a splendid specimen of the female Homo sapiens! And what an interesting contrast to Deborah Kane! Such a simple, healthy young animal is certain to possess all the normal urges, but it will be amusing to see how deeply they are overlaid by middle-class inhibitions." I did not reply. I've done my best to warn Sally, and if she still persists in sticking out her neck, that is her affair. I had far too much reason for acute anxiety on my own account to give it further thought at the moment, and anyway, there was nothing I could do about it. "Your mind is obviously on graver issues," he remarked. "What decision have you reached as a result of our talk yesterday?" I took the only line I had been able to think of, and said as tactfully as I could that while I greatly appreciated all he wished to do for me, I could not square it with my conscience to hand over my grandfather's fortune to anyone. He stood up, thrust his hands in his pockets, and began to pace up and down. Without inviting any comment from me, he went on talking for a long time, and this is what he said. "You are being very foolish, Toby, and I don't think that you can have yet fully appreciated your position.
According to the last vetting by your doctors, you are likely to remain a helpless cripple for a long time to come, if not for life. Added to which you have recently developed mental trouble, of which I will speak later. I have offered you a very good chance of being able to walk again within the next few months, and a definite cessation of what we will term your hallucinations. Moreover, I have shown you that in 10 or 15 years at the most, everything points to a socialist government depriving you of all but a fraction of your millions. And I have suggested a means by which, in spite of that, you may continue to enjoy all the benefits of wealth. Yet you pig-headedly refuse to accept my proposal. Now I should like you to understand one thing clearly. No man can serve two masters, and I do not regard you as my master. My whole allegiance is given to the Brotherhood and all it stands for. I had hoped that while serving them I might also help you. But since you will not see reason, I must proceed to carry out the project that I have in mind, even though it will result in what virtually amounts to your destruction. This project is no new idea conceived within the last few weeks. It was considered and approved by the Brotherhood many years ago while you were still a small boy, shortly after you came to Waylands. It was decided that as soon as you came of age, the great fortune which is still being held in trust for you must come under the Brotherhood's control, and I was selected to carry out the plan to secure it. That is why I have devoted so much of my life to you. By running away from Waylands and joining the RAF, you temporarily upset our calculations, because had you not done that, you would have been initiated on leaving at the end of 1939. Like all our other scholars, life at the school had prepared you to accept initiation without question. Your mind had been conditioned to do so by the elimination of all moral scruples and primitive taboos. You would have thought the ancient mysteries fascinating, the rituals exciting, and the whole conception a perfect outlet for your abilities and ambitions. Had things panned out according to our original plan, you would have been a member of the Brotherhood for 2.5 years now. And on the 20th of this month you would have handed over your fortune without the least hesitation or regret. But fate decreed otherwise. If it had not been for your being shot down when you were, we might have had some difficulty in getting you into our hands again. But even if I had not succeeded in doing so, I think you may take it as certain that some of your old school friends would have appeared upon the scene, and sooner or later maneuvered you into a position from which you would have found no escape but to join us. As things are, your crash brought you back to me with 3 clear months in which to work upon you before you attained your majority. So it turns out in the end that not a day will be lost in the Brotherhood assuming control of your money. When you arrived here, it did not take me long to see that life in the RAF had undone a great part of the work that had been put in upon you during your school years. Many of the petty little ideals and outworn shibboleths of your brother officers had proved contagious. It would have taken years to argue you out of all of them, even if that had proved possible at all now that your mind has attained maturity and no longer has the plastic quality of youth. So I had to adopt other measures. You have no doubt heard the expression conditioning as applied to the Gestapo's treatment of prisoners from whom they wish to extract confessions and so on. I am told that they plunge them into baths of ice-cold water and tap their muscles gently for an hour or 2 each day with rubber truncheons. Well, during April and May, although the methods I employed were not of a violent nature, I have been conditioning you.
"You filthy bastard!" I burst out, but he ignored me and went on.
The object of the conditioning was, of course, to create a situation and to bring you to a frame of mind in which you would agree to sign certain papers on your birthday and accept initiation into the Brotherhood as soon as that can be arranged. My temper snapped, and I shouted, "I'll do neither. I'll be damned if I'll make my money over to a lot of devil-worshipping crooks." He smiled sardonically. "You may beg to be allowed to before I am through with you, but by then it may be too late. Your state may be such that the Brotherhood would no longer consider it desirable to have you as a member." "Then you'd have to cut off your nose to spite your face," I retorted, "for in that case they wouldn't get my money." "Oh, yes, they would." His smile broadened to a grin. "At least they would be able to control the use to which it is put. And that is really all they wish to do. It is to your mental state that I was referring, and if it had deteriorated to that degree, you would be judged unfit to inherit. The Board of Trustees would then continue to administer your affairs, and it would not take me very long so to arrange matters that the Board's future decisions were in accordance with the wishes of the Brotherhood." Except that Helmut would be acting as an agent instead of on his own account, it was the very thing I had been fearing all through the latter half of May and early June. Yet, even so, it seemed as though a trap had suddenly snapped to behind me when I heard it actually put into words. I swore at him again, but once more he ignored me and launched out on another steady spate of words. "You must not imagine that we abandoned our project just because you had run away to the Air Force, or that I remained idle about the matter all the time you were in it. Since I managed to get myself appointed as a trustee in the autumn of 1939, I have spent thousands of hours going into your affairs, and I now know more about them than any man living. It was important that I should acquire this knowledge, because it will be my role to advise the Brotherhood on the Jugg companies, and, if you have the sense to abandon your present attitude, give you their instructions regarding the policy they wish you to pursue. But it has also enabled me to make a personal assessment of each of my co-trustees and prepare the way for disposing of those we do not wish to retain, so that the board can be recreated with all its members our willing servants. Rutham and Bartership are now in the services, so we do not have to worry about them for the moment. Embledon and Smith are almost moribund and no longer attend meetings. That leaves your uncle, Isaac, Roberts, and myself. Your uncle will do what I tell him. Isaac is both ambitious and unscrupulous, but he is an extremely able financier, so I wish to retain his services. At the right moment, he will be offered membership of the Brotherhood. Unless I am much mistaken, he will jump at it. Should he not, I know enough about his financial dealings to put him in prison, so he will be compelled to play ball with me. Having secured him as my ally, I shall tackle Roberts. It may surprise you to hear it, but that dried-up old stick of an accountant is keeping a young woman in a flat in Maida Vale, and although he must be every day of 68, she has recently had a child by him. I feel sure he would not like his family and his fellow churchwardens at Berkhamsted to know that, and will much prefer to resign, having first put forward a resolution himself that for one member of his firm to have a seat on the board will in future be considered sufficient. A member of the Brotherhood will be elected in his place. Next I shall deal with Embledon and Smith. Both will be asked to resign on account of their advanced age. If either or both refuse, appropriate steps will be taken. It is laid down in the trust that should any trustee fail to attend meetings for 6 consecutive months, he thereby automatically forfeits his trusteeship. At present, both of them stagger up to London twice a year to fulfill this minimum requirement. However, a quite simple ritual performed by myself will be sufficient to ensure such a rapid deterioration in the health of these recalcitrant gentlemen that they will be compelled to exceed the limit. No excuses will be accepted, and that will be that. They will be replaced by 2 further members of the Brotherhood, and I shall then govern 6 seats out of 8. There remain Wrotham and Barthership. Both have been granted a special dispensation from attendance at meetings for the duration of the war, and I think the war will go on for quite a long time yet. By the time they do eventually return, my position will be impregnable. But I think all the same that they will both have to go. It could be arranged for Barthership's firm to have been found negligent in some matter, and if 6 trustees demand a change of accountants to the trust, he will have no option but to retire. Brigadier Wrotham presents the most difficult problem because he still has copies of all our papers sent to him, and I don't think he will like some of the transactions upon which we shall enter. He is an intelligent and determined man, so it is probable that he will come back spoiling for trouble. If he does, he will be signing his own death warrant. A chapter of the Brotherhood will have to perform a more serious ritual to bring about his liquidation before he has a chance to ask too many awkward questions. I listened to this program of trickery, blackmail, and murder with cold horror. Even in my worst imaginings of Helmut engineering such a plot, I had counted on Wrotham and Barthership going fully into matters when they got home, and insisting on coming to see me, which would provide a chance for me to secure release from captivity. But he had evidently given the matter more thought than I had, and got the whole setup taped. "So you see the situation, Toby," he went on. "It will be easier for all concerned if you will be sensible and sign the papers that I intend to put before you on your birthday without further argument. That would save me a lot of time and trouble, you a most unenviable fate, and several of your trustees a considerable amount of pain and grief. But in the long run, whether you do or don't will not make the slightest difference, because the Brotherhood will assume the direction of the Jugg enterprises anyway, and there is nothing you can do to stop that. My conditioning of you produced exactly the results I intended. I knew that you would try to get Julia and Paul, and probably some of the other trustees, down. But I didn't intend to let you succeed in that till I was ready for it. I stopped your letters because I wanted you to get really boiled up and desperate before there was a showdown. I wanted you to suspect that I was at the bottom of the trouble and make all sorts of wild accusations against me that you could not prove. My only concern was that things should not go off at half-cock, in case you kept some card up your sleeve to play later. But you didn't. You gambled all out to break my hold on you, and you've gone down for a grand slam. Just as I knew I would be able to, I took every trick in the game. By priming Julia, I maneuvered you into admitting that you had become mentally unbalanced, and that your accusations against myself were groundless. Then, agreeing to a reconciliation with me, I got you to decide for yourself that you could not do better than to remain in my care and stay on at Llanfadrach. I even succeeded in scotching the visit that the other trustees would normally have made here on the 20th by securing your consent to your official birthday being put off for a month. That will not prevent your inheriting, of course, and any document you sign from the 20th on will be legally valid. But it has the twofold object of cutting your last possible lifeline to the outer world, and keeping the board in being for a further period, so that, never having been dissolved, There will be no necessity to go through a complicated legal procedure to recreate it, should you continue to resist, and so compel me to take steps which will result in your being certified as insane. If you do as I wish, the board will assemble either here or in London in 5 weeks' time, and formally hand over to you. If you don't, then you will simply have inherited for a short time without performing any act in connection with your properties. Then the board will learn that you have been pronounced medically unfit to handle your affairs and automatically reassume control. So you see, I've got you either way. You can write to Julia or Paul now to your heart's content, or if you like I will have you carried downstairs so that you can rave to them over the telephone. But they won't believe a word you say. They will only think, poor old Helmut, what a time he must be having, trying to keep secret the affliction from which that unfortunate boy is suffering. Last weekend you burnt your boats, Toby. You are my prisoner now, as much as if I had you locked up in Brixton jail. More so, in fact, for you are mine to do as I will with, body and soul. There is nothing you can do about it, and if you have a grain of wisdom left, you will submit with a good grace. The choice is still yours, but either you sign the papers that I shall produce on the 20th and join the Brotherhood, or I shall have to step up the conditioning process, just as the Gestapo do when they have reached the conclusion that a prisoner is of no further use. If you force me to it, I will drive you mad within a month." He walked to the door, turned at it, and added, "I will come for your answer tomorrow night." Saturday, the 13th of June. I have entered on my fight. Helmut's allusion to the Gestapo was more apt than he knew. In France, Holland, Norway, and lots of other places, there are hundreds of men of the Allied nations, and women too, who are being put through the mill by those human beasts in black uniforms. Day after day, they are appallingly maltreated and made to suffer the most degrading indignities. They have no hope of rescue or reprieve, but they don't give in lightly. Some of them crack before the finish, but many of them stick it out to the bitter end and carry with them to an unknown grave the secrets that might aid the enemy. One likes to think that none of us are given more to bear than we can manage to sustain, provided that we muster the greatest degree of fortitude of which we are capable, and that then we are overcome by a merciful oblivion. Perhaps it is like drowning, in which people usually come to the surface several times before they sink for good and all. I went under last night, but I've come up again this morning, and I still have a bit of kick left in me. Perhaps, though, that is due to Sally. Yesterday's entry took me a long time to write, because I wanted to make it as complete and detailed as possible, in order that it may prove the more damning as an indictment of Helmut if it ever reaches the hands of someone who is prepared to call him to account. When it was done, I had not the energy left to set down my reactions, and they were too depressing to be of interest anyhow. It is clear, beyond all doubt, that he is a Satanist, and that when he spoke of conditioning me, he was referring to the thing that menaced me from the courtyard. It can only be a manifestation of embodied evil that he called up with the deliberate intention of undermining my mental control. And, as he also spoke of performing mysterious rituals with the most monstrous intent, I spent most of the afternoon and evening in abject wretchedness, wondering what further horrors the future held for me. The one thing that did bring me a ray of comfort, though, was the thought that the operation of his satanic powers appeared to be dependent on bright moonlight, and we are still in the dark period of the month. The last full moon was on the 30th of May, so the new moon will not rise until the 20th, and even after that it will not reach the degree of brightness that I have come to regard as dangerous until several days later. Alas for my hopes! Late last night they were shattered, in part at least.
I had been buoying myself up with the idea that I could count on a minimum of 10 clear days before Helmut would be able to resume his ghastly conditioning of me. God knows my attempts to escape have so far ended in the most pitiful fiascos, but it is said that hope springs eternal in the human breast, and it did in mine, to the extent of desperately searching my mind for a way to make yet another attempt before he could get to work on me in earnest. I am still doing that, as my belief that I shall not have to face the final crisis until towards the end of the month has been confirmed. But I am not to be given any peaceful respite to plan in, and it is now a question as to if I shall even be able to hang on to my sanity till then, let alone succeed in a last desperate bid to escape. Yesterday evening I waited for Helmut with mixed feelings of angry defiance and nervous apprehension, but he did not come at his usual time, nor did he come after dinner. Naturally I could settle to nothing, and those hours seemed to drag interminably. At last Sally and Conrad settled me down for the night, and I was left in the dark, still wondering why he had not come for his answer. At length I dropped into a light sleep, but a little before midnight I was roused by hearing the creak of the hinges on the heavy oak door. And there he was, framed in its entrance, the light from the lamp he was carrying glinting on his mane of white hair and powerful features. Having closed the door and set the lamp down, he said quietly, "Well, Toby, what have you decided?" Gripping the sides of the bed with my hands, I heaved myself up into a sitting position and replied, "To put a counter-proposition to you." He shook his head. "I am not interested." "I think you will be," I insisted, "when you hear what it is. I can quite understand what led you to join the Brotherhood and to work for it all these years. You love power, and you are an ambitious man. But no good will come to you through seeking it in this way. It is well known that the devil always lets down his followers in the end. You would do far better to abandon the whole thing and find other channels for your energies. I can enable you to do that. If you will agree to have me sent to Queensclear and to resign from the Board of Trustees, I will sign a document which we will have legally witnessed, promising to pay you the sum of £500,000 within 1 month of my 21st birthday." With a laugh of contempt, he brushed my attempt to bribe him aside. "Really, my dear Toby, you must take me for a fool. I hold a high position in the Brotherhood, and its interests are identical with mine. Why should I be content with less than a 30th part of your fortune, when I can have the whole of it for the taking? We need the control of your money to further the great work upon which we are engaged, and we mean to have it. The only question is, will you give it to us and thereby save yourself? Or must we go to the trouble of taking it from you, and in the process turn you from a man into a filthy, grovelling animal?" "Get back to hell where you belong!" I shouted at him. He was careful to keep his distance in case I grabbed him, pulled him to me, and attempted to strangle him. But he sat down just out of my reach on the end of the bed, and said, "Since you insist upon it, I must teach you a lesson. As you have rightly assumed, the irresistible force which we of the Brotherhood invoke is known to the vulgar as the devil, but much of my personal power is derived through the agency of the moon. You will already have guessed that from your experiences down in the library on bright moonlit nights. If you remain adamant in your decision, I shall have to perform a solemn ritual to Our Lady Astaroth, when the moon is full again towards the end of the month. Once I have invoked her, there will be no going back on that. All who have studied the esoteric doctrine agree that her appearance must be terrible beyond belief, for no man who has ever looked upon her face has been able afterwards even to recall his own name. But I still hope that extreme measure will not be necessary, and there are many other recourses of the great art known to me which do not require the propitiation of the Queen of the Dark Heaven.
It may interest you to know that just as all Roman Catholics profess a special devotion to either their name saint or some other, so all members of the Brotherhood place themselves under the protection of one of the princes who form the entourage of the Ancient of Days. Incidentally, he is so called because he is infinitely older than any of the false gods invented since by man. He existed before Earth was created, and was given it as his province, so he is the true lord of this world, and everyone in it owes him allegiance. For countless thousands of years, primitive man knew no other deity, and all the cults which have developed in historic times are heresies. Traces of the ancient religion are still clearly to be seen in the fact that all so-called savage races are divided into tribes, each of which regards itself as related through remote ancestry with one of the princes of the satanic hierarchy, and venerates his symbol in the form of a totem. The wolf, leopard, scorpion, hyena, and serpent are examples of these. And today we who perpetuate the age-old mysteries also associate ourselves with one or other of these powerful entities. My own totem is the spider. I could not suppress a start, and my hands clenched spasmodically. I now knew what it was that had thrown the shadow. That round body and the 6 hairy tentacle-like legs had been those of a spider without a doubt, but a spider the like of which has never been recorded in this world. The big tarantulas of the Amazon were like flies to a bumblebee in comparison with it. Each leg must have measured at least 2 feet when fully extended, and its body had been the size of a fish kettle. Leaving aside its supernatural aspect, it would have proved a most formidable beast for any man to tackle. Helmut smiled as he saw my face whiten. My mention of spiders seems to call up disconcerting memories for you. If you tremble and sweat at the thought of a shadow, what would you do if you were brought face to face with the great spider in the flesh? That is what he is, you know, the great spider. But I forgot. You would not know that as all non-human forms of life have only group souls, their collective astral is always much bigger than the species it represents. The great hound is as big as a horse, and the great rat as a panther. I will tell you another thing, Toby. If one has materialized an astral and wishes it to solidify, one must nurture it on rotting offal, excrement, or blood. Once it has taken sufficient sustenance to form a fleshy body of its own, it can look after itself, but it still needs and seeks food. Spiders are by nature blood-sucking animals, and when the great spider has assumed material form, he would not hesitate to attack a child, or a cripple, Toby, to satiate his lust for blood. What would you do if one night I let him into your room?" I was sweating in earnest now, but I tried to put a bold face on matters by muttering, "I'd tear the brute limb from limb with my naked hands. I'd smash it to a pulp." He shook his head. "Oh, no, you wouldn't. You might try, but you would not succeed. The great spider only borrows his coat of flesh. For him it is a fluid substance to which he gives form by his will, and he is indestructible. Your grip could squeeze but not injure his body, and if you tore off one of his legs, it would immediately join itself onto him again." After pausing to let his horrible conceptions sink into my mind, Helmut took a piece of candle from his pocket. It appeared to be made of black wax, and was only about 2 inches long. He placed it in the centre of an ashtray, which was well out of my reach, and said, "I think that one night, before I call upon Our Lady Astaroth to destroy your mind utterly, I must introduce you to the great spider. I would not let him kill you, of course, but his embrace might bring you to your senses, or, alternatively, render an invocation to the moon goddess unnecessary." But to start with, I will perform a minor magic for your edification. You will no doubt recall the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. He piped all the rats out of the city, and then, because the citizens would not pay him the promised fee, he lured away their children. That is not fiction. It is an account of an actual happening in the remote past that has come down to us through folklore. The piper was a mage, and one of considerable power, since he was able to entice the children of a whole township from their parents. But what concerns us is that his totem was the rat, and it was that which enabled him to order the rats to follow him. But to return to ourselves, as I have already told you, my totem is the spider. All spiders of every kind are my little brothers, and they will do my bidding. He lit the piece of black candle and went on, "This is made out of bear's grease, sulphur, pitch, and the fat of a toad. To use such ingredients in making a candle may sound to you the most childish nonsense, but believe me, it is not. All material substances have astral qualities, and when consumed by fire procure certain results owing to immutable laws which govern the relation of the natural to the supernatural. You will probably find the smell somewhat nauseating, but it will burn for some 40 minutes and give you enough light to see by. I am now about to leave you. When I get back to my room, I intend to send all my little brothers who inhabit the old ruin to pay you a visit. I hope the experience will prove to you that I am not to be trifled with further." A moment later he had picked up his lamp and gone. I was quite calm, but as I stared round the room I felt extremely uncomfortable. All he had said had seemed quite logical at the time, but a swift reaction now made me feel that much of it was the product of a distorted brain. It seemed impossible that he really had the power to summon all the spiders in the castle to plague me, yet I had seen the shadow of the great spider, and felt the sickening, soul-shaking waves of evil that radiated from it. That vile memory was real enough, and if he could materialize a demon such as that, where lay the limit to his potency for working these hideous miracles? The candle burned with a steady blue flame, casting long shadows on the walls that reached up to merge into the darkness that still obscured the high, vaulted ceiling. The stench that came from the melting fat was most repulsive, and after a minute or two the fumes of the sulphur made my eyes water and got into my throat, making me cough. Anxiously I peered from side to side, watching for the first sign of movement which would indicate that he was succeeding in carrying out his fantastic threat. I gave a swift glance at my bedside clock. The hand stood at 14 minutes to 1. It had been just on 22 when he left me. Another minute passed. Another, and another. Still nothing happened. I tried to figure out how long it would take for Helmut to get back to his room and perform the incantation, then for the spiders to reach me. But 2 of those 3 factors were imponderables, so the answer might be anything from 10 minutes to half an hour. All the same, I felt that a quarter of an hour should really be enough for him to set moving any spiders that were in my immediate vicinity, and when the minute hand of my clock had passed 5 to 1, I began to hope that either he had tried to hypnotize me into seeing what he wished me to see, and failed, or had attempted a ritual which had proved too much for him. As each additional minute ticked away, I grew slightly more optimistic. Yet I did not relax my vigilance. Quite automatically, I had dropped into the old familiar steady head roll that was part of the drill for a fighter pilot when searching the skies for enemy aircraft. My glance went down to the floor at my left, slowly upwards, across the opposite wall, down to the floor at my right, and back again across the bed.
Now and then the beastly sulphur fumes caused me to break the rhythm in a fit of coughing, and each time that happened I looked at the clock. At 1:01, I saw the first spider. It was a small red one, but there was no mistaking what it was, as it was actually on the clock and stood out clearly against the white clock face. After that, things began to happen quickly. I spotted another of the kind that have a tiny round body and very long legs on the left-hand bottom corner of my counterpane. A third ran swiftly across my bedside table and disappeared behind my cigarette box. There came a little plop on my pillow, and jerking round my head, I saw that a big, hairy, compact brute had fallen there from the ceiling. I made a swipe at it, and in doing so dislodged another that had just appeared over the edge of the bed. A tickling at the back of my neck caused me to clap my hand to it, and at that moment a newcomer ran up the other sleeve of my pyjama jacket. Within another minute, the place was swarming with them, minute little insects, things whose leg span would have covered half a crown, round-bodied, oval-bodied, wasp-waisted, long-legged, short-legged, some hairy, some smooth, black, red, greyish, brown, and mottled with nasty whitish spots. They came in scores, in hundreds, from every corner of the room, until the bed, the table, and myself were spotted with them as thickly as a summer night sky is with stars. Frantically I beat at them to try and drive them off. Here and there my slaps caught and killed one, causing it to fold up in a little ball and roll away. But the great majority were agile enough to evade my flailing hands, or seemed to protect themselves by taking cover in the folds of the bedclothes. In a dozen places at once I could feel them crawling over me. They ran across my face and got tangled in my hair. There was nothing supernatural about them, but all the same it was a beastly experience, as the irritation never ceased for a second, and there was something loathsome about the feel of their cold little bodies coming into contact with one's skin. Somehow, too, the longer it lasted, the worse it became. For the first few minutes my mind was fully occupied by my angry attempts to fight off the little pests, but it suddenly dawned upon me that my efforts were both futile and exhausting. There were too many and too agile, and for all my wild slapping I had not succeeded in hitting more than a dozen or two. So I gave up and endeavoured to remain still, but I found I simply couldn't for more than a few seconds at a time. It was then that my nerve began to give way. I suppose it was pretty wet of me to allow a lot of harmless little insects to have that effect, but it was partly the impossibility of sitting still while they crawled all over me, and the equal impossibility of getting rid of them, and partly, I think, the horribly disturbing knowledge of how they came to be there. Anyhow, after a quarter of an hour that seemed to last half the night, I broke down and began to weep with rage and distress. Helmut came in a few minutes later to see how I was taking things, and he must have been extremely gratified by what he saw. The stinking bit of black candle had burnt down to a quarter of an inch. He snuffed it, put the heel in his pocket, then went over to the terrace door and opened it wide for a few moments till the rush of cool air had driven most of the smell out of the room. Next he pronounced several sentences of what sounded like gibberish, but were, I suppose, a magical formula from some dead language. On that, his legion of spiders immediately left me and scuttled away out of sight through the cracks in the wainscoting. Holding his lamp aloft, he looked at me and said, "Perhaps after tonight's experience I shall find you in a more reasonable frame of mind tomorrow. If not, I shall have to give you a sharper lesson. There is one family of spiders living in the ruins that I refrained from sending. They are not poisonous, but their bite is painful, and if I send them to you in the dark, you will find it most unpleasant. You might think that over before you go to sleep." When he had gone, I did think it over, and I was and am still determined to resist. Spider bites can be most unpleasant, but I can hardly believe that they will prove more painful than would a beating with thin steel rods by a gang of Gestapo toughs. and so long as my mind remains unimpaired, I mean to stick any pain that Helmut may inflict on me to the limit of my will. Nevertheless, at the time, my nerves were still in a parlous state, and having already given way to tears, I let myself go again in a flood of self-pity. It was in that state that Sally found me. I did not hear her come in, as my head was half buried in the pillow, and my sobs drowned the sound of her footfalls. It was her voice, saying, "What is it, Toby? Whatever is the matter?" that made me start up and find her already leaning over me. She was standing right beside my bed, holding a torch. It dazzled me for a moment, but I could just make out that she was in a dressing gown and had her fluffy brown hair done up in a lot of little plaits. They stuck out absurdly like a spiky halo, but made her look very young and rather pretty. "What is it?" she repeated gently. "Why are you crying like this? Have you had some awful nightmare? I've just had one about you. It was horrid. You were in bed here, and there was a great black thing over your face. I couldn't see what it was, but I knew that you were suffocating. When I woke, I was so worried that I felt I must come up and see if you were all right." I had a nightmare too," I gulped. It seemed the only thing to say. I could not possibly expect her to believe that Helmut had done a Pied Piper of Hamelin on me with all the spiders in the place, but I snuffled out that I had dreamed that a horde of them was swarming all over me. There, she murmured. "It's all over now, and you'll soon forget it. But I'm very glad I followed my impulse to come up all the same." Then she perched herself on the edge of the bed, drew my head down onto her breast, and made comforting noises to me as though I were a small boy who had hurt himself. By that time I had practically got control of myself again, but I must confess that I didn't hurry to show it. Perhaps Wayland's made me a rather hard, self-reliant type. Anyhow, circumstances have never before arisen in which I have been comforted by a girl. It was an entirely new experience, and I found it remarkably pleasant. After a bit I could no longer disguise the fact that I was feeling better, so she said she was going to send me to sleep. She has marvellous hands, strong yet slim and very sensitive, as I already knew from her giving me my massage treatments. Having made me comfortable on my pillows, she started to stroke my forehead with a touch as light as swan's down. In no time at all, I had forgotten about Helmut and felt a gentle relaxation steal over me. A few moments later, I was sleeping like a top. Later. This morning, Sally and I said nothing to one another about last night. I had half a mind to thank her for her kindness, but shyness got the better of me, and she probably refrained from mentioning the matter out of tactfulness, feeling that I wouldn't like it recalled that a girl had found me in tears. All the same, it did come up this afternoon. I was sitting in my wheelchair looking through one of my stamp albums. I have 5 altogether, and 2 of them are now completely interleaved with these sheets. But this was one of the others, and I found I was out of cigarettes. As Sally was near my bedside table, I asked her to pass me the big silver box on it so that I could refill my case. She did so, and opened it as she handed it to me. There was a dead spider inside. "That's funny," she said. "When I was making your bed with Conrad this morning, I found 3 dead spiders in it, and here's another. I wonder how it got inside the box." I knew the answer to that one. The box had been open when Helmut had come in to me at midnight. Later, while slapping at the little brutes, I had evidently hit this one as my hand caught the lid and smacked it shut. But without waiting for me to reply, she went on, "It was queer finding 3 of them in your bed, too. I've never seen any there before. Perhaps a nest of them has hatched out behind the wainscot. Anyway, I'm sure it must have been one of them running over your face that gave you that horrid dream." An almost overwhelming impulse urged me to tell her the truth, but I managed to fight it down. I'm very glad I did now, as a few dead spiders would not have been enough to convince her that I hadn't dreamed the whole thing, and that it was simply my old prejudice against Helmut reasserting itself in my sleep. All the same, I count her having found the spiders a great piece of good fortune, as it is one item of concrete evidence, and although it may cost me pretty dear if the next few days produce others, the time may not be far off when I can spill the whole story, and she will have to believe me. Sally is 100% honest, I am sure of that. And if only I can convince her of the facts, she will be 100% for me. I have got to, for in her now lies my only hope. As it was, I said, "Yes, you're right, I can still feel the little devils crawling over my skin. But that doesn't explain your dream about me. How do you account for that?" She shrugged. "Perhaps I was worrying about you before I went to sleep. For a permanent invalid, you are a wonderfully cheerful person, and in the early part of the week you were right on top of your form. But in the past 2 days you've gone right off the boil. Naturally, I've felt rather concerned about that." "I'm very grateful to you, Sally," I said, "and I'm particularly grateful to you for your kindness to me last night." Then an idea came to me, so I added, "I think I can explain why I've been a bit under the weather recently. I sometimes get premonitions, and I had one about this spider dream that shook me up so. I've a feeling, too, that I'm in for another tonight. Would it be asking too much of you to sit up with a book this evening, and come in to see me round about 12 o'clock? She gave me a queer, half-humorous, half-annoyed look, and then said a trifle sharply, "Nothing doing, Toby Jugg. You were genuinely upset when I came in to you last night, but for a good 10 minutes before I sent you to sleep you were shamming. Midnight visiting is not in the contract, and the proper relations between nurse and patient are going to be maintained. You needn't tell me that you never knew a mother's care either, because I've heard that one before." I was so taken aback that I could not think what to answer. She was right, of course, but I had no idea that she had spotted my manoeuvre. Evidently she thinks I was making up to her with ulterior motives, but she's quite wrong there. It was only that I have been rather starved of human affection, and found comfort in the warmth of her evident concern for me. Since she assumes that by asking her to come to me again tonight I was contemplating making a pass at her, I find it distinctly humiliating that she should have shown so very plainly that she thinks me too poor a fish to bother with. Still, I suppose one can't blame her, really. What healthy girl would want to start an affair with the poor devil of a cripple? Sunday, the 14th of June. Helmut carried out his threat, and the result was pretty bloody. He came in to me about 11 o'clock. There was the sort of scene which it has now become redundant to record. I called him by a string of unprintable names, and he retorted with variations on the theme that I was a stiff-necked little whatnot whom he was determined to bring to heel. The fun started half an hour after he had left me. As there was no hell-broth candle on this occasion, and the fire had practically died out, I had no immediate warning before the attack. Something suddenly scurried across the back of my neck and bit me on the ear. I shook my head violently, clapped a hand to the place, then quickly hauled myself up into a sitting position. Nothing more happened for a while, but I don't mind admitting that as I sat there in the darkness I had no mean fit of the jitters. I could not help visualizing swarms of the little brutes, coming at me from every direction as they had the night before, but this time every one of them having a nip like a pair of tweezers and intending to make their supper off me. Thank God it did not turn out to be as bad as all that, and the period of nerve-wracking anticipation was really the worst part of the business. But the realization was quite bad enough. Helmut's pet family of little brothers turned out to consist of about a score of small, active and persistent horrors, as far as I could judge, although it was impossible to estimate with any certainty how many there were of them making darts at me in the darkness. I think being in the dark made the bites seem more painful, as this morning there is not very much to show for them, but at the time each hurt like the cut of a small, sharp knife, and the shock of it coming without warning added to its intensity. It brought to my mind what I had read of a Chinese torture called the death of 1,000 cuts, and although, of course, I wasn't, I could not help believing that I must be bleeding in dozens of places from the bites on my face, arms, neck, hands, and the upper part of my body. How long the ordeal went on I don't quite know, but it must have been well over 3/4 of an hour, with a fresh bite about every minute. For the whole of that time I was jerking myself about and slapping at my unseen enemies, so when at last the biting ceased, I was sweating like a pig and thoroughly exhausted. For a time I remained sitting, tense and vigilant, waiting for the next bite to come, but when a considerable interval had elapsed without one, I gradually relaxed and began to wonder if Helmut would soon appear to gloat over his blood-soaked victim. But he didn't, and some time later, still propped up against my pillows, I dropped off to sleep. One good thing at least has come out of this last bedevilment. Sally found 2 more corpses in my bed this morning, and although there was no blood to show, my skin was red and slightly puffy where I had been bitten. I twitted her, a little unfairly perhaps, on not having believed my prediction that I should be the victim of another nightmare, but she took the matter seriously and expressed contrition at having given me a raspberry instead of the benefit of the doubt. At the moment, while I sit here writing this on the terrace, she is conducting a grand spider hunt in my room, and is dusting insect powder into the crevices of the wainscoting behind my bed. That will not stop the spiders, if Helmut decides to send them again, as they come from all over the place. But now that she is so concerned about it, he may abandon this form of tormenting me from fear that she will start agitating to have me moved again. She said this morning that proper sleep was an essential to my recovery, and that if we couldn't get rid of the spiders, she would have to speak to Helmut about it. Moreover, she volunteered of her own accord to come in late tonight to see that I was all right. I reminded her that she was dining with Helmut, and suggested, with what I fear must have been rather a forced laugh, that she might find his books and conversation so interesting that she would forget all about me. To that I got the tart reply that a few hours' relaxation had never yet made her forget her professional duties. Let's hope that tonight does not prove an exception. It would be a great triumph for me if she came in while a spider attack was in full progress, as I think that if I then told her the truth, she might believe it. But will she come at all? She certainly won't, if Helmut gets really busy on her. Later. I have spent a miserable afternoon. Not on account of any further threat from Helmut, or my own situation, which God knows is desperate enough, but worrying about Sally. I feel sure she has no idea what she may be letting herself in for tonight, and it would be futile to try to tell her. She would only put it down to a recurrence of the abnormal condition in which I am supposed to have sex on the brain, and I should risk disrupting to no purpose the excellent relations that now exist between us. Sally has been here over a fortnight, and a cripple is naturally far more dependent than any other type of invalid on his nurse, so I have already spent many pleasant idle hours in her company. In fact, I have really seen much more of her than I did of any of the girls that I met casually and ran around with for 2 or 3 months while I was in the RAF. I have come to like her enormously, and I'm beginning to wonder if my intense repugnance to the thought of Helmut getting hold of her is not partly inspired by jealousy. I have never been jealous of anyone before. The Wayland's training eliminated that emotion in my makeup during my adolescence, and I thought it had done so for good. But now I am by no means certain. Knowing Helmut's attitude to women as I do, the thought of her spending a whole evening with him makes me squirm. I simply cannot bear the thought of his filling her up with drink, then pawing her about. Of course, she may not let him, but his personal magnetism is extraordinarily strong, and if he thinks she is likely to prove difficult, he is quite capable of slipping something into her drink. The terrible frustration that I am feeling from being unable to protect her can hardly be entirely attributed to a normal sense of chivalry. So I suppose there is no escaping the fact that jealousy must enter into it. If so, it is a most hideous emotion, and since jealousy of this type is a by-product of love, it brings me face to face with the question, can I possibly be in love with Sally? As I have never been in love, I honestly don't know. I have always thought of love in this sense as an extra intense form of physical desire, and Sally has not so far had any profound effect upon my passions. She has a lovely figure, and although she is not beautiful in the accepted sense, her face is so expressive that it gives her an attraction all of her own. There is, too, a rich warmth in her voice, and she is altogether a very cuddlesome person. But I certainly would not jump off Westminster Bridge for the privilege of sleeping with her. On the other hand, I think I would jump off Westminster Bridge if, by doing so, I could prevent what is likely to happen tonight. Which strikes me as very queer. Monday, the 15th of June. I am in love with Sally. I know that now, and I wonder more than ever what ill I can have done in my short life for God to have inflicted such a series of punishments on me. To be made a cripple at the age of 20 was a life sentence. To be left in Helmut's clutches with the end of the month approaching, and to date not even the germ of an idea for getting away from him, is pretty well as good as having added to the life sentence that it shall be spent in solitary confinement. And now this. Last night I went through purgatory. Sally gave me my massage early so that she would have plenty of time to change for dinner. Then she told me that Conrad would settle me down at 10 o'clock, and she hoped that I would soon get off to sleep, but that she would peep in round about midnight just in case the insect powder had not proved fully effective, and some of the spiders were causing me to have another nightmare. After that, she left me, and I spent 5 hours of unadulterated hell. If this is love, God help every imaginative man or woman who falls into it, and ever has to remain inactive, while knowing the person they love to be in the company of an unscrupulous rival. I knew both Helmut and Sally and the rooms in which they would pass the evening sufficiently well to form a series of mental pictures of their having cocktails together, dining, looking through his books, and of what might happen later. Most of the time, up till about 9:30, my personal television set was jumping ahead, with only occasional flashbacks to what was probably happening at the moment. After that hour, my imagination ran riot, and my torture was intensified 100-fold by sickening visions of what might be taking place downstairs while I was actually thinking of it. No doubt many of the situations that I conjured up with which to flay myself were grossly beyond the probable, but since Helmut was concerned, they were never outside the bounds of the possible. I see that I have written of Helmut as my rival, which of course he is not, since I have never made even the suggestion of a declaration to Sally, and, if I did, I have not the least reason to suppose that she would reciprocate my feelings. On the contrary, she has already shown that far from desiring any advance from me, she would regard it as most undesirable on account of her professional status. I cannot think that many young nurses allow medical etiquette to weigh much with them if they feel an inclination towards a patient. In fact, although it was officially frowned on in the RAF hospitals, where I spent 10 months, lots of chaps had affairs with the VADs, so Sally's attitude with regard to myself must be taken as a clear indication that she has no time for me. On the other hand, she has never made any secret of her admiration for Helmut, and she may quite well have been hoping for the past 10 days or more that he would make love to her. I don't know much about girls' reactions, but everything in such relationships must depend on the point of view. If a man of 45, like Helmut, makes violent love to a girl of 22, like Sally, and she thinks him physically unattractive, she probably regards him as a beast, a dirty old man, and almost as a medical case who should have more control over himself at his age. But if she is attracted to him, she then regards his amorous assault as a compliment, and he becomes in her eyes an experienced lover, a real man of the world, and a connoisseur of women whom any girl of her age might be proud to have as a beau. If Sally's conception of Helmut is on the latter lines, as it well may be, that would make the agonies I suffered last night all the more pointless and absurd. But they were none the less vivid and heart-rending, and what makes things worse is that I have no idea how the party really went, or ended, as Sally is hardly on speaking terms with me this morning. That is partly my fault, as I blotted it again, and badly, and she could hardly be expected to guess that I did so mainly out of concern for her. Helmut did not come in to me after tea, so there weren't even any further threats to distract my mind from Sally, and I knew that he would be too much occupied with her to come up and start an argument with me after dinner, so the Spiders and myself were both given a night off. From 10 o'clock, when Conrad took my lamp away, the time dragged interminably. I thought it must be at least 1:30, and that Sally had long since forgotten her promise to come and see that I was all right, when the sound of Great-Aunt Sarah's footsteps going down her secret staircase told me that it was only just 11. She is as regular as a clock, and recently I have feared that Helmut might hear her, either coming or going, on one of his late visits to me. If he did, he is quite capable of having her stopped out of pure malice, and it would be a wicked shame to interfere with the only thing that makes the poor old girl's life worth living. But fortunately he has never been here yet at the actual time she has passed. I thought more than once on both Friday and Saturday nights of calling her in to help me against the Spiders, but gave the idea up from the feeling that it would not only be useless, but scare her out of the few wits she has left. Anyhow, her passing last night told me that I had another hour or so to wait for Sally, even if she came at all, and had not forgotten me owing to Helmut's blandishments, or because she was lying half-drugged and unable to think coherently. That hour seemed to stretch into an age-long night, yet I knew that it could not be more than 2 hours at most, because Great-Aunt Sarah always returns from her self-imposed toil at 1, and she had not done so when I heard footsteps coming up the stone stairs outside my door. It was Sally, but Helmut was with her, and she was tight. He held the lamp as she stumbled into the room in front of him. I had never seen her properly dressed up before. She was not wearing full evening dress, of course, but the sort of frock that girls use to dine out informally. Her eyes were abnormally bright, and her face was flushed. My heart gave an extra thump as I suddenly realized that she can look damn pretty. But almost simultaneously I realized the state she was in, and I was filled with rage and apprehension. Helmut had knocked back his share of the drink. I could tell that by the slant of his tawny eyes. But he knows how to hold his liquor, and, as usual when he is wearing a dinner jacket, he looked very distinguished. While he remained standing in the doorway, Sally came over to me with what I suppose she thought was a cheerful smile, but was actually a sick-making grin on her face, and said, "Well, I promised I'd come, and here I am. Any spiders?" "No," I said. "You've brought the only one with you." Her face went stupidly blank, but Helmut understood me and laughed.
"There you are! What did I tell you? Poor Toby's got them again. In an old place like this there are bound to be a certain number of spiders hatching out at this time of year, and because you found a few about the room, he now thinks that I am one."
"Silly boy," she suppressed a hiccup. "You mustn't get spiders on the brain. It's bad for you. I'm your nurse, and I want you to be a credit to me. Be good now and go to sleep." "It is you who need sleep at the moment," I said sharply. "And as you are now, you are no credit to your profession or yourself. You're tight, Sally. Get to bed and sleep it off." I shot that line in the hope that it would pull her together, although I knew I was taking a chance that it might put her against me. It did, and came back like a boomerang on my unhappy head. She swore that she was not tight, and called on the grinning Helmut as witness to the gratuitous insult I had offered her. Then she called me an ungrateful little so-and-so for dragging her up here only to be rude, swore that she would never come near me after 10 o'clock again, and flounced, a trifle unsteadily, out of the room. Helmut gave me a parting leer as he turned away to light her down the stairs, and that was that. What happened after that I have no idea. Up to the time that I saw them, the fact that Sally was in such rollicking form showed that Helmut could not so far have tried anything on to which she had not been a willing party. But there might have been a very good reason for that. If she told Helmut quite early in the evening that she had promised to come up and see me at midnight, he is shrewd enough to have realized that should she insist on keeping her promise, it would probably upset his seduction act just as he was getting going. So he might have decided to spend the first part of the evening filling her up with drink, and hold the rough stuff till after their visit. All I do know is that she is looking like the wrath of God this morning, and has one hell of a hangover. Later. After lunch, Helmut came in to see me. He announced that he is going away this afternoon, and will not be back till Friday. The surprise, relief, and excitement that I felt on hearing this can well be imagined. The length of his proposed absence is accounted for by the fact that he is going to spend 2 days at Wayland's, and getting from central Wales to Cumberland is a most hideous cross-country journey. By road it is about 300 miles, so could be done in a day. But wartime restrictions make going by car out of the question, and by rail there is no connection which makes the trip possible without lapping over into a second day. He is catching the afternoon train to Birmingham and spending the night there, as if he caught the night train on, he would only find himself marooned at Carlisle at some godless hour of the morning. So he will travel north tomorrow, spend Tuesday night and the whole of Wednesday at Wayland's, start back on Thursday after lunch, and arrive here midday Friday. He seemed to take a special delight in describing to me the object of his journey. For a long time it has been one of his ambitions to have the chapel here dedicated to his infernal master, and at last the Brotherhood have agreed. The ceremony is to take place on St. John's Eve, that is, Midsummer Eve, Tuesday the 23rd of June. Apparently it is the second most important feast in the Satanic calendar, the first being Walpurgis, or May Day Eve, the 30th of April. That, no doubt, explains why it was that I suffered the worst of the early attacks by the horror in the courtyard on April the 30th. Evidently, too, It was not coincidence that it should have been on a 30th of April that I caught a glimpse of the Brotherhood gathering at Wayland's, and had the fright of my young life on breaking open the old tomb. I'm inclined to think now, though, that the tomb had nothing to do with it, and that I ran into some incredibly evil presence that the Satanists at Wayland's had conjured up to protect their meeting from being spied upon. Anyway, there is going to be a full-scale Sabbath held here tomorrow week. Helmut is going up to Wayland's to arrange the final details, and the Brotherhood is coming in force from all parts to attend it. So I know now why it was when I looked through the grating I saw that instead of being half full of rubble, the chapel had recently been cleaned out. He asked me again if I had reconsidered matters, and on my replying in the negative he said, "That is a pity, as I should like to have taken north with me the news of your willingness to accept initiation. However, the Midsummer Night's ceremony will provide a perfect opportunity for that, and I still hope to induce you to see reason before then. If I fail, instead of your receiving initiation that night, we shall have to invoke the Lady Astaroth. The circumstances for such a ritual are not always propitious, but they will be on that date, and that will be the end of you. But I shall be back on Friday, and able to give my entire attention to you over the weekend. By the 20th, the moon will be entering her second quarter, so if you are still recalcitrant, I shall summon the Great Spider, and we will see what effect a meeting with him will have on you." Later. All the afternoon I have been desperately racking my wits for a way to take advantage of Helmut's absence. It is a God-given chance to escape, and the last I will ever get. I have 3 clear days to work in, but even that is all too little to prepare for a breakout and to pull it off. The physical difficulties alone are immense. That morning when I was hauled back from the railway station, and Helmut and Sally were discussing in the car how I could be prevented from getting away again, she was so right in pointing out that I am too heavy to be carried, so that even with help I could get very little distance without my wheelchair. And it is such a weighty contraption that it would take more than one person to get it downstairs. Then there is the problem of getting me down after it, and the whole job would have to be done at night, without arousing any of the household. Still, I've a feeling that I would find a way to surmount such obstacles, if only I were not so utterly alone and tied. If I had someone to get me from my bed into the chair, and help me out of it onto the top step of the stairs, I believe the getting down could be managed. While they supported and guided the chair from behind, I could take its weight against the back of my shoulders, and lever myself down in a sitting position, taking my weight on my hands a step at a time. But it would be utterly impossible to perform such a feat on my own, and none of the servants ever come here except Conrad. To hope for any help from him is out of the question, so the problem really boils down to, can I or can I not win Sally over before Helmut gets back? Unfortunately, she is sadly changed from yesterday, and goodness knows what Helmut said or did to her, but he must now be very confident in her loyalty to him to go off like this, leaving me in her charge. It was probably with his journey in view that he put off having a party with her until last night. That would be just like him. The odds are that he is not the least attracted by her, otherwise he would have done something about it long before this. But he decided that it was important to secure her allegiance, and that the best way to do so was to create a strong emotional bond between them just before his departure. He is also, no doubt, relying to some extent on my isolated situation up here at the top of this spiral staircase, and on Conrad keeping an eye on things for him. But Conrad, although sly and cunning, is not overburdened with brains, so it should not be difficult to outwit him. Therefore, it must be principally on Sally that Helmut is counting to keep me a prisoner here and prevent me from obtaining any outside help during his absence. The fact that she is like a bear with a sore head today and has so far treated me with frigid abruptness is partly due to her hangover and partly to her annoyance at my having seen her tight last night. But I have an uneasy feeling that there is also something else behind it, from the way she avoids my glance. Perhaps Helmut told her about how I hypnotized Deb, and warned her not to look me in the face for more than a few seconds at a time. Since she first arrived, it has occurred to me more than once to try out my hypnotic powers on her, but I felt that Helmut would be watching for such a move on my part, and be certain to nip it in the bud. Later, after Julia's visit, there was no point in attempting it until Helmut came out in his true colours a few days ago. That was followed almost immediately by the first spider attack, after which Sally came and comforted me. I am sure now it was that episode which led up to my present feelings for her, and there seems to me something definitely wrong about attempting to impose one's will by such means on a girl with whom one has fallen in love. An attempt to bribe her is equally repugnant, but my situation is so desperate that I am positively forced to try one means or the other. Of the two, to offer her a bribe seems the less unpleasant course, and the one more likely to succeed. At least she could not afterwards accuse me of having interfered with her free will, and if Helmut has primed her against my hypnotic powers, I might find it impossible to make any impression on her, except, if she guesses what I am at, to make her more prejudiced than ever against me. Even if she did become Helmut's mistress when she was tight last night, she may be regretting it by now. But in any case, I can hardly believe that in an affair of such short duration he could have secured such a hold over either her affections or her mind as to make her completely oblivious to her future interests. Sally is much better born than I am. She comes of a long line of naval people, one of whom was a cavalier who commanded a ship in Charles I's time. She was brought up to understand and appreciate nice things, although her family has fallen on hard times and lost nearly all their money. She is quite philosophical about the fact that she would have to earn her own living, even if the war did not make that compulsory. But at times I'm sure she thinks it a little hard that she should have to, while all her ancestors for many generations back have enjoyed the comfort, elegance, and freedom to live as they chose, which was the natural birthright of the English gentry. I could give her all that, and with no strings attached. If only she will get me away from Llanfadrach, I'll be as rich as Croesus this time next week. However right Helmut may be in his prediction that the Socialists will reduce the whole nation to the level of beggary in a few years' time, the Jugg millions are still mine at the moment to do what I like with, if only I can get my hands on them. I'll offer to make over to her a sum which will keep her in luxury for the rest of her life, but I have no time to lose. I must tackle her tonight after dinner. She is bound to accept. She would be mad to refuse. Tuesday, the 16th of June. Last night I was stymied. When Conrad brought my dinner up, he told me that Nurse Cardew had asked him to say that she felt a little indisposed, so she was going early to bed and would not be coming up again. Poor Sally! I love her so much that I could not help feeling sorry for her, despite the annoying setback to my own plans. She certainly had a packet the night before, and even I don't know quite how big a one it may have been. It was very natural that she should feel that she wanted to sleep the clock round. Perhaps, after all, so far as I am concerned, it is all to the good that I should have been compelled to postpone my offer to her of a thundering fat bribe. She was in a much better mood this morning, and although a bit standoffish, at least civil to me. I have decided not to rush my fences, but to be on my best behaviour all day, so as to try to win her back to a really friendly mood, then take the plunge just after tea, when we do my second daily standing exercise. We haven't got very far with that. I can just bear my own weight for about a minute, but I fear it will be quite a time yet before I can take even a single step. As directly I attempt to lift one foot from the ground, the other leg crumples up. Still, Sally remains extremely persistent and quite optimistic about me, and as she regards this business as her own special contribution towards my recovery, she is always most patient and sympathetic during our sessions at it. I shall do my very damnedest this evening to show some progress, so as to please her, then offer her a life of luxury for the rest of her days to become my ally. Later. I have bogged it. I don't think it was my fault. The exercise was a success. I stood erect for 2 minutes by Sally's watch without support, and she was delighted. As soon as I had recovered from the effort, I put the matter to her as tactfully as I could. I did not go into a long speech about Helmut, much less make any apparently wild statements about his possessing occult powers derived from the devil and having deliberately wished the spiders onto me. I simply said that, mad or sane, I was thoroughly fed up with Llanfydrak and had come to the conclusion that it was bad for my nerves to remain here. I added that if I could get to London, I was perfectly prepared to go straight to the Air Ministry and ask to be taken back into one of their hospitals, and that as I was one of their own types, and a DFC to boot, I felt certain they would take me, provided I was willing to pay my own expenses. That seemed to me a pretty reasonable proposition. Then I went all out, and, mentally transporting Sally to the mountain top, spread all the riches of the earth before her. For several minutes I dilated on what an ample supply of money could still do in the world for a personable young woman. Freedom from work and care, the opportunity to meet an endless succession of men with charm, ability and wealth, clothes, beauty treatments, furs, jewels, travel, horses to ride in the country, and parties to go to in town, winter sports in Switzerland, and sunbathing in the West Indies. But she did not let me get as far as making the actual offer. Having listened to me with an intent expression for a bit, she suddenly got what I was driving at, and, coming to her feet with a jerk, she told me to shut up. But I went through with it. I had to, as things I value more than my life depend on my getting away from here before Helmut gets back. She went red in the face, stamped her foot, and declared that nothing in the world would induce her even to consider such a proposition. Looking back on it, I realized that she presents the most adorable picture when she is flushed and angry. But I was in no mood to think of that at the time. I told her that she was crazy, and that for her to reject such a future out of loyalty to Helmut could only mean that he had bewitched her. She replied that Helmut had nothing to do with it, apart from the fact that he had engaged her, and she was responsible to him. Then she got on her high horse about having been left in charge of me and her honour as a professional nurse. Again, looking back, I really believe she meant that. And when one considers the temptation I was holding out, one does not have to be a born cynic to believe that very few young women would have shown such splendid integrity. Whether she is still a virgin, or has been Helmut's mistress and had a dozen lovers before him, weighs as nothing in the scales against such a flat rejection of a colossal bribe. And I know now that I am very right to love her as I do. But at the time, my bitter disappointment, and the awful sense of impending fate that now weighs upon me all my waking hours, overmastered all other emotions. My filthy temper got the better of me again, and I cracked at her, "Oh, be your age and stop talking hot air about your professional honour. You won't have any honour of any kind left if you have much more to do with Dr. Helmut Lisicki." Her blue eyes blazed, and she retorted, "If you were not 1, a cripple, 2, my patient, and 3, suffering from erotomania, I would slap your face." Wednesday, the 17th of June. I have blotted it again. Last night I decided that since there seems no possible chance of securing Sally's conscious aid, I must attempt to hypnotize her and force her into helping me unconsciously. The idea was intensely repugnant to me, but desperate ills call for desperate remedies, and if ever a man was desperate, I am. This morning, after we had been out on the terrace for about 10 minutes, I tried the trick that had worked so well with Deb. I said that I had got a fly in my eye, and asked her to fish it out. In an instant she rounded on me, called me an unscrupulous young brute, and proceeded to flay me with her tongue. I suppose that before Helmut sacked Deb, he got out of her particulars of how I had gone to work in her case. Anyhow, he had told Sally about it the first night that she dined with him, and warned her to be on her guard in case I attempted the same trick on her. Worse, he inferred that I had not only used the hypnotic control that I succeeded in acquiring over Deb to force her to help me to escape, but had used it before that to secure her unwilling cooperation in indulging my immoral aberrations. Of course, I hotly denied it, but that got me nowhere, and I don't wonder now that Sally takes such a dim view of me. She said that she would have thrown up the case and gone back to London days ago if she had not realized that when these fits seize me, I am not responsible for my actions. So all I have succeeded in doing is to strengthen her conviction that I am an erotomaniac, and this morning made a most despicable attempt to make her my unwilling victim. By this afternoon Helmut will have been gone 2 days, and that is just half the period of grace that I have been granted. I have shot both my bolts with Sally, and have not another round of any kind left in the locker. Later. It was Sally's afternoon off, and she went down to the village, but there is nothing much to do there, so after tea she came up to sit with me. She was in a much more pleasant mood, and without exactly apologizing, she inferred that she was sorry about having flared out at me as she did this morning. She said that I am so normal most of the time that she is apt to forget that my mind is unbalanced, so goes off the deep end when these occasional evidences of my malady occur, instead of calmly ignoring them. So I think her early return to keep me company was partly a gesture of the amende honorable variety. I accepted it as such only too willingly, and after we had talked of trivialities for a bit, she said, "I met your ex-nurse, Deborah Kane, in the village post office this afternoon." "Did you?" I exclaimed. "I thought she had gone back to London." "No, I gather that she is engaged to the village schoolmaster, a man named Griffith, and is staying with him and his mother." "What did you think of her?" I asked. Sally smiled. "Rather a flashy type, isn't she? I mean, not at all the sort of person one would expect to find in these parts, or anyhow not dressed the way she was. Her off-smart clothes, silk stockings, high heels and hairdo might have looked all right in Oxford Street, but they were a bit startling for Llanfydrach. I had no idea who she was until she came up and introduced herself. I suppose somebody had pointed me out to her as your new nurse. She asked me how I was liking it up at the castle." "And what did you say to that one?" I smiled back. "Oh, I was very non-committal," Sally shrugged. "I'm quite good at minding my own business and other people's. I said that Helmut was charming and you were a pet, which is by no means true all of the time, and asked her why she had chucked up such a pleasant job. That shook her rather, but she took refuge in the fib that although she had liked both you and the doctor immensely, when she had become engaged, her fiancé had insisted on her leaving so that they could be together more often. We laughed a lot over that, as it was so absurdly far off the facts. But it suddenly occurred to me that Sally did not know the real truth about Deb's relations with Helmut and myself, only a small part of it, with a number of entirely false additions given her by Helmut. I knew that it was useless to give her my own version, as she would never believe me, and only get in an ill humour again from supposing that I was once more attempting to blacken Helmut in her eyes. But there was one way which, if it did not entirely convince her of the respective parts we had played, might at least arouse doubts in her mind about Helmut's veracity. "Sally," I said, "can you keep a secret?" She nodded. "I mean really keep it," I went on. "To me this one is of vital importance. I want you to give me your word that in no circumstances whatsoever will you disclose it to Helmut or anyone else without my permission." "I'll give you my word, then," she agreed. "All this sounds very mysterious." "No, it's very down to earth, really." While I had been speaking, the idea in my mind had swiftly developed. I realized that if I was to make this final bid to convince her that Helmut was a rogue, to give her only the part that Deb had played in the story would be like producing a single slice of a large cake. So I decided to go the whole hog, and went on. "Ever since the beginning of May, I have been keeping a journal. You must often have seen me scribbling away with one of my stamp albums open on my knees. But I was not making long notes about watermarks, perforations, and freak issues, as I pretended. I was entering up my diary, which now runs to over 300 loose sheets. You believe me to be mad, but you admit that for much of the greater part of the time I am perfectly sane, so the great bulk of my writing must have been done when I was normal. My reason for writing the journal was because I believe myself to be the victim of a conspiracy to drive me insane. I hoped that if the conspiracy succeeded and I was put in a lunatic asylum, some honest person might come across my papers, realize the truth, and take steps to get me out. That is why I have taken considerable pains to prevent anyone here knowing of the existence of this document. You see, they might destroy it, and I regard it as my only remaining lifeline. If you read what I have written, you may consider much of it to be the ravings of a lunatic, but it will tell you a great deal about me that you don't know, and of which independent proof is easily available. It will tell you all about my family and my early life, of the part that Helmut played in it, and of the great financial issues that hang upon the question of my sanity or madness, of the strange school at which Helmut was a master where I was educated, and of how much he has to gain by making people believe that I am mad. If I told you this story myself, I'm afraid you would think that I was making great chunks of it up as I went along. But you won't be able to think that of this account, which has been written day by day as a record of events, and of the hopes and fears which have made my life one long battle for these past 2 months. If I give you these papers, will you read them through this evening? And whatever conclusions you come to, promise faithfully to let me have them back tomorrow morning." "Yes, Toby," she said. "I promise, and whatever I think, I won't give away what you have been doing. I'd like to read the biographical part especially, as it may help me to help you to get well more quickly if I know more about you. If there are over 300 pages of it, though, it is going to take a long time to read, so perhaps I had better take them downstairs and start on it now." I asked her to get me the albums, extracted the pages I have written in the last few days so that she should not read the entries in which I have confessed my love for her, and gave her the rest. Looking rather sweetly serious, She took them off with her, while I settled down to make this record of our conversation. Was I, perhaps, inspired to start this journal before I even knew of her existence, so that she should one day read it? The workings of Providence are sometimes very strange, but perhaps Sally is the honest person who will see the truth through the web of lies that Helmut has spun, and set me free. Thursday, the 18th of June. Anyone can imagine the state of suppressed excitement in which I awaited Sally's verdict this morning. Her face told me nothing when she came in shortly after Conrad to help me with my morning toilet. As soon as we were alone together for a moment, I asked her if she had read it all, and she nodded. "Fortunately, your writing is pretty legible, except in a few parts which were evidently written when you were overwrought, so I managed to get through it. But it took me till 2 in the morning. Conrad will be coming up with your breakfast in a moment, though, so I think we had better wait to discuss it until we are out on the terrace." So I had to contain my impatience for another hour, but as soon as we were comfortably settled in our corner of the battlements, she said, "It is an extraordinary document, Toby. I was tremendously impressed, but honestly I don't know what to say about it." "The point is," I said a little abruptly, "having read it, do you consider that it is the work of a man who is sane or insane?" "Honestly, Toby, I can't answer that." Her voice held an unhappy note. "Whether you imagine things or whether you don't, there can be no doubt about it that you have been through absolute hell. I cried in places. I simply couldn't help it." I think that is the nicest thing she has ever said to me. It almost made having gone through it all worthwhile, to have touched her heart like that. But the 3rd day of Helmut's absence was nearly up. He will be back by this time tomorrow, so the paramount need for action forced me to say, "Thanks for your sympathy, Sally, I'm very grateful for that, but as I am situated, it is not enough. I'm afraid I have placed you in a rotten situation. I wouldn't have done so from choice, but I had to. Because I am a prisoner here, and you happen to be my jailer, and there is no one else to whom I can appeal for help. If I am still here when Helmut gets back, I am going to be sunk for good. You know that from what you have read of his threats to me. If you consider that those threats are entirely the product of my imagination, you will be fully justified in ignoring my plea. But if you feel there is even a grain of truth in them, you are now saddled with a very weighty responsibility. By helping to detain me here against my will, you are not only aiding and abetting a criminal conspiracy, but doing something which you know to be morally indefensible." She took that very well, and agreed in principle that I was right. But she continued to declare that as she had nothing but my written word to go on, it really was impossible for her to judge whether I had invented the more fantastic parts of my story or not. So, for an hour or more, we argued the matter, passing from the general to the particular, as I strove to convince her that every episode recorded was cold, hard fact. There were 2 points in my favour. She had known a girl who had been at Wayland's, so had some idea of the amoral principles that are inculcated there, which helped to lower Helmut's stock, and she was not at all sceptical about ghosts, or the more usually accepted supernormal occurrences. Moreover, she admitted that my whole conception of the motive for a conspiracy was built up on sound logic. But she simply could not swallow the fact that black magic is still practiced today, and that Helmut has been employing satanic power with the object of reducing me to a gibbering idiot. "All right, then," I said at last. "Let's leave the Brotherhood, and the Great Spider, and the question of Helmut being a servant of the devil out of it. If I can prove that he has told you a pack of lies and slandered me outrageously in connection with one particular episode, will that convince you that he has an ulterior motive in keeping me here, and induce you to help me get out of his clutches?" After a moment she nodded. "Yes. If you can do that, it would satisfy me that he really is plotting to get hold of your money. And whether he is using occult power to aid him or not becomes beside the point. Either way, it would be up to me to do what I can to protect you from his criminal intentions. But I don't see how you are going to prove anything." "I may be able to," I replied, "but I shall need your help. Getting you to read the journal at all only arose through your running into Deborah Kane in the village yesterday, and because I wanted you to know my side of that particular story. If you will go down to the village again and get her to come up here, I'll find a way to make her tell the truth. Then you'll see if it is Helmut or I who has been lying. I can find her easily enough because I know that she is living with the Griffiths, but whether I can persuade her to come up here is quite another matter. If you tell her that Helmut is away until tomorrow, so there is no chance of her running into him, I think I can guarantee that she'll come back with you," I said with a smile. "I will write a little note for you to give her, and when she has read it I shall be very surprised if she does not agree to play." "You mean to hold some threat over her?" Sally frowned suspiciously. "I do," I admitted, "but only to get her up here. After that you shall see for yourself that I won't use threats on her to get the truth." Turning my chair, I wheeled myself back into my room, got a sheet of notepaper, and wrote on it, "My dear Deb, I am anxious to ask you a few questions, and it is of the utmost importance that I should put them to you at once. So would you be good enough to accompany Nurse Cardew back to the castle? In view of all that you told me of your early life and political persuasions, I am sure you will agree that it is much better that I should have this chat with you than to have to ask Mr. Griffith to come up to see me." I addressed the envelope, then wheeled myself back to the terrace and showed the letter to Sally. When she had read it, she said, "I remember now all that business about her being a communist that you got out of her when you had her in a hypnotic trance. You're threatening to tell her fiancé. That is blackmail, you know." "My dear Sally," I exclaimed impatiently, "I don't care if it is theft, forgery, arson, and all the other crimes in the Newgate calendar. I'd commit the lot to get out of here, and since you insist on my proving my words before you will help me to escape, it is you who are driving me to commit this one." "I'm sorry, Toby." Her voice had become quite meek. "You're right about me forcing you into this, but I've got to know the truth, and the sooner the better. It is nearly 12 o'clock now, and it's a good bet that she'll be at the Griffiths' house at lunchtime. If I borrow a bicycle from one of the servants and start right away, I shall be down in the village well before 1. I'll have a snack myself at the tea shop, then, if all goes well, pick her up afterwards and be back here soon after 2. So off Sally went, and at any moment now I am expecting her to return with Comrade Deborah Kane. Later. "I've won! But what a session! And what a revelation! I am writing this now only to fill in time. As anxious as Sally and I are to get off, it would be madness to make a start until Conrad is out of the way for the night. And our interview with Deb is well worth recording. When she arrived, she was pretty sullen, which was hardly surprising, but she became almost pleasant when I apologized for having troubled her, and said that I only wanted to ask her some questions to set Nurse Cardew's mind at rest about certain things which it was suggested had happened here. Then I said, "I want you to tell the truth, even if it appears to be unfavourable to myself, and if you do so, I give you my word that I will say nothing to Owen Griffith of what I know about your affairs. Now, while you were here, did I, at any time, make any amorous advances to you?" She looked very surprised, gave a quick glance at Sally, and said, "No. As a matter of fact, I thought you were rather standoffish. You were always quite polite, but you hardly seemed to notice me as a person at all." "Right," I said. "When Dr. Lesicki discovered that on several occasions I had hypnotized you and had an explanation with you about that which led to your leaving, did he reveal to you or even suggest that I had taken advantage of you while you were in a trance state?" "No, he never said anything of that kind." Her eyes widened as she added, Did you do that?" "Certainly not," I replied. "But he seems to have given Nurse Cardew the impression that I did. Now, about the doctor himself. Did he make amorous advances to you?" "No," she said firmly, "he did not." Her denial took me by surprise, as it seemed quite pointless in view of all I knew and the fact that Helmut had thrown her out bag and baggage. "Come, Deb," I admonished her, "I'm not threatening you, and Nurse Cardew will promise not to repeat anything you may say to your detriment, but we want the truth. Dr. Lesicki told me that you were his mistress, and you confirmed that to me yourself while you were in a trance. You can't deny it." She stubbornly shook her head. "What I said in a trance you may have put into my mind, and if he said that of me, it is because he is a vain and boastful man. He was lying." I saw that I was up against it, and there was only one thing to do. I said, "All right, I will believe you, if you look me in the face and swear to that." She fell into the trap. The second she had her eyes fixed on mine, I shot out my right hand, pointed my first and second fingers at them, and gave the order, "Sleep, Deb, at once. Go to sleep this instant." The old formula worked like magic. There was barely a flicker of resistance before her eyes began to glaze, and the heavy eyelids drooped over them. "Good," I said after a moment. "Now we will start all over again. I am still not threatening you, but I order you to disclose the naked truth that lies in your subconscious. Were you telling the truth just now about me?" "Yes." Her voice had gone dull and toneless. "You never laid a finger on me." "Were you Dr. Lesicki's mistress?" "Yes." "I want details about that. I want Nurse Cardew to hear from your own lips the full particulars of your affair with the doctor, and how, having first taken and then neglected you, he took you back again to spite Owen Griffith. You had better tell the whole story as you told it to me that day in the summer-house, with any additional details which may show how badly the doctor treated you." It all came out in about 20 minutes' monotonous monologue, and when she had done, Sally expressed herself as entirely satisfied that I had put no part of it into Deb's mind. Her story included things that I couldn't have known, and it branded Helmut as both a sadistic brute and outrageous liar. I turned back to Deb and asked her, purely out of curiosity, "Why did you seek to protect the doctor before I put you in a trance? Why didn't you tell us the truth then?" "Before I left, he told me that I was never to mention that I had had an affair with him to anyone, and that if I was ever asked, I was to deny it. But as you were leaving anyhow, he could no longer hold the threat of dismissal over you, so why should you take orders from him? Was it because you were afraid that he might tell Owen Griffith something about you that you did not want Griffith to know?" "No, it was because I should have been severely punished if he found out that I had disobeyed him." "Who by?" "By the party." I drew in my breath. "Do you mean, then, that Dr. Lesicki is also a communist, and a member of the party?" "Of course, and a very high one. He is a commissar." Sally and I took a swift look at one another. The reply had electrified us both. Later, I realized that I should have considered the possibility of Helmut being a member of the Communist Party before. Deb had disclosed that Miss Smith, who ran her nursing organization, used it as a cover for a communist centre, and Helmut had told me himself that Miss Smith was an old friend of his, hence his pull with her to send him not only good-looking, complacent nurses, but ones who were also trustworthy. The tie-up was pretty clear, and I ought to have spotted it. By trustworthy, it was now clear, too, that he had meant girls who were members of the party, whom he could order around, and who would keep their mouths shut if they suspected him of the filthy game he was playing on me. What a heaven-sent blessing that Miss Smith should have gone off for the weekend, and the nurse she had selected to replace Deb had injured her ankle, so that dear Sally was sent instead. But Helmut, a commissar! I would never have suspected that. And what a field of speculation it opened up about the real activities of the Brotherhood. When I had had a moment to recover from the bombshell that Deb had so unwittingly thrown, I said to her, "Did you ever hear anything about occult forces being used by members of the party to gain their political ends?" "We are taught to use whatever means we regard as most suitable," she replied. "In some cases, people who are interested in the occult can be led on through it to do things which they would not like others to know. Then they can be easily blackmailed into doing as we wish." "But have you ever known a member of the party actually to practice black magic himself?" I asked. "I mean one who cast spells and used incantations to call up evil entities from the other world to help him in his work." "Only Dr. Lasicki," came the toneless answer. "He did not tell me very much about it, but I know that the reason he would not allow your blackout curtain to be lengthened in the room downstairs was so that the moonlight could continue to show under it. He needed the moonlight as a path for something to come into your room." I looked at Sally again, and I knew that as far as she was concerned, I now had Helmut completely in the bag. Under hypnotic influence, Deb had done her stuff, and more. So I woke her and reassured her that I would say nothing to Owen Griffith. Then Sally took her downstairs and got rid of her. When Sally came back, she could not have been more generous about not having believed me before, and for a little time I allowed myself the luxury of basking in her sweet sympathy about this ghastly time I have been through. But there is only tonight before Helmut gets back, so we soon got down to brass tacks and started planning our getaway. She was all against my idea for getting the wheelchair down the staircase, as she says it would be much too great a strain and might do me serious injury, even if I didn't collapse before we reached the bottom. But after a bit she thought of a better idea. The far end of the battlement along the terrace is in partial ruin already, and the rest of the stones can easily be pushed over. It is only a 15-foot drop to the grass verge beneath, which is about 2 yards wide, having the chapel on one side of it and the edge of the lake on the other. With a 25-foot rope, or even that length of stout, knotted cord, we could take a hitch round the nearest sound castellation of the battlement and lower the chair to the ground. Fortunately, Sally is very strong for a girl, so she is going to take me down the stairs in a semi-piggyback. I'll have my arms round her neck and my feet dragging, but each time she takes a step down, I'll be able to take my own weight off her for a moment. There is a side door just down a passage from the bottom of the stairs, and we shall go out through that. She will be able to get me along the passage and round the outside of the castle to my chair in the same way as we mean to go down the stairs. We tried it out this afternoon, and I found that I could get across the room quite easily that way. She has gone down to the village again to buy the length of stout cord, and also to order a car to meet us at the bridge at the lake end at midnight, so she won't have far to wheel me. I think I can hear her coming up the stairs now, so she has lost no time on the job. What a blessed, merciful relief all this is. Friday, the 19th of June. Those footsteps coming up the stairs were Helmut's. As the door opened and I saw him, the thought leapt to my mind that he must be the fiend in person, or at least that only by satanic means could he possibly have learned of our plan to escape and have returned 18 hours before he was due back in order to prevent it. Then, thunderstruck as I was by his unexpected appearance, common sense told me that barely 2 hours having elapsed since Sally had agreed to help me, he could not have known of it earlier, even by a thought wave. And if he had stuck to his schedule, he would then have been in the train coming south from Carlisle. In so brief a time, nothing short of a magic carpet could have whisked him from a station en route back to Llanfydrach, and I put that beyond what even the devil could do for his agents in full daylight. I was right about that, but nevertheless it transpired that his psychic powers had hastened his return. For a moment he stood in the doorway looking at me searchingly, and almost seeming to sniff the atmosphere. Then he said abruptly, "Well, have you made your choice?" Consternation, anger, hatred, and fear all struggled for first place in my emotions following the shock. But by a miracle I managed to retain enough of my wits to realize that now Sally was on my side all was not entirely lost, and that my one hope was to play for time. So I shook my head. "No, I've been giving my mind a holiday. The events of the week before you left put such a strain on it that I found I couldn't think coherently. So I decided not even to try to face the question till a few hours before you got back, and you said you wouldn't be back till after lunch tomorrow." "I know," he said. "But last night I felt an impulse to, as you would put it, consult the oracle. The stars were by no means propitious, so the portents proved unusually obscure. That does happen occasionally, even to the most gifted practitioner of the art. However, on one point I received guidance. It was to the effect that my plans might be endangered if I failed to keep you under my personal observation, so I caught the first train south this morning and hired a car to bring me from Birmingham." With a shrug of my shoulders, I pretended an unconcern that I was far from feeling, and muttered, "So long as I am kept in this glorified cell, with Nurse Cardew and Conrad to act as my jailers, I shouldn't have thought you had much cause to worry." "In any case, I haven't now that I am back," he replied. "And now that your mind is rested, you had better do a little serious thinking." That admonition ended his brief visit, and I was left to savour the gall and wormwood of my most promising attempt to escape, having been nipped in the bud. I was almost weeping with vexation, but my futile mental rebellion against this unforeseen blasting of my hopes was soon submerged by a specific anxiety arising out of the new situation. The question that made me sweat blood was, would Helmut run into Sally on her return and find out that she had gone over to me in his absence? If he did, he would sack her instantly, and I should never see her again. The thought was torture. Half an hour after he had left me, that immediate anxiety was relieved by her reappearance. She was flushed with excitement, laughing, a little breathless, and carrying under her arm a brown paper parcel containing the length of stout cord for lowering the chair. She had not seen Helmut. In a few words I told her what had happened. For a bit she was terribly upset, not frightened but angry and disappointed. Then we discussed the possibility of carrying through our plans, but agreed that Helmut having returned in such a suspicious mood, our chances would be far better if we postponed our attempt for 24 hours anyway. Before we had time to go into matters further, Conrad came in with my dinner, and Sally had to go downstairs to have hers. While I ate, I was again the prey of harrowing speculations. It suddenly struck me that Helmut was almost certain to learn of Deb's visit. If he tackled me about it, what explanation could I invent that would not involve Sally? And when he tackled her, was there one chance in 100 that her explanation would tally with mine? That passage in our activities was obviously dynamite. Later, Sally told me that she had been equally perturbed on the same point, but she did not dare to come up to me again till 9:30, in case Helmut should suspect that we had been getting together while he was away. She had seen him and reported my attempt to bribe her. That was clever of her, and had gone with a swing, as few things could have been better calculated to convince Helmut that she still regarded him as her boss and was capable of resisting all attempts to undermine her loyalty to him. Fortunately, he still seemed to know nothing of Deb's visit, as he had not alluded to it. We discussed that and decided that if he asked Sally about it, she should say that she had met Deb on the bridge on her way up here, that Deb had introduced herself, spoken of her forthcoming marriage, and, as one nurse to another, disclosed the fact that she simply did not know which way to turn to raise the money for her trousseau, and had had the idea of appealing to me either to give or lend her £100 as compensation for having been the cause of her losing her job, upon which Sally agreed to let her see me and brought her up here. But what happened at the interview she does not know. We were rather pleased with the story we concocted, as it covered Sally's having brought Deb to the house, and is really very plausible, since nurses are notoriously ill-paid, and Deb, having no family to help her, may well be up against it for cash to buy nice clothes for her wedding. Sally and I had only just agreed on the above when Conrad came in, and after the usual drill, they both left me for the night. I felt terribly tired, as Helmut's return, having balked me when I was within an ace of getting free, had exasperated me almost beyond endurance. And added to that, I had gone through some 4 hours of nerve-wracking fear that he might find out about Sally's change of attitude and sack her. But that danger seemed over for the moment if we both kept our heads, and it was up to me to make yet another plan. So I endeavoured to shake off my mental fatigue and get to grips with the problem anew. The results of my effort were lamentably poor. Helmut had clearly been in a highly suspicious mood on his return, but having found everything as he had left it, and particularly Sally having told him of my attempt to bribe her, must have done a lot to reassure him. So the best I could hope for was that if nothing occurred to cause him to take special precautions, we might have a decent chance of making our escape tonight. The devil of it is that he will come up this afternoon or evening for his answer. I am determined not to give in, but if I defy him, there is the dreadful possibility that he may carry out his threat to employ the great spider. God knows how I will ever bring myself to face that fearful satanic beast, and the touch of it may well drive me insane. But Helmut must know that, and such a possibility seems to be the only card I have left. If he does drive me insane, he will have burnt his boats as far as the short, easy way of getting control of the Jugg millions is concerned. He will get hold of them in the long run, but that will take a considerable time, and an immense amount of skilful intrigue would be required before he could oust the trustees that might oppose his plans and achieve absolute control of the board. Whereas if he can get me to sign a power of attorney, he will have achieved complete victory by a single stroke of the pen. So I must play on that. The Sabbath, at which I take it the Brotherhood mean to celebrate a full-scale Black Mass in the chapel here, is not to take place until Tuesday, 5 nights hence, so I must temporize to the utmost of my ability in the hope of winning another 2 or 3 days' grace. If only I can get him to postpone extreme measures until Sunday or Monday, Sally may be able to get me away before then. But there is no guarantee that he will not issue an ultimatum to me this evening, and as I lay in the dark last night, realizing that in another 24 hours I might have to face the great spider, the thought alone was enough to make me sweat with terror. It was casting frantically about in my mind for a means to defend myself that made me think of Great-Aunt Sarah. What effect, if any, a bullet would have on a supernatural beast I have no idea, but I do know that I would feel considerably more courageous with a firearm in my hand if I am called on to face it. I doubt if there is a pistol in the castle, unless Helmut keeps one somewhere, and even if he does, it would be impossible to get hold of that. But there must be several shotguns and ammunition in the gun-room, and it occurred to me that I might get Great-Aunt Sarah to bring me one tonight. In consequence, when I heard her going down the staircase in the wall behind my bed, I rapped on the panel and called her in. After making polite inquiries about the progress of her tunnel, I told her what I wanted her to do for me, and, thank God, without even asking me what I meant to do with the gun up here, she readily agreed to my request. This is a great comfort, as if I don't need the gun tonight, I can hide it behind the back of my bed. Then I'll have it handy, and, in the last event, I'll be able to fill Helmut full of lead. Later. It rained this morning, so Sally and I were not able to go out onto our terrace as usual, but we had a long talk here in my room. I gave her a full account of Helmut's conversations with me during the few days before he went away, as I did not let her have the latter pages of my journal when she read the rest of it, because they contained several passages referring to my love for her. So she is now up to date with the whole situation, and, thank goodness, she no longer doubts any part of what I told her. She was, once more, sweetly sympathetic about the hell I have been through, and when I had finished, she said, "You must have done something pretty frightful in one of your previous lives to be landed with a packet like this. But at least you have the consolation of knowing that you are paying it off, and that whatever happens now, you will go forward with a much cleaner start in the future." I looked at her in surprise. "Do you honestly believe that this is what the Hindus call karma, and that there really is something in reincarnation?" "Why not?" she smiled. "It is the only creed which provides a logical explanation to any and every human experience. That is, if you believe that the power which created the world and us is both intelligent and just, and if you don't believe that, then the whole scheme of things does not make sense." "Not to believe it would be to argue that God is an inferior being to men," I replied. "So one must." "Then, if he is intelligent, he would not permit the destruction of his property by war, starvation, and disease pointlessly, or allow us to be the victims of all the other ills that inflict us in this life needlessly, but only for our own ultimate good, as part of a great pattern. And if he is just, he would not condemn anybody to suffer for all eternity because they had failed to make good in the infinitesimal fraction of a second, which, by comparison, is all that anyone gets in even the longest of human lifespan. However much evil might have been crammed into that single life, the punishment would still be out of proportion to the crime, and that is not justice." I nodded. "You're certainly right there. Do go on." "You will remember the famous bit in the Bible about the sins of the fathers, and God venting his wrath on those who had displeased him, even unto the 3rd and 4th generation. Well, what could be more flagrantly unjust than punishing innocent children for the faults of their grandparents?" "Yet it happens in the form of syphilis," I murmured. "Of course it does, and lots of children are born with TB, although there is no taint of sin about their grandparents having caught that." But it doesn't follow in the least that because a child starts life with an hereditary disease, it is through God seeking to revenge himself upon someone who may already be dead. To accept that puts God on a par with a criminal lunatic. But look at it a different way, and you'll see that the disabilities with which many children are born result from a just and logical process.
"Oh, come, Sally." I cocked an eyebrow at her. "You're going to find it difficult to make a case for that."
"Not at all," she replied quietly. "I believe that in the course of ages the real meaning of the Bible text became obscured and was then lost altogether. I think it was originally a warning that people who led evil lives would have to pay for it unto the third and fourth generation of their own personalities. That is, if you take it that each time our spirit is reborn in a new body, we inherit the mental and physical disabilities, and of course all the good things too, that are due to us as a result of the good or ill that we did in our previous lives. If in one life a man forces some poor girl into prostitution with the result that she contracts syphilis, and in the next he is born with it himself, you wouldn't consider such a punishment either illogical or unjust, would you?"
"Well, you've certainly made your case," I smiled.
"But does the punishment always fit the crime?" "Always. It is never a fraction more or less than you deserve."
"How about my back? What do you think I did to deserve that?"
"It may be that you were due to learn patience as a cripple, or simply that the Nazi was paying off an old score because long ago you had broken his back with a battle-axe or something."
"Then will I have to break his again in some future life to punish him in his turn? It seems a stupid game to go on playing tit-for-tat like that through all eternity."
"Oh, no, you will be given the chance, and if you care to take it, you will be in the clear, as you are entitled to give back what you get, but not a fraction more, mind. And if you are wise, you will refrain from taking your revenge. It is by suppressing one's anger and turning the other cheek that one achieves spiritual progress."
"If I did that, he would get off."
Sally shook her head. "No, he wouldn't. If you denied yourself the temporary gratification of sloshing him, he would still have to pay up for having sloshed you. But it would be through some other agency. He might have his back broken in a mine disaster, or by some scaffolding falling on him while he was walking down a street. If you did break his back first, you are now even on the old eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth principle, so he has nothing to worry about. But if this was the first round between you, he has got it coming to him in some form or another."
"How about the other thing? These hideous ordeals that Helmut has inflicted on me?"
"I think it's pretty certain that you must have put up rather a special black to have earned those." She smiled a little wickedly. "Until people learn that it does not pay, they are always exchanging blows of one kind and another, and a lie which does harm, or doing anyone an ill turn of any kind, is just as much a blow as an actual slap in the face. But this is something different. I can only suppose that at some time or other you must have been a powerful black magician yourself, and have caused a great deal of misery and terror by your evil practices."
"That sort of thing hardly goes with wielding a battle-axe," I demurred.
She shrugged. "One does not pay all the debts contracted during one life off in the next, but one may settle old ones from several lives during one short period. That is probably what you have been doing recently."
"If you are right, where does all this lead to?"
"It fits us for a higher sphere. We all start here on a very low level as cruel, superstitious, barbarous savages. Gradually we learn this and that to be gentle, generous, courageous in the right way, unselfish, wise, and to exercise control over all our appetites and passions. Eventually we become really fine people, We may live our last life on earth as great religious teachers, or pass it in comparative obscurity doing a great deal of good. It is quite immaterial which. But when we have learnt all there is to learn here, we join the great ones who have preceded us. What happens if we fail to progress, or get worse and worse with each life we lead? That is impossible. If we are pig-headed and ignore all the signposts that point the way to our becoming better people, progress will be slow. And if we give free rein to our baser instincts, we slip back a bit. That is a bore, as it may mean having to go through several extra lives before the lost ground is regained. But everyone realizes their faults sooner or later and makes a determined effort to eradicate them. Even an animal has the sense not to keep on getting itself hurt in the same way over and over again. What part do animals play in all this? You said just now that we all start as low types of human beings, but some religions teach us that souls have their origin in much humbler forms of life. No, mankind is a different and higher form of creation than anything in the animal world. We are individuals. They are not, so they have only group souls. The word group souls instantly brought to my mind what Helmut had said when he was talking to me about totems, the great spider, the great serpent, and so on. With a quick look at Sally, I said, "You seem very certain about all this. Where did you get it from?" She smiled. "I got it from a book called Winged Pharaoh by a woman named Joan Grant. At least that is where I got the basic principles. But somehow it rang such a bell with me that I have since been able to fill in additional little bits and pieces for myself. That is why I am so certain about it. Every other form of faith that I have ever met with has always seemed to me to demand a belief in not only a number of good things, but in all sorts of absurdities as well, whereas this is simply sound common sense. Hellfire apart, how could any god who was worthy of respect condemn the most wayward of his children without giving them a second chance? And how can our salvation possibly depend upon anyone but ourselves and our own actions? Going to church may be an excellent form of discipline and a useful reminder that worldly success has no permanent value, but it is childish to think that any ceremony one attends on Sunday can cancel out meannesses, cruelties, and betrayals committed during the week. We all know what is right and what is wrong without any telling from other people. The still, small voice of our own spirit, which has lived with us through all our lives from the very beginning, tells us that. We may not always be strong-minded enough to follow its counsel, but in every crisis of our lives it is an infallible guide, and we need no other. Sally paused for a moment, then went on, her face glowing, but in a low voice, almost as though speaking to herself. This belief of mine also abolishes all fear of death. Naturally, as long as our spirits are chained to bodies, we all fear the pain that precedes so many forms of death, but most people seem to dread death itself even more. They are frightened at the idea of being parted from the little securities of family, home, and money that they have built up round themselves during their few years on earth. They are terrified at the thought of their soul going out into the dark, empty spaces as a lonely wanderer, until at last it is called on to face some dread being who will pronounce a final and irrevocable judgment upon it. Such thoughts have been instilled into them by generations of ignorant priests who have blindly followed the teachings of churches that long ago became decadent and lost the light. Death is really a release from trial and hardship. Again and again we are sent here, like children going term after term back to school, each time in a new body with new surroundings, sometimes as men, sometimes as women, sometimes to be rich and sometimes to be poor. We are given an allotted span of days and set certain tasks to learn in them. We have free will, and we can cut short that span in a variety of ways. If we do, we only have to make it up by going through another part life as an infant or child who dies while still young. But we cannot increase the span by a single instant, whatever we may do. When the term is over, we may go home with a bad report or a good one, and any trials that we have shirked we shall have to face again later on. But death is a holiday, and between our lives here, while our spirits are no longer imprisoned in a dull and heavy body, we are infinitely more fully our real selves, and have a far greater capacity for understanding and enjoyment. Unlike a school curriculum down here, the holidays are usually longer than the terms. As we have free will, we may decide that we wish to be born again almost at once for some special purpose, but more often it is 200 years or so before we feel impelled to enter on another trial. So it follows that a greater number of the friends we have made in many lives are always away from earth than on it. So we have the joy of being with them again. In what we call life, we are really only half alive, but constantly beset by troubles, sometimes by ill health, and often lonely, whereas what we call death is really living to the full without material worries or physical handicaps, and being happy in the company of those we love. Later. I had to break off because Helmut came in. He mentioned Deb's visit at once, and to my great relief I learnt that Sally had already sold him our story, so I had only to add that since I had no money, I had had to refuse Deb's request. He then produced a lengthy legal document and said, "Tomorrow is your birthday, Toby, and your signature to this document then will make it a fully valid legal instrument. Are you prepared to sign it?" "I certainly won't until I've had a chance to study its contents," I hedged. He nodded quite amiably. "I thought you would say that. So, with a view to avoiding unnecessary delays tomorrow, I propose to give it to you now. You will have plenty of time to read it through this evening." I took it, but made no reply, as there seemed nothing to be said. After a moment he went on. "You have put up a good fight, Toby, and I admire you for that. It makes me all the keener to have you become one of us. You have brains and guts, so there is a great future for you in the Brotherhood. But it is both useless and dangerous for you to fight further, so don't try to back out tomorrow, because if you do, I really shall have to turn on the heat, and you'll find that all you have experienced to date was only child's play compared with this next step. Instead, I want your birthday to be a happy one, marking the beginning of an entirely new treatment, by which I believe we'll soon have you well again. As it is of the first importance that for tonight, at least, he should go happily to bed, believing that I am at the end of my resources and about to give in, I raised a smile and murmured my thanks. Then he left me. So, without any effort on my part, I have gained the 24-hour respite that I needed so desperately. It seems, at last, that the Great Ones, as Sally calls them, have listened to my prayers. Reverting to the fascinating conversation I had with her this afternoon, we talked a lot more about her beliefs, and they certainly ring a bell with me, too. The more one thinks about them, the sounder they seem. All the intolerable stupidities and injustices of mankind, which make so many people doubt the existence of a God, are explained by them. And if one accepts it that all the misfortunes and setbacks with which we meet are not blind, ugly chance, but obstacles to be surmounted from which lessons can be learned, and tests of our fortitude and courage, the struggle of life takes on a real meaning and becomes a great adventure. She confirmed my own belief, too, that no one is ever given a trial that is beyond his capacity to bear,
and that in conjunction with all she said about death not really being death at all, but a return to a fuller, happier life, makes me feel now as if I were encased in a suit of shining armour. Sally is a wonderful person. What would I not give for her to feel for me 1/10 of what I feel for her? But to have won her friendship is in itself a triumph and a benediction. Before we parted, she agreed that we dared wait no longer, but must make our bid for freedom tonight. She went off to bicycle down to the village and order the car to be at the bridge again. Our worst fear was that Helmut might send the great spider to me, and thus wreck everything at the last moment. But we decided that we must chance that. Mercifully, that fear has since been removed, so I have great hopes now that on my birthday morn, Sally will give me the splendid gift of freedom. Later. I hardly know how to write it. This afternoon I was full of a splendid new courage. Now I am near to tears. Sally is to dine with Helmut. She met him on her return from the village and came straight up to tell me. I implored her not to, but she said that she must, otherwise he would become suspicious that I had prejudiced her against him while he was away, and that might put all sorts of ideas into his head, especially after she had allowed Deb to see me during his absence, about which, it seems, he spoke to her rather sharply. I have never before dared to broach the subject of her last dinner with him, from fear she would resent it, but I did this evening. She shrugged and said, "It wasn't particularly pleasant, and of course you were right about him. He played his cards skilfully enough not to be offensive, but I soon saw which way the wind was blowing. That's why I got tight. I hate getting tight, as it always makes me feel frightful the next day, but it seemed the best thing to do." I stared at her in amazement. "Do you really mean that you deliberately got tight so that you shouldn't care what happened?" "Certainly not," she retorted with a sudden flash of anger. "You must have a very poor opinion of me to think that. If you want to know the truth, I am still a virgin, and I have not the least intention of throwing my shoes over the moon until my own good time, and then it will be with a man that I really love. But if you had ever tried to make love to a girl who is drunk, you would know that it is neither easy nor pleasant, particularly when she ends up by being sick in your immediate vicinity." Her outburst both confounded and cheered me, and, blushing at the awful gaffe I had made, I muttered, "I'm sorry, Sally, that was darned clever of you, but all the same, I'm afraid he won't let you get away with that sort of thing a second time." "I don't expect him to," she agreed frankly, "and I am not looking forward to this evening's party one little bit, but I'll get by somehow. It may make me late in coming for you, but that can't be helped, and if the man with the car has given up and gone by the time we get to the bridge, I'll have to push you a bit further, that's all." "Oh, Sally," I begged, "please, please don't dine with him. He is capable of any dirty trick. He may put a drug in your wine or try to hypnotize you." She shook her head. "He won't do either. When he warned me against your attempting to hypnotize me, I told him that an expert had tried it on me once and failed completely, showing that I am not a good subject. And in view of what happened before, I have an excellent excuse this time for refusing to drink anything." "All the same," I argued desperately, "he is horribly clever at getting his way with women, and absolutely ruthless. I implore you to pretend you are ill or something, and cut it out. Even at the best, it will mean you're going through an absolutely beastly time for several hours, and if he gets really wrought up, it may end in your having actually to fight him." Suddenly she stooped over my bed and kissed me lightly on the forehead. Then she gave me a wan smile. "Don't worry, Toby. Try not to think about it. And remember, none of us is ever given a trial that it is beyond our capabilities to bear, so help will be sent me if I really need it.
I think the fact that she gave me that sisterly kiss makes things even worse. But Great Aunt Sarah should bring me that gun tonight, and if I learn tomorrow that Helmut has hurt a hair of my darling Sally's head, I swear to God I'll kill him. Saturday, the 20th of June. I am at my wit's end. Sally did not come last night. God alone knows what that swine did to her. I have been awake all night, turning and twisting in the most frantic agony of anxiety that any man can ever have known. I am scribbling this by the early light, and I've got to get through another 2 hours yet before they come to call me. Till then I have no means of knowing if Sally's non-appearance was owing to an 11th-hour decision by her that circumstances rendered any attempt to escape last night being doomed to failure, or if the poor darling was in no state to come to me. Dante knew nothing about hell. Later. When I attempted to eat my breakfast, I was physically sick from rage, grief, and impotence. It was knowing that my last surmise about Sally is correct. Conrad came in to call me at the usual hour, but to my consternation Sally did not appear. When I asked him where she was, he said that she had been taken ill last night, and he understood that she would not be well enough to get up today. That can mean only one thing. She must have used her wits to stall Helmut off as long as she could, then dug her toes in. He is not used to prolonged opposition from women, and her resistance must have eventually made him see red. He has all the servants under his thumb, and whatever she said afterwards, she would never be able to prove anything against him. He must have got really tough, and her being in bed today is the result of his vile brutality. And I am tied here, unable to help or comfort her, unable even to lift a finger in her defence. I only wish I had the means to kill Helmut. I'd like to shoot him in the stomach and watch him writhing in agony on the floor, but I haven't yet got that gun. Great Aunt Sarah passed the panel near my bed without stopping, and I had to rap hard on it to call her back. The poor old nitwit had forgotten all about my request, but she promised to bring me a gun tonight. I only hope this second time of asking impresses it more strongly on her mind. In the meantime, I am tied here. I can do nothing against Helmut unless he is stupid enough to come within my reach. I have no means of finding out how things are with my poor sweet Sally. I cannot even send her a message. Later. While I still have the sanity to do so, I wish to record that this, my 21st birthday, has been the most ghastly day of my whole life. For years I have always visualized it as a day of joy, gaiety, and rejoicing, not for myself alone, but for the many thousands of people who are concerned in it. I saw it as a carnival of flowers, music, dancing, wine, and toasts to the long-continued prosperity of everyone, man, woman, and child, who are connected with the Jugg enterprises. I expected many gifts, but I meant infinitely to surpass them by what I returned to my people in bonuses, special grants, and unexpected pensions. The war, and my having been rendered hors de combat, rendered the broad picture impossible of full realization, but it might still have been a day of smiles and happiness. Instead, it has been rendered a nightmare through that fiend Helmut. As it was, after my long hours of full and hideous wakefulness all through the night, I dozed a little in the mid-morning, but for the rest of the day my mind has never ceased to be harrowed by thoughts of Sally. I have had no word from her, and Conrad could or would tell me nothing. I dared not ask him to take a message to her from me, as he would have carried it straight to Helmut, and I still feel that it is imperative to conceal our friendship. Just after I had finished my dinner, Helmut came in. Again, I did not dare challenge him openly about her, but I asked him at once what had prevented her from being on duty for the whole day. He shrugged his broad shoulders and gave his maddeningly sphinx-like smile. Our evening did not go quite so smoothly as I expected. She had a fall in which she bruised herself and hurt her ankle. That's what has kept her in bed today. But it is nothing serious, and she will soon be about again. Anyhow, we have more important things to talk of this evening." That told me nothing. I did not believe his story of her having had a fall for an instant, although she might easily have been badly bruised during the sort of attack in which I had good reason to believe she had been the victim. My hands clenched spasmodically beneath the sheets, and I had to lower my eyes to prevent his seeing the blazing anger in them. To have disclosed my feelings about her might have led him to suspect that I have told her what is going on here, and that she believes me. If he thought that, it would bring her into grave danger. He shook his mane of white hair back and went on, "Had we not decided to postpone the celebration of your birthday till next month, I should have come up earlier to offer you my congratulations on attaining your majority. But I have been particularly busy all day, making arrangements for the ceremony on the 23rd, so I thought I would leave it till this evening to bring you my unofficial birthday greetings. You will have read the document that I brought you yesterday. It remains only for you to sign it. Then we will hold a little private celebration. I have told Conrad to bring up a bottle of champagne that has been on the ice for a couple of hours when he comes to take away your dinner tray." On that score I was at last able to let myself go. Taking the document from my bedside table, I said, "I haven't read this, and I'm not going to. As for signing it, I'll see you damned first, you filthy bloody communist." Then, exerting all the strength of my hands, I tore the tough paper through and through and flung the pieces at him. He went pale with anger and snapped, "I have another copy, and you shall sign that yet. How did you know that I am a communist?" Throwing caution to the winds, I shouted, "Your wretched cat's paw Deb told me. When she was here on Thursday, I put her in a trance again, and I got the whole disgusting truth out of her. You are a commissar, acting under orders from Moscow, and you have been trying to get my money to finance a communist revolution in Britain." His rock-like, leonine face broke into a fiendish grin that showed his eye-teeth gleaming ferociously, and his perfect colloquial English suddenly took on the heavy foreign accent that now reappears only when his emotions get the better of him. With all the fervour of a fanatic, he flung at me, "You miserable young fool! Since you now know so much, you may as well know the rest. I am a communist, yes, but only for a purpose. That you may the better appreciate all that you have lost by rejecting my offer to make you a member of the Brotherhood, I will reveal to you the shape of things to come. Socialism is the easy slope which opens natural citadels to capture by communism. The suppression of freedom which goes with all control of industry and the nationalization of public services is the royal road to totalitarianism. It gags and binds all individual opposition, while placing all power in the hands of a small group of politicians and highly placed civil servants. Then it requires only secret infiltration of communists into those key posts for the fruit to be ripe for the picking. In this country, when the word is given, a coup d'etat will take place overnight. The troops, the police, the BBC, and every department of state will be brought under control within a few hours, and the stupid British are so law-abiding that they will never question the orders of their legal superiors until it is too late. But to provoke a situation in which this country will accept a communist coup d'etat without a general uprising, it will be necessary first to discredit the socialist government. Strikes, sabotage, and the skillful manipulation of money will be used to bring about industrial and financial chaos. The Jugg millions are required by us to assist in that.
The deterioration in the standard of living will condition the people to accept a stronger form of government as their only hope. The ground for the coup d'etat will be so carefully prepared that when it does come, the average British citizen will regard it only as a welcome break from the tyranny of an outworn semi-dictatorship by the trade unions, and not even suspect that by it his country has finally lost the last shadow of independence. Britain will become a bondslave of Moscow, and the unorganized masses will be powerless to lift a finger to prevent it. A few scattered individuals, officers, judges, politicians, professional and businessmen, and trade union leaders may realize what is happening and that it is the end for them. But we shall know how to deal with such reactionaries. The opening of their mouths will be the signal for us to close them for good. It will all be very quiet and orderly, as suits this country. A few hundred people will be removed from their homes by night, and the opposition will be left leaderless. But that is not all. That is not the end. It is only a stage in the program of the Brotherhood. Communism is the perfect vehicle for the introduction of the return of mankind to his original allegiance. It already denies Christianity and all the other heresies. It denies the right of free will and the expression of their individuality to all those who live under it. Communism bows down only to material things, and my real master is not Stalin, but the Lord of material things, Satan the Great, the Deathless, the Indestructible. The priests of the decadent churches, the pathetic modern intellectuals, and our little scientists who fiddle with power on the lowest plane no longer believe in the existence of my master, or, at the most, regard him as having been so idle as to become a nonentity during the past century just because he has held his legions in check from manifesting themselves openly. But he has been far from idle. He saw in this movement to give the most stupid and lazy equality with the most brilliant and active, a means to recover his sovereignty over all. He saw that if the masses could be induced to destroy their natural protectors, they would be left as corn before his wind. Therefore, he bent his whole energies to the fostering of communism all over the world. He has taken the very word communism as his new name, and he even mocks those who no longer believe in his existence by having them demonstrate in favor of rule by the proletariat on the 1st of May. Have you never realized that that is his anniversary, and that it is born of May Day Eve, Walpurgisnacht, on which we celebrate his festival? The true millennium is approaching. When the war is over, Hitler's Europe will fall into chaos. It will be a forcing ground for the rapid spread of communism. Britain will be compelled to give India her so-called freedom. That will result in civil war and anarchy overwhelming a population of 350 million people. So the triumph of communism is inevitable there. China's 450 million will be left hopeless and starving, but her great neighbor Soviet Russia will see to it that she is set on the right path. When Britain succumbs, her dominions and colonies will soon follow, and with 3/4 of the world under the red flag, the United States will not be able to stand out for long. So the glorious day is approaching, when, through the agency of communism, my master, the Ancient of Days, the Archangel Lucifer, the Prince of this world, will at last enter into his own again.
After this long and horrifying revelation, Helmut paused for a second, his yellow eyes gleaming like those of a great cat. Then he added, "You were offered what would have amounted to a governorship in the hierarchy which will rule the new satanic world. But you have had the folly and temerity to reject it. Tonight I shall send a prince of the house of Satan, the great spider, to you. He could have been your patron and ally, and even at times your servant, to destroy others at your bidding. But he must come now as your enemy.
You have brought this terrible thing upon yourself, and will have only yourself to blame if, through it, you become a poor, mad creature who, for years to come, screams with fear at the sight of the smallest spider or even its shadow.
Sunday, the 21st of June. In the past 10 hours, I have been the plaything of such violent emotions that my mind is still reeling under their impact. Setting them down may help to reassure me that the thing which overwhelmed me really happened. To get the whole picture in proper perspective, I had better continue this record from where I left off. Helmut's fearful disclosures that the devil's new disguise is communism, and that for the past century he has devoted all his energies to wearing this dark cloak with which to blanket forever the free will of mankind, kept him with me barely 20 minutes. After his final threat, he turned away to leave me, but almost collided with Conrad in the doorway. Helmut had probably forgotten that, in anticipation of his victory, he had ordered up champagne. With a cynical smile, he told Conrad to leave the bottle with me, as I might need it in the night. Then they both went downstairs. To keep my thoughts off the ordeal ahead of me, I spent the next hour and a half writing the last entry in my journal. At 10 o'clock Conrad returned, settled me down, and removed my lamp. It was a fine night. The moon was up and through the pattern of the grating on the floor, but only faintly, as the late summer twilight still lingered and reduced its power. Gradually, as the last light of day disappeared outside, the big oblong with its criss-cross of black bars grew brighter. I tried not to look at it, dreading what I might see, and endeavoured to comfort myself with my last remaining hope. I thought it unlikely that the evil would appear much before midnight, and at 11 o'clock Great Aunt Sarah would be going down to her tunnel. I prayed, as I have never prayed before, that she would not have forgotten again her promise to bring me a gun. At last I heard her footsteps, and I rapped sharply on the panel. It slid back, and she stepped out into the room. With an awful sinking of the heart, I saw that she was not carrying the weapon. Her poor old mind is evidently incapable of retaining any thought permanently, except that of rescuing her lover from the Lady of the Lake. For a moment I thought of trying to keep her with me, but I realized that would have been a futile as well as a wicked thing to do. So I let her go off to the strange task that will end only when she becomes bedridden or at her death. My hopes of obtaining the shotgun having been dashed, I cast about for the next best thing with which to defend myself. The reflection from the moonlight now lit the room faintly, and on glancing round, my eye lit on the bottle of champagne. Failing a firearm or a cutlass, few things could have suited my purpose better. The tapering neck of the bottle offered a perfect handhold, and its weight made it a first-class club. As my fingers closed over the gold foil, I blessed Helmut for his cynical gesture in leaving it with me. Between my prayers, I thought a lot about Sally and the wonderful new faith that she had given me. Without it, I doubt now if I would have had the courage to defy Helmut. Somehow, having to face the ordeal took on a new aspect, as if what I had to go through was the paying off of an old debt that I had contracted during a life when I was myself a servant of evil, or a test of courage which, if I passed it, would give me a step up the ladder of progress. I was very far from being unafraid, but I now felt that there was a definite limit to what either man or devil could do to me, and that those friends of the long journey of whom Sally had spoken, who were at present untrammelled with bodies, were watching over me, and would see to it that no permanent harm befell my spirit. I tried to keep my thoughts off the great spider, but despite my efforts they kept reverting to it. And one thing that puzzled me greatly was the nature and consistency of my enemy. There could be no doubt that it was a satanic entity, and since it came from another plane, it could have no real being here. Therefore, it seemed to follow, from what little I knew of supernatural manifestations, that it could be seen and perhaps heard, but not felt. If that was so, then I had little to fear, except the horror inspired by being forced to look at a terrifying and repulsive beast. And if I knew that it could not touch me or harm me, there was really no reason to be afraid. On the other hand, Helmut had spoken of it materializing and having to sustain its body on blood and excrement, which definitely implied that at times it had the power to transform itself into a ferocious animal capable of biting and tearing at a victim with its strong spear-pointed legs. So I did not know what to think. Again, if it was only a form of spectre, it would find no difficulty in passing through walls or a pane of plate glass. Yet it had obviously been incapable of getting at me through the courtyard window. Alternatively, if it had a solid body, surely the same factor would prevent its getting at me up here as had prevented it from doing so downstairs. The grating through which I can look down into the chapel from my room has no glass in it, but the mesh of criss-cross bars make the open squares between them far too small for a brute even 1/10 of the size to squeeze itself through. For a time I strove to draw what comfort I could from the assumptions that if it was a spirit form it could not harm me, and if it had a physical body it could not get in. Then another idea came to me. Perhaps it would come through the grating or the wall in its spirit form, and materialize a body for itself when it was inside the room. Yet Helmut had said that it needed rotting offal and such things from which to form an envelope of flesh, and there was nothing of that kind here, except— yes, the thought was horrifying, but he had mentioned blood. My own blood. With a shudder, I tried to thrust from my mind the appalling picture of myself lying there in bed, striking wildly with a champagne bottle at an intangible form, which yet seemed to smother me, and gradually became a semi-fluid substance like reddish-black treacle, as it sucked at a vein in my neck. I countered that unnerving vision by arguing that if it could enter and materialize in such a manner here, it could have done so equally well down in the library. But then again, perhaps in those early stages of my conditioning, Helmut had held it in check, whereas tonight he had no such intention. My grim speculations got no further. At that moment I heard footsteps on the stairs. The door opened, and Helmut appeared. I could not see him very clearly, as the moonlight hardly penetrated to that corner of the room, but it shimmered faintly on the strange garment he was wearing, and as he moved forward I saw that it was a ceremonial robe of white satin, with a number of large black symbols imposed upon it. The folds of the robe prevented me from making out exactly what they were, but they looked like the signs of the zodiac. Round his neck he wore a black stole, heavily embroidered in gold, and on his head a curiously shaped flattish mitre. In his hand he carried a silver wand, at one end of which there was a crescent moon. Without a word to me or a glance in my direction, he walked past the foot of my bed. As he did so I could see the flattish mitre more clearly. It was really a toque of dark fur, with 2 large red jewels in front. It was fashioned to appear like a big spider, and the jewels were there to represent eyes. Holding himself very rigid and moving with slow deliberation as though he were in a trance, he advanced to the door that gives onto my little terrace, made the sign of the cross the wrong way round with his wand, then unlatched the door, and opened it a fraction. The question I had been asking myself was answered. He had to assist the great spider to materialize itself by some hideous ceremony, and once it had acquired a body, it could not pass through the material obstacles. He had come up to let it in. Turning, he walked slowly back towards the door that gives onto the staircase. I did not see him go. My eyes were fixed on the terrace door. At any second I expected to see it open and disclose the beast. As the other door shut behind Helmut, I had a wild impulse to call him back and beg him to spare me. But I managed to suppress it. If I had not actually seen him unlatch the door to the terrace, I would not have known that it was open. But I did know. It was just ajar, and it needed no more than the push of a child's hand for the heavy oak postern to swing slowly inward on its well-oiled hinges. My hands were clammy as I stared at it, imagining that I could see it moving. But for what seemed an age, nothing happened. Suddenly my heart missed a beat. The door had not moved, but I knew that the beast was approaching. It was 3 weeks since I had felt that awful sensation, but there was no mistaking it. The perspiration that had already broken out on my forehead now chilled it as though snowflakes were melting there. My breath was coming faster, yet catching in my throat, and I had a queasy feeling in my stomach that made me want to retch. Still the door remained as Helmut had left it. With the saliva running hot in my mouth, I kept my gaze riveted on the old oak boards. The waiting seemed unbearable, and if at that moment I had been able to pray at all, I should have prayed for something, anything, to happen that would end my agonizing suspense. The night was very still. It was close on 12 o'clock, and I knew that all the castle staff would normally be asleep. But even if any of them were awake and I had screamed for help, shut off as I was and at such a distance from their quarters, they could never have heard me. All at once, the eerie quiet was broken by a faint, scuffling noise. The hair on the back of my head rose like the hackles of a dog. I could feel my eyes open wide with apprehension, and my ears seemed to start out from the sides of my head with the intensity of my listening. The noise came again, louder this time. It sounded as if a boot was being scraped with quick, light jerks against rough stone. I still had my eyes fixed unswervingly upon the door, but a sudden flicker of movement just outside my line of vision caught my attention. Jerking my head round, I stared at the checkered patch of moonlight on the floor. Part of an all-too-familiar shadow sprawled across it. Slowly, I raised my eyes. Then I saw the beast itself. It was peering through the left-hand lower corner of the grating at me. I could not see the whole of it, only about 3/4 of the body, the head and parts of several legs, one of which was fully extended above it, and measured more than the length of my arm. Its body was fat and furry, its legs thick, sinewy, and covered with sparse, stiff hairs, each about 2 inches long. As it clung there, silhouetted against the bright moonlight that was now streaming through the grille, I could see every detail of its outline, but its face was obscured by shadow, and all I could distinguish of that were 2 reddish eyes glowing luminously. The room was now ice-cold and filled with an appalling stench. There flashed into my mind a temporary morgue that I'd once had to visit, where bomb-torn bodies were being preserved for identification on blocks of ice. The atmosphere was very similar, except that there the smell of putrefaction had been partially obscured by iodoform, whereas here it came undiluted in sickening waves from the pulsing body of the beast. After a second it shifted its position. The movement was so swift that I only glimpsed its action. One nimble sideways slither, and it was still again, spread-eagled right in the middle of the grating. I was no longer capable of any coherent thought. All I could do was to keep muttering, "This is it. This is it, while my brain subconsciously absorbed certain physical facts about the horror. It was as big as a fully fledged vulture. Its skin and hair were black, but splotched here and there with patches of a leprous-looking greyish-white. It could easily have torn a cat limb from limb, or made mincemeat of a hound. But there seemed no animal, short of the elephant, hippopotamus, and rhino, to whom the beast would not have proved a formidable opponent. Even a lion might have found himself bested by such a beast, had it sprung upon his back, and, while he roared impotently, clung there, gnawing its way into his liver. Suddenly it began its devil dance, scampering to and fro across the grating. With chattering teeth I watched it, and slowly the fact penetrated to my mind that although it possessed immense physical activity, its intelligence must be dull and sluggish. It could see the terrace door through the grille, yet it made no attempt to test that way into the room. Instead, it kept at its frantic, blind fumbling to find a means of getting through the iron bars. For a good 10 minutes it continued to leap up and down, back and forth, until I was dizzy with watching it. Then, all of a sudden, it dropped from sight. I was sitting up, propped against my pillows, the champagne bottle gripped in one hand, and my heavy silver cigarette box in the other. For a moment or two I remained with every muscle tensed. Then I relaxed a little. The room was still very cold, and the stink of rotting offal remained strong in my nostrils, but I was beginning to have just a flicker of hope that Helmut's plan had miscarried, and that I might yet come through unharmed, unless he had some means of communicating with and directing his foul emissary. I think now that must have been so. It is impossible to estimate time with any accuracy in such circumstances. It may have been 3 minutes, it may have been 10, after the brute had dropped from sight, that I heard the scraping noise again. This time it came from out on the terrace. I shuddered, swallowed hard, and tensed myself. The scraping grew louder. Then there came a faint tapping, which might have been made by the brute's pointed feet. My eyes were starting from their sockets as they stared at the door. Slowly, it was pushed open. The door swung back without a sound, and there, in the entrance, stood the monster. Now that it was no longer between myself and the moonlight, I could see it plainly. It stood a good 2'6" from the ground, and shimmered with a faint reddish radiance of its own. It appeared to have no neck, and its head was sunken, like that of a hunchback, into its obese body. Under a low, vulture-like forehead, the 2 fire-bright eyes glared at me malignantly. Instead of the beak I had expected, its mouth was a horrid cavity surrounded by fringed gills that constantly twitched and exuded a beastly brownish saliva. In spite of the cold, the sweat was pouring off me. I knew that in another moment this awful creature, a devil out of hell in the form of a gargantuan insect, would be upon me. But Sally's assurance that none of us are ever given a trial to bear that is beyond our capabilities came back to me and strengthened my determination to fight the brute to the last gasp. Something outside myself suddenly warned me that the monster was just about to spring. With all my force, I hurled the cigarette box at it. The box caught it full and square on the body, just below its slavering mouth. Even in that moment of terror, I found myself observing the curious effect of my missile with surprise and interest. It did not go through the brute, as it would have through a spectre, nor did it land with a bump and then fall to the floor, as it would have on striking a flesh-and-blood animal. It seemed to sink right into the furry mass, just as though I had thrown it at a great lump of dough, and the impact had some effect, as the beast wobbled uncertainly on its spindly legs, then backed a couple of paces. I had no other missile in reach that was heavy enough to be of any value, so, gasping out a pray for help, I transferred the bottle to my right hand and grasped it firmly by the neck. It took me only a few seconds to do so, and in that time the monster had recovered. It sidled forward again to its previous position and gathered itself to spring. At that instant, my prayer was answered. I heard the staircase door open. There came the rush of flying feet, and I saw Sally race past the end of my bed. Without a tremor of hesitation, she flung herself against the terrace door and slammed it to. The beast had been half in, half out of the open doorway. The impact threw it back onto the terrace, but the door closed so swiftly that it caught and cut off the lower part of one of the brute's legs. Sally, her eyes distended from the awful thing she had seen, and her breath coming quickly after her valiant effort, had turned and was standing with her back against the door, staring at me. By her feet I could see the severed leg. It seemed to have a vile life of its own, and was wriggling like a snake. But I had seen too much during the past quarter of an hour to feel any surprise when it flattened itself into a ribbon and slid under the door to rejoin its monstrous owner on the terrace. For what seemed a long time, Sally and I said nothing. Both of us were rendered speechless from the horror of the thing we had just seen, and fear that it would yet manage to get at us. It must have been a good 2 minutes before we recovered sufficiently to feel that the stout oak door was really a strong enough barrier to keep it out. At last, Sally whispered, Are you all right?" "Yes," I gulped. "But you— oh, Sally, I love you so much. I've been in agony about you for the past 24 hours. She left the door, and coming over stood beside my bed. "Do you really mean that?" she asked slowly. I nodded. "Yes, I didn't mean to tell you that I loved you. It just slipped out in the stress of the moment. But I do, terribly. You won't mind my loving you, will you? I promise faithfully that I won't make a nuisance of myself." "No," she said, and her voice seemed rather flat. "I'm sure you won't make a nuisance of yourself. And I won't mind your loving me. Not a bit." She was standing with her back to the moonlight, so her face was in shadow. But she turned it a little away from me, and I saw that she was crying. The light glinted on a large tear running down her cheek. "Sally!" I exclaimed, and I reached out and took her hand. As I did so, she openly burst into tears, crumpled up, and practically fell into my arms. For a moment I thought that she was still frightfully overwrought from the sight of that fearsome beast, but as she clung to me she laughed a little hysterically between her sobs, and murmured, "I won't mind your loving me. How could I mind? Oh, Toby, haven't you guessed that I'm terribly in love with you?" Over her shoulder I had been keeping an anxious eye on the door, but it was fast shut, and no sound came from beyond it. So, at those marvellous words of hers, I ceased to think of the terror outside, and our mouths met in a succession of long, sweet kisses. A little later she told me she had believed that I thought her both plain and stupid, to which I was able to reply truthfully that her dear face aroused a tenderness in me that I had never felt for any other woman, and that I knew her to have more real wisdom than any woman or man that I had ever met. She still seemed to think it astonishing that I should have fallen in love with her, but I said that the boot was on the other foot, and that anyhow it was the most rotten luck on her to have developed those sort of feelings for a cripple. "Why?" she asked. "There is nothing wrong with you apart from the fact that you can't walk, and that does not make the slightest difference to your personality." "Perhaps not," I said a little sadly, "and I'm immensely grateful for this present blessing of your love, but I won't be able to keep it, because I can't ask you to marry me." She turned her head and peered at me in the moonlight. "Does that mean that you are secretly married already, and have a wife hidden away somewhere?" "Good Lord, no!" I exclaimed. "But I couldn't ask a girl like you to tie yourself to a cripple for life. It wouldn't be fair." "Would you?" She squeezed my hand hard. "Would you, Toby, if you were strong and well?" I smiled up at her. "Of course I would. I've had quite a number of affairs, but I've never before met a girl that I really loved. You've read my journal, so you know that's true. And now I have, it's only natural that I should want her to be mine for keeps." She nodded. Then, after a moment, she said, "I shouldn't have asked that. It was my beastly vanity that urged me to. Please try to forget it. I feel awfully touched and honoured by what you said, and I'd like you to know that your being a cripple has nothing whatever to do with it. I would marry you tomorrow if it were only that. But well or ill, if you did ask me, I'm afraid I would have to say no." "Why?" I asked, a trifle belligerently. Then I added with an attempt at lightness that I did not feel, "Perhaps you've got a husband tucked away somewhere." "No, it's not that. It's just that you were far too rich." "Too rich?" I echoed. "What on earth has that got to do with it?" "A lot," she replied seriously. "When I do marry, I want it to be someone who will really stick to me. I don't mean that I'd never forgive a slip-up. In fact, human frailty being what it is, I might need forgiveness myself sometime, and if I did, I'd expect to get it. But I do feel that marriage should be something much more than two people agreeing to legalize a yen for one another, and after living together for a few years, accepting it as quite natural that they should take another dip in the lucky tub. That is rather like starting to build a house without bothering to select a firm piece of ground, then abandoning the job halfway because the foundations have turned out to be rotten. I think one should try to make something really fine and enduring of marriage. In fact, that it should be a sort of growing together in spirit, so that the joy of it should become greater instead of less with the passing of the years." "You're right about that," I said softly, "just as you are about so many other things. But I still don't see why having a lot of money should prevent two people making the sort of marriage you suggest." "Don't you? Well, just think for a minute. Mind, I'm not advocating poverty. That is tragic and hideous, and just as bad the other way. But surely you've noticed that couples who are not very well off generally make a much better thing of marriage than the rich. It is all the little difficulties that they have to overcome in making a home and keeping it together that act as the cement for the bare bricks of love. When one of them wants something, it is not just a matter of signing another cheque. It means that the other must forego something they would have liked to have had themselves. It is that give and take, the little willing sacrifices, the saving up out of a not very big margin to buy one's love a present, that really binds people together. But for the rich, it is all too easy. They have their fun while it lasts, and then there is nothing left. Their homes are not the centres of their lives, but only beautifully furnished settings which they occupy from time to time when they have nothing more exciting to do. They have few real friends, but a legion of acquaintances, so they are always running into new people who may attract them physically, and it is an accepted thing that they should flirt just as lightly as they go to the races or play cards. And almost always one of those flirtations becomes a new craving that they feel they must satisfy at all costs. Money is no obstacle, so they get expensive lawyers to arrange matters, and with very little fuss or inconvenience to anyone concerned, one more divorce goes through. After a little pause, Sally went on, "It is sweet of you to say that I am beautiful, but I know that I am not. I believe that I am passably good-looking, and I think that I could hold my own with most girls who have had my type of upbringing. But I am not in the same class as, for instance, your Aunt Julia. I'm not being catty either when I say I wouldn't want to be. It's just that I'm different, and I like my own type best. But women like Julia Jugg make an art of beauty, and they bowl men over like ninepins. Just one slinky look from a woman like that will often do something to a man that a girl like myself can't bring off in a month of Sundays, however much she loves him. When you get better, Toby darling, as I'm sure you will, and things are normal again, you will lead the sort of life in which you'll meet dozens of women as beautiful as Julia, only younger. And because you are a millionaire, they will all make a dead set at you. Well, I'm not competing. It would break my heart if I tried. That's why I wouldn't marry you, Toby." I was silent for a moment. I saw the sound sense of her reasoning, and admired her more than ever for her strength of character in scorning the sort of marriage that most girls would have given their eyes to make. Then I said, "As I am a cripple, and likely to remain one for a long time to come, the question does not arise. But if I were fit, I'd never rest until I had persuaded you to think differently as far as I am concerned. I am different, you know, from most young men who have had riches thrust upon them. I am different because my unusual upbringing disillusioned me very early. I know better than most people how empty and worthless easy conquests always prove. You are the first girl that I have ever really fallen for, and I think you are underrating that a bit by suggesting that a platinum blonde, dolled up in a Schiaparelli outfit and a new shade of lipstick, is all that is needed to make me lose my head." "I'm sorry, Toby," she murmured. "I didn't mean quite that." I kissed her again and made a joke of it. "Anyhow, if I do get well, there is always one way of getting over your objection. I can make all my money over to Helmut. Then we'll take a 10-bob-a-week cottage where you can scrub the floors and do all the cooking." All this time she had been lying beside me on the bed, with her head pillowed on my shoulder. At my mention of Helmut, she broke from my embrace and sat up with a jerk, exclaiming, "He mustn't find me here. I waited to come to you till I thought he was safely in bed. But as he sent that awful thing tonight, he's certain to come up to find out what effect it had on you." As he had done so after he sent the legion of small spiders, I thought the odds were on her being right, but I said quickly, "Don't worry, sweet. If he does, you can hide while he is here." "Where?" she asked, with an anxious glance round. "Behind the secret panel that gives onto Great-Aunt Sarah's staircase," I replied, pointing it out to her. "But there's another thing. He left the terrace door open slightly, and if he comes up he must find it like that, or open. Otherwise, as I couldn't possibly have shut it myself, he'll know that I must have had a human visitor." She shuddered. "I daren't open it again. That awful creature may still be out there." For the past 20 minutes, my every thought had been of Sally, so I had not been conscious of the change in the atmosphere. But now I realized that although the moonlight still shone brightly through the grille, the air was no longer foul with that awful stench, and was once again warm with the balminess of the summer night. So I said, "The brute has gone, I'm sure of that. It seems extraordinary that simply slamming a door on a powerful satanic entity should have been enough to drive it off altogether. I should have thought it would have had another go at trying to get through the grating, but your presence seems to have worked a miracle." She shook her head. "If it has gone, it wasn't anything that I did. It was us. The saying, 'God is love,' is true, you know. And the spiritual something we released when we discovered that we loved one another must have been terrific. It probably had the same effect on the horror as its shadow used to have on you, and I wouldn't be surprised if it crept away somewhere to be sick in a corner." As far as the beast was concerned, her theory sounded highly plausible, but we did not feel that we could count on it also applying to Helmut. And if she opened the door and left me, there was a chance both that it might return and that she might run into him on her way downstairs. We decided that she had better remain, and we would keep our ears open for sounds of his approach. Then, if he did come up, she could quickly open the terrace door and get into hiding behind the panel before he entered the room. So that no time should be lost, I suggested that she should get the panel open. She slid off the bed, and as she stepped forward, gave an ouch of pain. "What is it, darling?" I asked anxiously. "My ankle," she explained. "I sprained it last night. That is why I wasn't able to come up to you all day." "So Helmut wasn't lying about that," I murmured. "Last night I was half crazy with worry about you. How did you manage with him?" She laughed a little ruefully. "I overplayed my hand, and this is the result. Before dinner I thought out what I meant to do. If a girl has just ricked her ankle badly and is in considerable pain, it is just as much out of the question to make love to her satisfactorily as if she is disgustingly drunk. He was as charming and interesting as ever over dinner, and I'm sure he thought that he had really got me going. Afterwards we went upstairs to look at his books. That main staircase is so highly polished that it is rather a death trap anyway. Halfway up, I slipped on purpose, pretended to clutch at him, missed, and went tumbling down to the bottom. Unfortunately, I was wearing high heels. The right one turned over and gave me an awful twinge. It wasn't a case of shamming any longer, and in a few minutes it had swollen to the thickness of my forearm. He put a cold compress on it and offered to help me undress, but I said I could manage all right, and by 9:30 I was safely in bed. That was darn clever of you, darling, but the most filthy luck. Is it still giving you a lot of pain?" "It is now, rather, as I had to put all my weight on it when I ran across the room to slam the terrace door. Of course, its swelling up like that made it impossible for him to doubt that I really had hurt myself, so I don't think he has the least suspicion that I was deliberately holding out on him. But the infuriating thing is that as long as I can hardly bear my own weight on it, I can't possibly get you downstairs on my back. And now that Helmut is taking extreme measures, it is terribly urgent that you should escape." As she finished speaking, we caught the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Limping a bit, Sally ran across the room, opened the terrace door, then ran back and slipped into her hiding place, sliding the panel to after her. Meanwhile, I quickly disarranged the bedclothes so that it would look as if a struggle had taken place on the bed, and wriggled down flat with my head lolling over to one side. I let my right arm hang right out of the bed, and under cover of a trailing corner of the sheet, I once more grasped the champagne bottle. Then I let myself go limp, as if I was unconscious. I heard Helmut come in, cross the room to the terrace door and shut it. Then he turned and walked over to my bed. My eyes were a fraction open, and I could just see him under my lowered lids. He was still in his ceremonial robes, and the moonlight glinted upon the white satin. He spoke to me. I made no reply, so he leant over and shook me. That was my opportunity. Jerking up my arm, I struck at him with the bottle. It did not, as I had hoped, smash in his nose, but caught him on the side of the face. Even so, it was a fine bash, and may well have cracked his cheekbone. With a guttural cry, he staggered back and fell to the floor. For a few moments he lay moaning there, then he picked himself up. I had hoisted myself into a sitting position, and, still clutching the bottle, was praying that he would come near enough for me to get another swipe at him. But he did not even look at me. With one hand held to his face, he tottered towards the door, fumbled his way out, and banged it to behind him. As soon as the sound of his uneven footsteps had died away, I rapped on the panel, and Sally came out. From the noises she had guessed more or less what had happened, and I gleefully gave her details of that marvellously satisfactory comeback on our enemy. "I can't help hoping that it is hurting him like hell," she smiled. "And I think in his case you must have a pretty big margin in your favour. But when you are tempted to hit people in future, don't forget that unless you owe them the blow already, the time will come when they'll give it you back. You give me a kiss and I'll give you that back, I laughed, and we were in one another's arms again. Later we opened the champagne and drank it. The empty bottle will still prove a useful weapon. Sally stayed with me till the moon had gone down and the first light of dawn was coming through the grating. It was an unforgettable night, and from her arrival in my room onwards would have been one of unalloyed happiness, had it not been that my battle with Helmut is now rapidly approaching its final crisis, and Sally's ankle makes it impossible for us to get away for another 24 hours at least. We felt that if she rested all today, the ankle might be well enough for her to get me downstairs tonight, or anyhow tomorrow night, which is the last before the Midsummer Night's meeting of the Brotherhood. But that in the meantime we positively dared not take a chance on her being able to do so, and must take any other measures we could think of which might possibly spike Helmut's guns. Naturally, my thoughts reverted to Julia and Uncle Paul, and I suddenly realized that now Sally had come over to my side, it should not be difficult to get them down here. After our last meeting and my reconciliation with Helmut, they would be certain to regard anything I said in a letter to them as the outcome of a worsening of my mental state, so it was most unlikely that they would make an immediate response to an SOS from me. But there was no question about Sally's sanity. So if she got in touch with them and told them that it was absolutely imperative that they should catch the first train for Llanfydrak, it was 100 to 1 that they would agree to do so. A letter would take too long, so we agreed that Sally should either telegraph or telephone to Julia as soon as she could today. The trouble is, though, that her ankle makes it out of the question for her to bicycle down to the village, and as she is officially hors de combat, we could think of no reason she could give which would be even remotely plausible for asking for a car to take her there and back. So, unless she has a brainwave, she will have to telephone from the house, and while she is supposed to be sitting in her room with her foot up, it will be far from easy for her to snoop on Helmut until he leaves the coast clear without his spotting her. I very much doubt if Sally's ankle will be sufficiently better for us to make our attempt tonight, but whether it is or not, she is going to come up to me a little before midnight, in case Helmut decides to summon the great spider again. It is now nearly dinner time, and he has not so far been up here today, so I have no idea if he thinks that my attack on him was the result of his spider driving me frantic, or if he suspects that his abominable scheme broke down in some way, and that I simply took the chance that came my way to slosh him. I hope that his non-appearance can be taken as a sign that the blow I dealt him has put him temporarily out of action. Anyhow, it has spared me further immediate anxieties, and as Sally has not been up here either, apart from Conrad's routine appearances, I have spent the whole day in solitude. Thank God once again for this journal, as writing this long account of my 21st birthday night has taken me all day, and has kept me from worrying too much about the possibility of Helmut catching Sally while she is telephoning to Julia my own still horribly critical situation. In the past 24 hours I have known the extremes of terror and happiness. Strange as it may seem, I have already almost forgotten the former in the warm glow from the latter. I can still hardly believe it true that Sally loves me, but my head goes swimmy at the very thought of her sweetness, courage, and wisdom. I can hardly bear to wait until she comes to me again. Monday, the 22nd of June. Helmut left me alone last night, but my sweet Sally came into me about 11:45. As she had not got her outdoor clothes on, I knew at once that she had decided that she was not yet up to attempting to get me out. She was using a stick to take the weight off her foot, and, as I feared, sufficient time has not elapsed for her ankle to show very much improvement. Recently, Rommel seems to have been having it all his own way in Libya, and the worst news so far came in yesterday. Tobruk has fallen without any siege at all. Sally told me about it, and we talked of the campaign for a few minutes. It seems a terrible thing to have happened when it held out so long and gallantly before. We must have some rotten generals in Africa now. After Sally and I had kissed a lot and said many tender things to one another, she told me that she had found it impossible to telephone Julia. In the morning, soon after the maid had brought in Sally's breakfast tray, Helmut came to her room. He had a glorious black eye, and the rest of the left side of his face was one huge purple bruise. Having briefly explained how he came by his injuries, he asked her to bandage him up. Thank goodness it did not occur to him to go to her right away, as he would have found the room empty, and if he had waited there, no normal excuse could have explained her absence, as she did not leave me until nearly 6 o'clock. Anyhow, she sent him out while she got on a dressing-gown, then greased his hurts and swathed his head in lint. During the process he told her that the waxing moon seemed to be having a worse effect on me than ever, and he had come to the conclusion that the only thing to do was to have me put in a straitjacket. Then he went on to say that unfortunately he could give no more time to me at the moment, as the Ancient Society of Christian Druids were to meet here on Tuesday, and he still had all the final arrangements to make. About 80 people are expected, and according to Helmut's story, a midnight service is to be held in the chapel, after which the congregation will remain to witness the rising of the sun. As the visitors will be up all night, none of them will require beds, but accommodation has to be provided for them to change into their ceremonial robes, and refreshments to sustain them both on their arrival and before their departure in the midsummer dawn. No extra staff is being taken on, as they will wait upon themselves. But it is quite an undertaking to get together enough food for such a crowd, and every hire car for 20 miles around will have to be mobilized to bring them from the station and fetch them again the following morning. So Helmut, with a very sore jaw, was about to begin a trying day, during most of which he expected to be glued to the telephone. The Christian Druid idea certainly provides very good cover for this sinister meeting. As Wales was the last refuge of the ancient Druids, and I believe the genuine modern ones still meet at places like Stonehenge and Avebury to watch the rising of the midsummer sun, while the Christian touch gives a plausible reason for their first holding a service in the chapel. Such villagers as hear about the party will undoubtedly take it to be a form of Eisteddfod, and the small permanent staff here are so completely under Helmut's thumb that if he orders them to bed at their usual hour, none of them would dare risk staying up with the idea of spying on the proceedings. And anyhow, if the curiosity of some bolder spirits overcomes their fear of him, they will probably meet with the same type of horrifying experience that I had near the abbot's grave at Wayland's. Sally knew that as it was a Sunday, there was not much chance of Helmut going out on estate work, and that had been rendered even less by the battering I had given him. The additional factor that he had all this telephoning to do had decided her that her chance of getting a trunk call through to Kent without his finding out what she was up to was pretty near to zero. However, my Sally is not the type to throw her hand in, so she wrote out a long telegram to Julia, pinned a £1 note onto it, and wrote a letter to the local postmaster, asking him to send it off at once if he could, or, if regulations forbade sending wires on Sundays, first thing this morning. Then she put the lot in an envelope, addressed it, gave it to the maid when her lunch tray was brought up, and tipped the girl 5 bob to take it down to the village. As the postmaster is the grocer and lives above his shop, there can hardly be any hitch about her delivering it to either him or his wife, so by this time Julia should have it. Sally says her telegram ran to nearly 100 words, so there is no possibility of Julia misunderstanding it or failing to appreciate its urgency. Moreover, it suggested that to satisfy herself fully about my condition, it would be a good thing if she and Uncle Paul brought a doctor with them. I feel confident that they will not ignore such an SOS from my professional nurse, so they may be here tonight, or at all events, not later than midday tomorrow. My darling Sally had slept all the afternoon, so she was not a bit tired, and we talked until early this morning. She lay on the bed beside me all the time, and it was absolute bliss. If only I can get well, I swear I'll make her marry me. She is unique, superb, adorable, and I am absolutely crazy about her. Later. All is well. Sally's telegram did the trick. Julia and Uncle Paul arrived shortly after tea. With them they brought a Dr. Arling. Helmut was out when they arrived, so they first went to see Sally. Then they came up to me. Uncle Paul looked nervous and unhappy, but Julia was sweet, competent, and sympathetic as ever. Apparently Sally had thought it better not to go into details in front of a strange doctor about Helmut practicing the black art. She confined herself to saying that she was convinced that I was 100% sane, and that when I had told them my story she would confirm the essential parts of it. I felt, too, that it would be asking too much of a completely strange doctor to expect him to believe in the great spider at a first interview, and that it would only serve to prejudice him unfavourably about the state of my mind. So I told Julia that I would like to have a private talk with her later, to put her au courant with what had happened here since her last visit, and suggested that to start with, the doctor should put me through a preliminary examination. "That was what we had in mind, darling," she agreed. "Then, if Dr. Arling finds that Nurse Cardew is right about you, it may not be necessary to bother him with the sort of accusations you made against Helmut before. We can take you away with us and sort all that out later." Such an arrangement suited me all right, and the doctor went ahead. He is a tall, thin, middle-aged man with a sharp nose and a big, bulging forehead that gives him the appearance of having an outsized brain. He seemed to know his stuff, too. For nearly an hour and a half he questioned me about my early life, upbringing, habits and appetites. And it was no random questionnaire either, as the whole of the inquiry was aimed at ascertaining my mental reaction in scores of different circumstances. At length he said, "You will appreciate, Sir Toby, that most mental aberrations are periodic, so I could not give you a clean bill of health except after prolonged observation. But your mind does not show any signs of disturbance at the moment. If, while in your present state, you express the wish to be removed from Dr. Lesicky's care, I feel it that those responsible for your well-being would not be justified in refusing such a request." Nothing could have been more satisfactory, for of course Uncle Paul and Julia at once agreed, and said that they would take me away with them. As it was getting on for my bath time, I asked Julia to come up again when she had finished dinner, so that we could have a heart-to-heart. But she said that after the shock of Nurse Cardew's telegram, the business of having to get hold of a brain specialist of Dr. Arling's status at a moment's notice, and the long journey from Kent, she felt terribly done up. So would I mind very much if she went to bed directly after dinner, and we had our chat tomorrow. Now it is definitely settled that I should leave here with them. There is no longer any great urgency about our going into Helmut's criminal conduct, so it was decided that she should come up about 10:30 in the morning, and we would have a long session then. I was simply dying to tell Sally the great news of our triumph, so I asked Julia to give her a message that if her ankle was well enough, I should very much like her to come up and sit with me after dinner. Helmut will be mad with rage when he hears that Sally and I got the best of him after all. He will be still madder tomorrow night when he finds that as the owner of Llanfradrach I have the police here to take the names of all his Christian druids on arrival as trespassers, and have forbidden the use of the chapel for their abominations. Obviously, this is no case in which I can prosecute him for his conspiracy against me. At the moment, I can do no more than give him the sack. But I do not mean to let matters rest there. I am determined to hoist his infernal brotherhood with their own petard. They meant to use my money to foster communism in Britain, and now I am going to use it to drive them out of the country. I'm prepared to spend $1 million or more, if need be, on the job. If the police can get me their names for trespassing tomorrow night, that will enable me to open a dossier for each of them, and if that fails, I can always start my investigation by listing the staff at Wayland's. I will employ 6 detective agencies, all working independently, to watch these people in secret and uncover their private lives. Sooner or later, I'll get enough evidence against a number of them to have them brought to trial for blackmail, industrial sabotage, and communicating official secrets to a foreign power. And I'll make things so hot for the rest of them that they will be glad to take refuge with their brother thugs in Moscow. By the time I've done my stuff, I shall be quite content to leave Helmut to the tender mercies of his infernal master. Unless I am very much mistaken, for having started all this, the devil is going to be very, very angry with Dr. Helmut Lisicki. Later. I hardly know how to write this. A terrible thing has happened, one that I would not have believed possible. It has shaken my faith in all humanity. Sally has just left me, and in a few minutes Conrad will be coming up to settle me down for the night. That is why I'm scribbling this now. If I don't, and I'm not able to reread it in my own writing tomorrow morning, I shall believe that I dreamed it, that it was part of a nightmare, or that I am beyond dispute a madman who is subject to the most ghastly hallucinations. But it happened only 1/4 of an hour ago. There is no shadow of doubt about it. The thing is beyond words appalling, and my mind is still numb with the shock. I cannot yet make any attempt to analyze how the fact I have discovered is likely to affect my own situation, except that in a general sense it menaces me with black disaster. I only know that I am overwhelmed with grief and misery, and that it happened. It really happened. It is true. After dinner, Sally came up to me. We made love. We talked mainly of the visitors. After 3 days' rest, her ankle is better, but still far from strong, and she was greatly relieved that it would not, after all, be necessary for us to take a gamble on its bearing up during an attempt to get me away tonight. As the summer dusk deepened, we suddenly noticed that artificial light was mingled with it. Sally pointed to the grating and said, "Helmut and Conrad must be preparing the chapel for tomorrow night. There are lights on down there." For a moment we sat in silence, and the faint sound of voices drifted up to us, confirming her surmise. Getting up, she limped quickly over to the grille. Its lower edge is over 5 feet from the floor, but being tall for a girl, she could easily see over it and down into the chapel. "Well?" I asked. "What's going on?" "Something I think you ought to see," she replied in so low a voice that I only just caught her words. I threw back the bedclothes and did the wriggle that throws my useless legs sideways so that they dangle over the edge of the bed. Sally came across to me and helped me to my feet. For a few seconds I took my own weight while she turned round so that I could put my hands on her shoulders. Then, step by step, I followed her over to the grating. My first glance down into the chapel showed me that considerable activity was going on. A broad strip of red carpet had been laid down the centre of the nave, and on either side of it there were 15 or 20 mattresses and scores of cushions, which presumably had been collected from all over the house. In the side aisles, some men were erecting long trestle tables. The scaffolding round one of the pillars that support the roof interfered with my view, so I could not see them very plainly. But it was easy to pick out Helmut, as one side of his face was still bandaged. A woman in a dark cloak, who wore a red scarf tied round her head, was decorating the altar, but not with flowers. The candles on it gave ample light to see that she was making her artistic tribute in a medium that the devil might well be expected to approve. She was arranging garlands and bunches of deadly nightshade, toadstools, hemlock, ivy, tares, pigweed and nettles. She stepped back to admire the effect. Then she turned towards me. It was Julia. Tuesday, the 23rd of June. It is still very early in the morning, and I am writing this by first light. Fortunately, I slept all yesterday afternoon, so although I have not slept at all during the night, I do not feel particularly tired. Anyhow, I can still get in a good couple of hours' sleep before Conrad calls me, and God alone knows what will happen tomorrow. Today, I mean. So this may be the last chance I'll have to make an entry in my journal, and I wish to record the splendid courage and devotion that Sally had shown in the desperate turn of my affairs. The sight of Julia decorating an altar to Satan, even the thought of it now stuns me afresh, left me dumbfounded, stricken to the heart, hardly able to credit what I had seen with my own eyes, yet forced to because Sally had seen it too. And I knew inside myself that it explained all sorts of little things about Julia that had vaguely puzzled me in the past. Yet at first I could not bring myself to accept it as a fact, and the upheaval in my mind robbed me of all initiative. So Sally took charge. As soon as she had got me back to bed, she said that she was terribly sorry for me, but that from what we had seen there could be no doubt at all that I had been sold down the river by my own people. She had spotted Dr. Arling among the men who had been helping Helmut to erect one of the trestle tables, so he was in it too. Clearly my relatives were members of the Brotherhood, and the doctor was also a member. He had been brought down to pull the wool over my eyes, and, no doubt, to remove me to a private asylum in due course. They were all actively abetting Helmut in his criminal plot. Sally's view was that my only chance lay in her getting me away that night. Her ankle was still paining her, but she declared that she would manage somehow. It was already 9:30, so we had very little time to plan in before Conrad came up to take away my lamp. Her main anxiety was whether she would be able to get me around the outside of the castle. She thought she would be able to semi-piggyback me downstairs, but it was going to be a terribly long haul from the side door to the place under the terrace to which we meant to lower my wheelchair, and she feared that her groggy ankle might not stand up to it. I was still too bemused by my recent discovery to think of any possible alternative, and it was she who had the idea of using Great Aunt Sarah's secret staircase. It could lead nowhere except straight down to the chapel, and we knew that a flight of about 20 steps led up from the chapel floor to a side entrance which gave onto the grass verge of the lake within a dozen yards of the spot where the chair would be. That route was barely a third of the distance we should have had to cover along our old one, down the spiral stairs, along the passage, and halfway round the castle. Even allowing for the extra strain of getting me up the stone steps inside the chapel, the total effort required would be nothing like so great. I pulled my wits together sufficiently to produce the only snag I could think of, that the door at the bottom of the secret staircase might be locked, and its bolts rusted in with long disuse, so that we should not be able to get it open. Sally countered that by saying she could get hold of some oil, a hammer, a small saw, and other tools from the garage machine shop, and that she would bring with her candles as well as a torch, and that even if it took us an hour to get the door open, we would still have ample time to be out of the grounds well before dawn. She also pointed out that another advantage of going by the secret staircase was that we could be certain of not running into anyone on it, so there would be much less danger of our being caught. I had no further objections to offer, and time was getting short, So I kissed her and blessed her, and, after promising to be back shortly before midnight for our 11th hour bid for freedom, she left me. The entry I made in my journal took me only a few minutes, and I had hardly completed it when Conrad arrived. After he had gone, the time of waiting passed with extraordinary swiftness, because, I am ashamed to say, my mind was not really on the job ahead, but occupied with the most wretched speculations about Julia. On Sally's return, the first thing we decided was that she should reconnoitre the secret stairway to make certain that there was a door at its bottom and that it would be possible to get it open. She had brought quite a large bag of tools, and taking them with her, she disappeared through the panel, closing it after her. Going into such a place alone at dead of night must have taken more courage than most girls possess, particularly when one knew of the evil things that lurked in the vicinity. But Sally never hesitated, and somehow I did not feel afraid for her, only rather humble at the thought that I should be loved by a girl with such a valiant heart. But as time went by and she failed to reappear, I did get worried. I endeavoured to convince myself that she had found the door and was working on it, but I could not help imagining that she had met with some accident, and I began to pray frantically for her safe return. She must have been down there over 3/4 of an hour, but at last I heard her coming back, and, dusty, begrimed, dishevelled, she stumbled, still panting, through the panel opening. "It's all right," she said with a smile. "Luckily the bolts are on this side. I managed to get one of them back, but the other needs a stronger blow with the hammer than I can give it. The lock will have to be cut out too. I've bored the holes for that and sawed down one side, but my wrist got so tired that I thought I had better come back and get you down there to help me." "Thank God you did," I murmured, pulling her to me and kissing her cheek where it was smudged with dirt. Limping over to the staircase door, she shot the bolt so that we should not be interrupted. Then she helped me to dress and got me into my chair. Next, she opened the terrace door and wheeled me out to the far end of the terrace where the battlement is crumbling away. I helped her to push over a number of the big, loose stones until we had made a gap about 4 feet wide. To get out the lower ones needed all the strength of my arms, and I had to lie on the ground to exert sufficient pressure. But after about 20 minutes, we had the gap clear to the bottom so that the chair needed only a push to run over. We tied the stout cord to the back rail of the chair, took a double hitch round the nearest castellation, and I hung on while Sally wheeled the chair over the edge. She supported part of its weight for a moment so that the jerk should not snap the cord. Then I cautiously lowered away. 2 minutes later, the cord abruptly slackened, and we knew that we had accomplished that part of the job all right. The moon was just showing above the treetops on the far side of the lake, and on peering over the battlement, we could make out the chair standing right way up, 15 feet below us. It had been easy enough for Sally to get me out of the chair onto the ground, but it proved a much harder task to get me up again. On previous occasions, when she had got me to my feet, I had always been sitting on the edge of the bed or in my chair, but now she had to kneel down so that I could clamber on her back. Then, with a great effort, she lifted me bodily. Once I was upright, we were able to go forward slowly. She took most of my weight on her shoulders in a semi-piggyback, but I was able to take some of it on my feet, and with each of them dragging alternatively, we made our way forward a few steps at a time. It took us 10 minutes to get back to my bed. There we rested for a bit, and while we were doing so, we heard Great-Aunt Sarah come up the stairs behind the panel, so we knew that it was 1 o'clock. When her footsteps had died away, by a further 5 minutes of strenuous effort, Sally got me through the secret panel. The light from her torch showed the staircase to be much broader than I had expected. It was a good 6 feet wide and lofty, with a vaulted ceiling. The air inside it was warm, but had none of the stuffiness that one associates with secret passages, and for that we soon saw the reason. About every 5 feet down the outer wall there were shallow embrasures with long arrow slits, through which the moonlight percolated faintly. After another short rest, we essayed the descent. Before we were halfway, I could feel the perspiration wet upon poor Sally's neck, and from the way she flinched each time she now put her bad foot one step further down, I knew that it must be hurting her like the devil. I insisted that we should make longer pauses, but she said that did not really help, and that when we got to the bottom there would be plenty of time for her to rest her foot while we were getting the door open. Between the bottom step and the door there was a short section of passage only about 8 feet in length, the floor space of which was partly encumbered by square blocks of stone. I saw that these had been removed from the left-hand wall, in which there was a big hole some 4 feet high and 3 feet across, and I knew it must be the entrance to Great Aunt Sarah's tunnel. The blocks of stone now came in handy, as they were from 12 to 18 inches square, and were not too heavy for Sally to lift with an effort. By piling them up, she made a seat for me, so that while she held the torch, I could get to work on the lock. It is no light task to cut through a 3-inch thick panel of ancient oak, and after I had been at it for a little while, I marvelled that Sally had managed to get as far as she had in the time. Nearly 2 hours elapsed before I had completed the square round the lock, and by the time I had hammered back the remaining bolt, it must have been 3 in the morning. Having brushed ourselves down, we made ready for the next stage of our arduous journey. Sally put her shoulder against the door and heaved. With a loud groan of rusty hinges, it gave and reluctantly opened a couple of feet. As it did so, I felt a chill draught come through from the chapel. Instantly, I knew that all our labours had been in vain, for at the same second a wave of nausea flooded through me. I was still seated on the pile of stone. As I leaned sideways to look past Sally, I heard her give a sob. Then I saw what she had already seen, and knew that my fears were only too well founded. The great spider was crouching in the middle of the aisle. The moonlight streamed through a rent in the roof right onto the monster. Between its 4 feet it held a dead cat, and it had evidently been making a meal off the cat's entrails as they hung out from its torn stomach onto the floor. But the noise of the opening door had drawn our enemy's attention to us. Flinging aside the dead cat, the black hairy brute bounded in our direction. Simultaneously, Sally and I grabbed the door and hauled it shut again. Then, falling on her knees beside me, she gave way to her distress in a flood of bitter tears. It was hard indeed to find our escape route barred by that hideous sentinel, and although I tried, there was little I could say to comfort her. Afterwards, it did occur to me that if we could have gone boldly out into the chapel hand in hand, the strength of our love might have created an aura that would have driven the brute back. But I could not stand alone for more than a moment, and I would not have let Sally face that incredibly evil thing with me dragging along behind her. At the time, to beat a retreat seemed the only possible course open to us. When Sally had recovered a bit, we began the ghastly business of getting back up the stairs. The 18 or 20 steps that we had meant to go up on the far side of the chapel to its lakeshore entrance would have proved a bad enough ordeal, but here there were more than double that number. Leaning on Sally's back, I had been able to come down a step at a time, but I was much too heavy for her to carry, and it was beyond my powers to take a single step upward. We started by my clinging to her waist while she dragged me behind her, and got up about 10 steps that way. But the strain on her was frightful, and when she could no longer suppress a loud moan from the pain in her ankle, I refused to let her pull me any further. I tried pulling myself up, but as there was nothing ahead of me to grip except the smooth stones, and my knees were useless, I had to abandon the attempt. Then, turning round, I used my arms as levers to lift myself backwards from step to step. By the time I was halfway up, I felt as though my arms were being wrenched from their sockets, and I could not possibly have got much further had not Sally come to my assistance. She went up backwards too, behind me, and, stooping almost double, got her hands under my armpits so that she could heave every time I lifted. We managed that way, and at last she got me back to my room. But the final effort of supporting me to my bed proved too much for her, and as I flopped onto it, she fainted. She slipped to the floor, near enough for me to sprinkle water from my bedside carafe on her face, and to my relief she soon came round sufficiently to pull herself up onto the bed beside me. We remained like that for a while, getting our strength back, and wondering miserably what we should do next. To attempt our original plan of going down the spiral staircase was out of the question. We were both dead beat already, and Sally's ankle was paining her so much that she would have fainted again before we were a quarter of the way down it. So there seemed nothing for it but that I should resign myself to remaining where I was, and facing whatever was coming to me. Suddenly, I remembered that we had lowered my wheelchair over the battlements. It was much too heavy for us to pull up again, and I could not possibly have got it down to the lakeside by myself. When that was discovered, as it must be first thing in the morning, it would be realized that someone had aided me in an abortive attempt to escape, and suspicion could point only to Sally. When I told her my new fear, she laughed a little bitterly. "You poor sweet, don't fret about that. Surely you realize that I've burnt my boats already. By sending that telegram to Julia, I disclosed the fact that I'm on your side. But she is not, and she only brought Dr. Arling to hear what I had to say this afternoon to keep me from suspecting that they are both in this plot against you. Since we have failed to escape, it is certain now that they will prevent my seeing you again, and do their best either to bribe or browbeat me into acknowledging that I was quite mistaken about your being sane." That gave me furiously to think. I felt convinced that Helmut and Co. were capable of going to any lengths to ensure that Sally held her tongue. The business of the chair would give it away that her interest in me was not merely one of wanting to assure fair play for her patient, but that she was actively endeavouring to get me out of Helmut's clutches. That presupposed that I had told her the whole story, and that she believed me. In that case, they could not possibly afford to let her leave Llanfadrak, and therefore she was now in grave danger. I told her that, and added, "There is only one thing to do, darling. You can't get me out, but you can get out yourself. You must go downstairs, collect the few things that you feel you will be able to carry, and slip away before daylight." She shook her head. "I'm damned if I will, Toby. What do you take me for? I love you, and I'm going to stay and fight these bloody people with you." For a quarter of an hour we wrangled fiercely over that. I alternately begged and ordered her to leave me. She refused to listen to my arguments and insisted on remaining. At length we agreed on a compromise. She should not return to her room, where she might find herself at their mercy, but lead them to suppose that she had got the wind up and cleared out. Actually, she would retire into hiding behind the secret panel, so that she could hear all that went on in my room, and render me any assistance that she could. By the time the issue had been settled, it was after 4 o'clock. The moon was down, so Sally lit a candle. The sweat had dried on us, caking the dirt, and we looked like a couple of sweeps. Anyone who saw me would have known at once that I must have been burrowing in some dirty hole, and the last thing we wanted was for Helmut to start hunting for a secret passage. So Sally helped me to undress and got me properly back to bed, then brought me the basin and ewer from the washstand. We made a cross on the water to prevent bad luck, and washed our faces and hands. She threw the dirty water out onto the terrace, shut the door, and unbolted the one to the spiral stairs. Before she left me, we arranged that if I gave one knock on the panel, that would be the danger signal. She would know that I had heard someone coming upstairs, and that she must remain quite still in case they heard her. If I gave 2 knocks, that would be the signal that the coast was clear again, and I would knock 3 times if I wanted her to come out. On my insisting, she took some of the clothes from my wardrobe and a couple of cushions to make a couch to lie on. Then we parted, with mutual exhortations to have courage, and with great tenderness. The grey light of dawn was already throwing the criss-cross bars of the grating into relief, so I started to scribble this. But I hope that my sweet Sally has been sleeping for the past hour or more. I am now feeling very tired myself, so I will catch a couple of hours' sleep before Conrad comes to call me. God alone knows what fresh ordeals the coming day will bring. I am alone in a dark world, but for the beacon of Sally's love. That must and shall sustain me. Later. If I were not so desperately afraid of what may happen in the next 24 hours to Sally and myself, I should be laughing at the comedy that has just taken place. Within a few moments of entering the room, Conrad noticed the disappearance of my wheelchair. I had only just woken, so I had not got my wits fully about me, but I think my subconscious must have been concerning itself with the problem during my 2-hour sleep, since I replied without hesitation, "The Archangel Gabriel appeared to me last night. He said that I no longer required it, and he took it away. I think he threw it in the lake." Conrad's pale blue eyes almost popped out of his head. This cunning Ruthenian peasant is terribly superstitious. He would, I am sure, have bullied me unmercifully during these past 3 weeks, had I not taken a leaf out of Helmut's book. H scared Taffy by telling him that I had the evil eye. I told that story to Conrad soon after H made him my jailer body servant. Since then he has done his job with as little fuss as possible. He is still 100% Helmut's man, but he has been mighty careful not to give me offence. My quiet, unemotional statement about the Archangel having visited me threw him into a paroxysm of terror. The chair was no longer in the room, and he knew perfectly well that I could not possibly have disposed of it myself. So it was not altogether surprising that he should accept the suggestion that it had been removed by a supernatural agency. He had already dumped my breakfast tray on my bed table, and instead of proceeding as usual to hand me my toothbrush and the basin, he gave me a shifty glance, then sidled quickly out of the room. I gave 3 knocks for Sally. A moment later she almost tumbled through the panel opening, still half asleep. "Quick," I said, "help yourself to a cup of coffee and take some toast and fruit, then skip back to your hiding place. Conrad has gone to fetch Helmut, and they will be up here in a few minutes." She poured the coffee, made a face as she gulped it down, took a handful of cherries off the plate, gave me a swift kiss on the nose, then stumbled back through the opening like a large, sleepy child. I longed to call her back and put my arms round her. She is absolute heaven. Conrad returned with Helmut 5 minutes later. It is the first time I have seen him since I hit him with the bottle. He had the bandages off this morning, but his eye is still black and blue. I maintained my story about the Archangel, and for a moment I saw fear in his tawny eyes. Then his suspicions overcame his credulity. He went out onto the terrace, saw the gap in the battlement, and, on looking over, the chair down by the lakeside. Striding back to me, he shouted, "That great hoyden Sally Cardew must be responsible for this. It was she who telegraphed for Julia, and now she's tried to help you to escape, but it proved too much for her. I'll teach that young bitch to double-cross me like this." "Do if you can find her," I mocked him. "But you won't, because she's gone back to London, and in due course she will bear witness against you in a criminal court." "She won't get the chance," he snapped. "I'll soon have her traced and stop her tongue. The Brotherhood has plenty of ways of dealing with stupid or indiscreet people. It may interest you to know that Deborah Kane will be sailing from Cardiff in the hold of a tramp steamer today. If she does not die on the voyage round Africa, she will eventually reach Persia and be sent through to Russia. She came here to see you against my orders, and in the Soviet Union they know how to punish the servants who have failed them." Glad as I was to know that Britain was nurturing one less viper in her bosom, I could not help feeling sorry for the wretched Deb, as it was largely my fault that such a fate had overtaken her. But Helmut was going on. "As for anyone bearing witness against me in a criminal court, you must be really mad if you think you will ever be in a position to prosecute me. After the dance you've led me, I'm in no mood to show you further mercy. Tonight I mean to finish your business once and for all. The Brotherhood will invoke the Lady Astaroth to visit you here, and she will destroy your reason." Turning on his heel, he flung out of the room, and I was left to contemplate anew the really desperate situation in which last night's failure to get away has placed me. I had continued to put a bold face on matters in front of Helmut, but I am feeling very far from bold. Sally's love and her faith in the inevitable triumph of good over evil alone sustained me. But I am powerless to help myself, and I do not see how she can help me further. Moreover, while I now fully accept her wonderful teaching, it is a long-term policy. It may well be that in a past life I once drove someone mad, and in this one must pay the penalty by being driven mad myself. I have only one weak straw to cling to, and that is Julia. There can be no question about her being in with Helmut. If further proof were needed, he gave it himself by disclosing that she had told him of Sally's telegram, thus giving it away that Sally had come over to my side. If Helmut is with her at the moment and mentions his disclosure, she will realize that I now know her to be in league with my enemies, and she may be ashamed to face me. But if she does not yet know that I know of her treachery, she should be coming up to see me as she promised quite soon now. If she does, there is just a chance that I may be able to save myself through her. Later. It is afternoon. I am writing the following only because it is absolutely vital that I should do so. This time tomorrow I expect to be insane, and my testimony will then be valueless. I hereby make solemn declaration that I am now in my right mind, that the following is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, with regard to the death of Julia Jugg. I murdered her. Nurse Cardew was an accessory, but an innocent one. She acted in defence of her crippled patient, in the belief that she could help to save him from a gang of criminals. The very fact that I shall not attempt to conceal the part she played is in itself testimony that she was innocent of the actual crime. What she did was done by my orders, and the responsibility for Mrs. Paul Jugg's death is entirely mine. This is what occurred, so help me God. A little after 10:30 this morning, Tuesday the 23rd of June, 1942, Julia came up to see me as she had promised. Her demeanour was affectionate and unabashed. She sat down beside my bed, and after talking trivialities for a few moments, by a casual question I extracted the information from her that she had not seen Dr. Helmut Lizicki since last night, as she had breakfasted in bed, only just got up, and had come straight up from her bedroom to me. I knew then that she knew nothing yet of my abortive attempt to escape last night, or that I realized that she was involved in the conspiracy against me. I asked her when we were going to leave Llanfadrach. "Not till tomorrow, darling," she replied. "Dr. Arling wants to examine you again tonight in the moonlight, to see if the moon really has a bad effect on you. But whether it has or not, Paul and I mean to take you back with us to Queensclear tomorrow morning." Stretching out my hand, I took hers. Then I said quietly, "You are lying, Julia. You have been plotting with Helmut to drive me mad tonight, so that Dr. Arling can take me away to some private asylum tomorrow." Her great eyes suddenly showed fear and consternation. She shook her head and struggled violently to drag her hand from my grasp, but I had firm grip of it, And I went on. "It is useless to deny it, Julia. I saw you last night arranging those poisonous herbs and stinging nettles on the devil's altar. That was the most awful thing that has ever happened to me. It was like losing a limb. It was worse than when I was told that my back was broken and the odds were against my ever walking again." I paused and added in a husky voice, "Even now, terribly as you have hurt me, I hate having to hurt and bully you, but I've got to, because only you can save me from Helmut, and only by regaining my freedom can I save you from the ghastly web in which you have enmeshed yourself. I suppose you were blackmailed into becoming a Satanist. I want to know the truth about that. Then we'll make a plan to trick Helmut at the last moment. Once I am free, I mean to smash up this evil brotherhood. But whatever you have done, I'll find a way to save you from them. You see, I want to help you to become clean and free again. So you must tell me the whole truth." "I won't," she moaned. "I won't. Let me go. Let me go." "Oh, yes, you will," I said. "If you won't talk freely, I shall have to make you." Then I caught her glance and held it. "Let me go! Let me go!" Her voice grew louder, and tearing her glance from mine, she wailed, "You beast! You're trying to hypnotize me!" I knew then that even at the price of giving Sally's, Nurse Cardew's, hiding place away, I must have help, otherwise my forlorn hope was doomed to failure. Stretching across Julia, I rapped thrice sharply with my free hand on the secret panel. In leaning over, I had momentarily to loosen my grip on Julia's hand. As the panel slid back and Sally came out, Julia wrenched her hand from my grasp. Turning, she ran towards the door. "Quick, Sally!" I cried. "For God's sake, catch her and bring her back. I've got to hypnotize her by force. It's our only hope." Sally darted after her and caught her in the middle of the room. For a few moments there ensued a horrid scuffle. The two women fought like tiger cats. Julia's long nails tore 3 furrows in Sally's grimy cheek. Then she got a handful of Sally's fuzzy hair and wrenched it out, while kicking violently at her shins. But Sally was much the stronger of the two. She hit Julia hard in the face, grabbed one of her arms and twisted it behind her back, then hurtled her across the room and forced her face down onto the bed. I seized Julia by the shoulders, but by that time she had begun to scream for help, so I transferred my grip to her throat, and, much as I hated to do it, choked her into silence. She was now sprawled over sideways onto the bed and face upwards across my middle. Stooping over her, I stared down into her eyes and ordered her to sleep. But she shut her eyes firmly, so I had to get Sally to turn the lids back and hold them open. Even then Julia put up a terrific resistance, and after we had held her like that for a quarter of an hour, she had still not given in. I had always heard that it is terribly difficult to hypnotize anyone against their will, but I was determined to go through with it. I had been holding her down by the throat the whole time, and I began to choke her again, with the idea that if I reduced her to semi-consciousness, that way she would no longer be able to exert her will, and her resistance would give way. Her lovely magnolia skin began to go red in patches, and her black eyes bulged from her head. Sally warned me to be careful, but I disregarded her advice. I eased the pressure a little now and then, but kept my thumbs digging into Julia's neck each side of her windpipe. It was horrible, but it worked. Her eyes took on that curious look of the somnambulist, and I knew that she had passed into an hypnotic sleep. I released my grip at once, and Sally got her into the chair beside my bed. We gave her a glass of water and a few minutes to recover. Then I started on her. "Now, Julia," I said, "I want the truth. When did you become a Satanist?" "When I was 17, she replied hoarsely. Her answer staggered me, but details of my reactions to her story are irrelevant now. "How did it happen?" I asked. An old peasant woman in our village took me to a witch's sabbath in the Alban Hills.
Did you go willingly?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted all the things which were mine by right, but of which I had been cheated. She promised me that if I became a witch I should make a rich marriage.
But you had great beauty, and you were a daughter of the noble Roman house of Colonna, so why shouldn't you have made a rich marriage anyhow?
No, my father was a Colonna, but he was not married to my mother. That is why I felt myself to have been cheated. She was a peasant girl on his estate outside Rome, and I was brought up by her in a cottage that was almost a hovel.
What happened after the Sabbath?
My father rarely left the big house when he visited his estate, but one day soon after the Sabbath he came down to the village. He saw me washing clothes in the stream, and struck by my beauty he inquired who I was. When he found that I was his own daughter, he expressed a wish to do something for me. He sent me to school for 2 years, but after that I suffered a bitter disappointment. I had expected to become one of the family, but all he did was to make me his wife's lady's maid.
Was that what you were when you met Uncle Paul?
Yes, and he was the rich husband I had been promised. He was not rich then, but he was a gentleman, so he could lift me by marriage to the status that was mine by right of blood. And while he was courting me, he told me all about the Jugg millions. I realized that he must be the husband that had been sent for me by the old one, and I felt certain that once I was married to him, I would be able to get hold of a share of those millions.
What happened after you came to England?
I thought that if I could cure Paul of his bad habits, your grandfather would forgive him and make him a handsome allowance. That was the object of the séances at Kew. By means of them, I was able to frighten Paul out of drinking so much. When he got tight, I used to send a ghoul to give him the horrors. Sometimes it used to get out of control for a while and appear in the house unbidden. That is how you came to see it the night you thought you had run into a burglar on the stairs. Soon after that we moved to Kensington Palace Gardens and Queensclear, and you had everything you could wish for. Why did you continue to be a Satanist after that? I didn't, and your coming made a lot of difference, Toby. I was very happy looking after you, and I became fond of you. I didn't want you to be mixed up in that sort of thing. So after we left Kew, I had nothing more to do with it.
Why did you take it up again, then? And why did you send me to Wayland's?
Julia's big dark eyes were suddenly suffused with tears, and they began to run down her cheeks. But she made no motion to brush them away, and in her trance state she probably did not know that she was crying. She made a pitiful spectacle as she went on tonelessly. I had to. One of the Brotherhood came to me a little over a year later. How he found out about me I've no idea, but he knew all about my past. He told me that the time had come when I must pay for my riches or lose them, and that you were the price. I was too weak to refuse. I simply could not bring myself to face poverty again, so I agreed to send you to Wayland's. But I hoped that later on I would find a way to prevent them making you one of us.
But Helmut got the better of you, eh?
Yes. He did not arrive on the scene until you were about 13. But within a week of his coming to stay at Queensclear as your tutor, he became my lover. I had had others ever since I was 17. Paul was never anything to me except the vehicle for my ambitions, and he soon became the complacent husband, content to show me off and let me manage his affairs. But Helmut was a landmark in my life. I became as wax in his hands, and have been so ever since.
That time at Wayland's when you and Uncle Paul came up to see me, and I had that horrible experience. I take it that you had not been to a friend's house, or run off the road in the car at all.
When you found me at the bungalow, you had just returned from a black mass in the crypt of the ruined abbey." "Yes, Paul had been initiated that night as a lay brother. He is not a type out of which a potent Satanist could be made, but as you were growing up, it was considered advisable to bind him to the Brotherhood, so as to ensure his taking his future orders from Helmut without question, and working to get him the next vacant seat on your board of trustees. You knew all about the conspiracy to drive me insane, in order that the Brotherhood could get control of my fortune." The tears welled from her eyes again. "I knew their intention, Toby, but not the details. Helmut knows how fond I am of you, and he did not altogether trust me. He feared that if I learned too much about the methods he meant to employ, I might rebel and try to save you. That is why he intercepted all your letters to me, and would not let me come down to see you until he gave the word. Yet you came at once in response to Nurse Cardew's telegram. Paul and I were coming anyway for the Black Mass tonight. When I got the telegram, I telephoned Helmut and asked him what I was to do. Directly he realized that he could no longer trust Nurse Cardew, he feared that she might help you in another attempt to escape last night. So, to make you believe such an attempt unnecessary, he said that Paul and I must come down at once to reassure you, and that we were to bring Dr. Arling with us." That was the whole awful story of how her ambition for riches and luxury had led her to betray a child that she had brought up with loving care as a younger brother. There seemed nothing further left to ask her, so I said, "Now, Julia, I freely forgive you for all you have done and intended to allow to be done against me. It is never too late to mend. Somehow I will get you out of the clutches of these vile people, and we will forget the whole horrible business. I still want to repay you for all the love and happiness with which you surrounded me when I came to you as a little orphan, and so long as it lies with me you shall never lack for money. But you have got to do as I tell you. I am going to write a letter to the District Inspector of Police. I shall tell him about the meeting that is to be held here tonight, but I shall say nothing about Satanism or a black mass. I shall simply say that these people are meeting in the chapel without my consent, and I have good grounds for believing that they intend to use it for sacrilegious and immoral purposes. As the owner of this property, I have the right to invoke the protection of the law against this unwarranted and scandalous trespass. I shall ask that a squad of police be mustered in the grounds at 10 o'clock, in readiness to take the names of the trespassers and expel them at the signal of the inspector, and that he should come to me here at that hour in order to see for himself, through the grating, all that takes place in the chapel. I shall also draw a little sketch plan of the castle, showing the position of the side door which is at the end of the passage at the bottom of the spiral staircase, and enclose it with the letter. When I have written the letter, I shall give it to you. Then you will go downstairs, beg, borrow, or steal a car, make any excuse you like, and drive into the village. There you will go to the police sergeant, and he will tell you where the nearest inspector is stationed. You will drive on to the inspector and give him the letter with your own hand. Remain there while he reads it. Make certain that he fully understands the urgency of the matter and intends to do as I wish. Then return here and come up to report to me. Lastly, you will be at the side door I have marked on the plan yourself at 10 o'clock tonight, to let the inspector in and bring him up to me here. Is that all clear?" She said that it was. Sally got me my pen and paper. I wrote the letter, drew the plan, put them both in an envelope, and gave it to Julia. Then I gave her my instructions a second time, and made her repeat them after me. When she had done so, I told her that she was to say nothing of what had passed between us to anyone except the inspector, and woke her from her trance. As her full consciousness came back, she stared at me wide-eyed, stood up, turned to look at Sally, then clutched at her heart. Suddenly she let out a piercing scream, pitched forward, and fell flat on the floor. The echo of her scream had hardly died away when I caught the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Almost instantaneously they broke into a run. Too late I remembered that I had neglected to tell Sally to bolt the door so as to secure us from interruption. After one look at Julia, she had hurried over to my washstand to get water. As she picked up the jug, Helmut and Dr. Arling burst into the room. There is little point in giving a detailed account of what happened after that. The secret panel was closed, so Helmut still does not know how Sally came to be in my room when he thought she had gone to London, but she could not get back into her hiding place without revealing it. As cold water failed to revive Julia, Helmut and Dr. Arling carried her out onto the terrace, hoping that the fresh air might do so. A few moments later, Helmut came back and announced that she was dead, that she had died of heart failure. There was no disguising the fact that the two women had had a fight. The bloody scratches on Sally's face showed that, and the doctor had found some strands of her hair still adhering to Julia's fingernails. They had also come on my letter addressed to the Inspector of Police. Helmut took Sally's arm with one hand and waved the letter at me with the other as he said, "Your writing to the Inspector of Police seems to have been prompted by a forecast of events. I will save you a stamp, as I mean to telephone him now. It will be my unpleasant duty to hand Nurse Cardew over to him on a charge of murder." In vain I cursed him and swore that it was my doing. He took Sally downstairs to lock her up. A few minutes later he returned with a sheet. Then he and Dr. Arling carried Julia's dead body, draped in its awful final whiteness, in from the terrace and through my room. The above is the truth. By Almighty God, I swear it. How I cannot think, but I hope to get these papers to Sally for her defence. Should I fail, I implore anyone who may come across them to take them to the nearest J.P. Blessed be the person who does. Cursed for all eternity be anyone who reads this and fails to act upon it. It is the truth, the real truth. I swear it by all I hold holy. Sally did no more than catch Julia for me. It was I who choked her and threw so terrible a strain upon her body and mind that it proved too much for her heart. Oh, Sally, Sally! That your love for me should have brought you to such a pass is terrible beyond belief. Had I the power to save you by dying at this minute, I would do it, and gladly, rather than they should harm one hair on your sweet head. Later. At 3:20 this afternoon, I signed away my fortune. Helmut came to me with a duplicate copy of the deed that he showed me some days ago. He said that there was a clear case against Sally for wilful murder, that, bedridden as I am, I could not have killed Julia, and that there was ample evidence that she had died as a result of Sally's assault. He went on to say that the Brotherhood were above the petty laws and shibboleths of this world, and was not the least interested in bringing offenders to the so-called justice of the British courts. Their only interest was the immediate furtherance of their own concerns, of which obtaining control of the Jugg millions was one. By signing the document he produced, I could spare them much trouble and delay in achieving this particular item in their plans. If I would do so, Dr. Arling was prepared to sign a certificate that Julia had died a natural death, and there would be then no occasion to call in the police. I attempted to make some other stipulations, but he would not listen to me. He insisted that it should be a plain, one-clause bargain. Either I signed, or Sally went to the rope. He had me in a corner. There was no option. I signed. Later. This is the end. Sally was telling me the other day what she believes to be the true interpretation of the conception that the unforgivable sin is to blaspheme against the Holy Ghost. She said that it is not a matter of mere words, but the act of suicide. Because we all carry a particle of the Holy Ghost within us, and to drive our spirit out of our body before the time ordained for it to go is not unforgivable. Nothing is unforgivable, but it is the most heinous crime which it is possible to commit. Yet, had I the means, I would be sorely tempted to take my own life tonight. It is after 9, and I am writing this by the failing light. My lamp has not been lit, nor will it be, as Conrad will not be coming up to me again. Helmut has just paid me a final visit, and he told me that before he left. He came to gloat, and render my last sane hours unendurably hideous by disclosing the way in which he had tricked me, and, infinitely worse, tricked my beloved Sally. Julia is not dead. It was only a heart attack she had, and she is now little the worse for her seizure. The inspiration to say that she was dead came to Helmut when he and Dr. Arling had her limp body out on the terrace. He realized that Sally and I were in love, and saw that by causing us to believe that we had killed Julia, he could bend us both to his will. He led me to believe that as Julia and Sally had clearly had a fight, it was Sally who would be charged with the murder, unless I signed away my fortune as the price of Dr. Arling giving a certificate that Julia had died a natural death. He led Sally to believe that he knew the fight to have been only incidental, and that the marks on Julia's throat showed that she had really died from strangulation, and that it was I who had strangled her. He threatened to hand me over to the police unless she would do as he wished, and, believing it to be the only way to save me from hanging, she agreed. He told me that having signed the document would not now save me from mental destruction tonight, because I had not signed it with resignation, only under extreme pressure. He said that my prolonged and bitter opposition showed that I could never be made a useful member of the Brotherhood, and would always be liable to make trouble. Therefore, at 1:15 in the morning, when the moon is at its highest, they will invoke the Lady Astaroth. She will appear here in my room, and tomorrow I shall be found a raving lunatic. Dr. Arling will remove me to his private asylum, and after I have spent some time there, the official board of lunacy will examine and certify me. I only pray that a merciful God will allow my mind to be blotted out entirely. If I were certain of that, I think I could resign myself to this miserable fate. But nothing could make me resign to what is in store for Sally. Helmut stood well out of reach at the end of my bed. Leonine, rock-faced, sardonic, he grinned at me with unutterably evil malice as he told me about that. He says that Sally knows too much to be allowed to depart in peace, and that steps have to be taken to stop her tongue once and for all. That could be done by making her a lay sister of the Brotherhood, as, after even the lowest degree of initiation, she would never dare to risk the appalling fate reserved for a member who betrays them. There is no recorded case of anyone ever having done so yet. And she has agreed to accept initiation, believing that only by doing so can she save my life. Helmut said that the initiation will take place at midnight, and that although I shall not be able to see it, I shall hear enough of it through the grating to imagine what is going on. Sally does not yet know what they mean to do to her, but Helmut took fiendish delight in describing to me what will happen, in order that I could better imagine the scene when it takes place. He is to act as the officiating priest. Sally will be spread-eagled, naked on a bed of nettles before the devil's altar. He will then do to her what he has failed to do so far. The excited cries of the congregation will inform me when the ritual is being accomplished, and the completion of the act will be the signal for a general orgy. I do not think that when the Lady Astaroth appears to me at 1:15, I shall know much about it. I shall have gone mad by midnight. May God have mercy upon dear Sally. and upon my soul. Wednesday, the 24th of June. This old castle must have seen many strange and terrible events, but it can have seen none stranger or more terrible than those which occurred here last night. It is now the scene of catastrophe and death, yet, despite everything, I am still sane. That I am so after what I endured between 9 o'clock and midnight last night is in itself a miracle. No sound came to distract my agonizing thoughts until a little after 10. Then I heard people moving in the chapel. Gradually the noise increased. I heard the clatter of plates and the clink of glasses, so I knew that the Satanists had begun to feast at the tables set up in the side aisles. The voices grew louder and more distinct. There came the drinking of healths and raucous laughter. That went on for well over an hour, so it must have been about 11:30 when the service started. There was music, but music the like of which I have never heard before, and hope never to hear again. It had no tune or any kind of beauty, but was a series of hideous discords, rising at times to a wild cacophony of sound, interspersed by catcalls, shouts, and animal noises. I knew that those beasts in human form were working themselves up into a frenzy of abandon, the better to satiate their vile lusts when the time came. The night was stiflingly hot, and the fumes of strange and horrible things that were burning down there came up to me through the grating. The chapel was brightly lit, and the grating stood out sharply, a great rectangle of light crisscrossed with its black bars, which illuminated the whole room almost as brightly as though it were day. I had thrown off the bedclothes and swung myself round so that my useless legs were dangling over the side of the bed. From time to time, as midnight approached, I tried to stand, but I could not do so for more than a minute without having to grasp the head of the bed for support. I prayed as I have never prayed before, violently, unceasingly, supplicating God to spare Sally, or at least grant her oblivion, so that she might be spared the knowledge of the abominable things those beasts meant to do to her. I prayed aloud, and I was raving. I called on God and the Virgin Mary, on all the powers of good and light and love that there had ever been in the world. The sweat was pouring off me. It ran into my eyes, and they grew misty. I could no longer see even the brightly lit grating clearly. My effort was so intense that I was shaking all over. I tried to throw my spirit forward out of my body and down into the chapel to protect Sally. I cried aloud my defiance of Satan and all his works. It was then that the miracle happened. God had heard my prayer. I found that I was standing up, and that I was walking towards the panel. I seemed to be buoyed up and supported by unseen hands. Without any effort, I climbed through the panel opening onto the secret stairs. They were faintly lit by the moonlight coming through the arrow slits. I walked slowly but surely down them till I reached the door at the bottom. I thrust it open and entered the chapel. The scene was one which will remain stamped on my memory until my dying day. There were about 80 people present, all wearing fantastic costumes. Many of them were women, some nude to the waist, others dressed in eccentric arrangements of veiling through which their bodies could be seen, or which left their sexual parts exposed. The men were in gorgeous satins and velvets, and each wore a headdress in the likeness of some wild animal or poisonous reptile. Like a reredos, behind the altar there spread a vast web, which seemed to have been spun from liquid silver. It extended to both sides of the chapel and right up to its roof. In the centre of the web, about 20 feet up, sat the great spider. In front of the altar stood Helmut. He was wearing his white satin robe with the black signs of the zodiac on it, but the robe was now hitched up so that he was naked from the waist down. 2 women, one of whom was Julia, knelt at either side of him in attitudes of adoration. In front of him, 2 assistant priests were standing, and between them they held Sally by the arms. She was dressed in the fashion of a nun, except that her single garment was of magenta veiling, through which one could see her white body. Conrad was stationed quite near me with 5 other men. They were all clad alike, in red, with long hose and horned headdresses in imitation of the devil, and evidently formed a satanic guard, as they stood in a line in front of the main door of the chapel, and each of them was holding at rest long tridents with barbed points. It was Conrad who first saw me. He must have thought that I was an avenging spirit. Pointing at me, he let out a howl of terror, then fell to the ground, and lay grovelling there a dozen paces from my feet. At his shout, the whole congregation turned in my direction. Sally alone could have known how I had got into the chapel, and that by some extraordinary means I had managed to get down the stairs. She gave a loud cry, broke from the men who were holding her, and came running towards me. Helmut and the rest must also have thought that I was a spirit sent to disperse their diabolical gathering, as they either remained rooted where they stood, their faces aghast with fear, or cowered away from me. The great spider had begun to run frantically up and down its huge silver web. Then, just as Sally reached me, I found myself with my right arm outstretched again, hurling defiance at the devil. As I did so, I could feel the power streaming into me and out through my pointing arm like an electric current. Suddenly the great spider stopped its dance, quivered violently as though struck by lightning, and began to disintegrate. In a matter of seconds it had dissolved into a cloud of evil-smelling black smoke. Consternation seized the Satanists. They began to run senselessly in all directions, covering their heads and screaming with fear. I waited no longer, but grasped the edge of the door behind me and made to pull it open. I had it about a foot open when it stuck. At that moment something must have clicked over in Helmut's quick brain. He had not seen me come through the door, and was probably unaware that it even existed until he saw it partly open. He must have guessed then that behind it lay a secret staircase up to my room, and that what he had thought to be an apparition was really myself in the flesh. Above the din, I heard him bellow, "There's nothing to be afraid of. He is only a man. Stop them! Stop them! Catch them before they get away!" A sudden hush, all the more marked from the previous clamour, fell on that weird assembly. For a moment they hesitated, and in that moment I got the door wide open. It gave unexpectedly and swung right back. "Stop them, damn you! Stop them!" Helmut yelled again, and as I thrust Sally through the doorway, the brief hush was succeeded by a new pandemonium. With howls of rage and hate, the Satanists came charging towards us. We were up about 4 steps when the first of our enemies reached the door. Helmut was among them, and from the maniacal glare in their eyes, I knew that if they got us, they would tear us limb from limb. It was an awful moment, perhaps the worst that night, for we had so nearly got away, and I knew that only God's help could save us from being dragged down before we were halfway up the stairs. But he extended his merciful protection to us once again. It was then that there came the second miracle of that unforgettable night. I heard a rumbling sound. It increased in volume to the noise of thunder before we were up another couple of steps, drowning the fierce cries of the mob that pursued us. Suddenly, a great torrent of water burst from the entrance to Great Aunt Sarah's tunnel. It hit the opposite wall of the passage like a tidal wave, drenching us to the skin, then turned and roared into the chapel. A second later, I glimpsed the old lady's frail body as it was whirled out of the tunnel and through the open door. Night after night for over 40 years she had laboured for love's sake, and an inscrutable providence had decreed that the culmination of her efforts should exactly coincide with the desperate need of two other lovers who were in dire peril. Her own ordeal, too, was over. At long last she had burrowed her way to the lake bottom, and in doing so had rejoined her Lancelot in a better way than she could ever have done in life. As the first violent spate of water receded, we saw that it had swept the advancing Satanists below us from their feet. They were now a flailing mass of legs and arms struggling in the torrent. Helmut alone was still standing framed in the doorway, breasting the tide as it raced past on either side of him. For a moment he stood there, hurling imprecations at us. Then a screaming, half-drowned woman was thrown against him by the rushing water. He lost his balance and plunged beneath it, to be swept away with the rest. Thousands of gallons were pouring down from the lake to the lower level of the chapel in a steady flood. But for that unholy congregation, worse was yet to come. Within a few minutes of the first inrush, the water took hold of the half-ruined pillar bases and the temporary structures that were shoring the building up. Beams cracked and snapped. Above the roar of the water we could hear the louder roar of great chunks of masonry giving way. The Satanists were trapped there, owing to the main door on the chapel floor level being held fast shut by the weight of water pressing against it. After Helmut had been swept away, Sally and I continued to stand on the stairs, watching the horrific spectacle through the open doorway. It was as though Samson had come again to pull down the pillars of the temple upon another host of Philistines. We saw one 40-foot column collapse upon the screaming crowd that struggled waist-deep in water. Then big sections of the roof began to fall in, burying them beneath waterlogged debris. We were cut off from the chapel by the flood, so there was nothing that we could do to help, no act of mercy that we could perform. The chapel was soon full of water to the height of the top of the tunnel, but it continued to rise, as I knew it must, until its level reached that of the lake outside. Step by step we retreated up the stairs, until the swirling waters, now quiet, had reached the top of the door, and our last glimpse of the debacle within was cut off. Then we turned and went slowly up to my room. There, side by side, we gave thanks to God for our merciful deliverance from evil, and vowed to devote our lives to fighting evil in all its forms. Nor did we forget to pray for the happiness of that spirit which for a little time lived in the body of Sarah Jugg, who yesterday was old and mad, but today is young and sane again. Monday, the 3rd of July, 1945. It is now over 3 years since that terrible night when God overwhelmed the Satanists at Llanfadrach. The following morning Sally found the document I had signed for Helmut in his study and destroyed it. That afternoon we left for London in an ambulance, and this is the first time since that we have visited the castle. My back caved in soon after I got back to my room, and for a time the specialist thought that my miraculous walk had placed so severe a strain upon the healing ligaments prematurely that there was little hope of my ever setting foot to the ground again. It was then that Sally insisted on marrying me, because, as she said, with all the money in the world, I would have to be good, and could not be got at by designing hussies, as long as I remained a permanent invalid. All the same, she always maintained, against the opinions of the doctors, that I would get well in the end, and I owe it to her loving care that by the end of the year I was able to walk a few steps, and can now walk a mile without crutches. But no designing hussy has got at me yet, or is ever likely to. Sally and I are gloriously happy, and 18 months ago she had 2 of the loveliest babies in the world. I mean, of course, that she had twins. They are girls, and alike as 2 peas. They've got Sally's eyes, but they are redheads like me, and delightfully naughty. These past 3 years I have been far too busy with my companies even to think of my stamps. But on coming back here yesterday I went straight to my albums and extracted the scores of closely written pages that I had hidden in them. Sally and I read them through last night, and they recalled the time we spent here as though it had only ended yesterday. I'm going to have them bound up for her, and now that the war is over, she wants me to have them published. We shall not mind if some people cannot bring themselves to believe the terrible and wonderful things that they reveal. We shall only be sorry that such people are still bound in darkness and shut out from a realization of the eternal verities. We know it all to be true, and it is our testament that evil can never triumph over the power of love.